Our story begins in Faroanas, a kingdom where the people at the top are those blessed with magic. And on the very night the savage struggle for the throne was finally entering its closing stage, one powerful noble reached a decision. He chose a method so blunt, so merciless, and so final that once it was set in motion, there would be no turning back at all. The person selected to die that night was none other than the second prince. Beside that noble stood one of his followers, practically brimming with impatience as he waited for the order to be spoken aloud. In his mind, only one man deserved to sit on Faroanas' throne, and anyone who blocked that path was nothing more than dead weight that had no right to keep living. At that very moment, the second prince had shut himself away inside a palace unlike the others, a place strange enough that even among royal grounds it stood out. Because the prince had chosen that place as his shelter, the command was issued immediately without even a second thought or a moment of delay. The order itself was chillingly simple: kill the prince where he stands and slaughter anyone reckless enough to try protecting him. But before that group could so much as take a single step, one young man moved first. Without a warning, without a word, and without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly turned on one of the very men who should have been his ally and struck him down on the spot. The blow was absolute. The man dropped dead, instantly sent to the grave before anyone around him could even process what had just happened. And after making that horrifying move, the young assassin does something even more unsettling. He calmly offers a courteous apology, as though this were some minor inconvenience, then politely states that he wishes to speak with the second prince in person. That one request alone is enough to lock the entire room in place. Everyone around him goes rigid. The air turns cold and fear spreads across the others before anyone can even force out a reply. A guard loyal to the prince reacts immediately, stepping forward without hesitation and planting himself directly in the assassin's path, body squared and ready, determined to prevent the intruder from advancing another inch. Then, in the instant he catches sight of the red eyes concealed beneath that hood, recognition hits him. He realizes the enemy standing before him is not a stranger at all, but someone he once knew. And to that guard, this person is nothing but trash. A man he has always despised and looked down on simply because he was born without magic. So the moment that thought settles in, arrogance takes hold, his guard drops, his pride swells, and he becomes far too certain that the outcome is already decided in his favor. He even starts to sneer, ready to brag that a pathetic sneak attack like that would never work on someone like him. But before he can finish reveling in his own confidence, his body suddenly fails him. He collapses unconscious right there on the spot. And with that final barrier erased in an instant, the second prince feels the last of his hope disappear and is swallowed whole by despair. Now, trapped with nowhere left to escape and no one left he can count on, the second prince can do nothing except sink further and further into that suffocating hopelessness. It had been a flawless attack, executed with terrifying accuracy. The strike broke the man's nasal bone at the exact angle needed and caused damage to the brain, leaving him technically alive, yet taking from him the one thing that mattered most in this kingdom, the ability to ever cast magic again. And even after dropping that opponent so cleanly, the boy instantly picks up on another presence. Without even looking rattled, he senses that there is still one more wizard nearby, still standing and still ready to fight. That remaining spellcaster is already on the brink of unleashing magic drawn from thunder spirits. The spell nearly complete, but the boy acts before the casting can finish. He rushes in first and drives a savage kick straight into the wizard, smashing his jaw with such force that the entire shape of the man's face twists on impact. And after landing a hit that brutal, the attacker coldly tells him, almost casually, that he is free to leave if he wants to. But with his mouth ruined like that, the wizard can no longer form the chant he needs. So wounded and cornered, he immediately changes tactics and tries to switch over to a technique that does not require spoken words at all. That decision turns into a complete disaster. One clean strike is all the boy needs to send him tumbling violently down the staircase below. From where he stands, the second prince can only stare with wide-eyed disbelief. He cannot begin to understand how a skilled swordsman and even a Class A wizard were both crushed this easily, as if neither of them had ever possessed the slightest chance of winning. The boy answers in a voice so calm, It is almost eerie, explaining that nowhere in this world does this. Magic is the only thing capable of causing harm. That single statement pushes the prince over the edge, shaking openly now. He fumbles out his weapon and blurts out the question he can no longer hold back, demanding to know whether Heinz Faranya was the one who sent him. The young man, despite being unmistakably an assassin, denies it at once and says without the slightest hesitation that this is not the case. Then he adds that he came here because of a friend, and that answer nearly shatters what little composure the prince still has left. The prince snaps in disbelief, insisting that such a thing could never be true. In his eyes, there is no world in which a Galda could ever be friends with someone born into the royal family. Driven into a corner and desperate to survive, he asks how much money it would take to spare his life. But the moment those words leave his mouth, they drag the intruder back into a rush of painful memories. And after that, he decides there is no reason to prolong any of this any further. Not long after that, the second prince's death is formally announced to the public as the result of illness, and even the coffin prepared for him is kept sealed tight, never opened for anyone to see. In the end, the official story never changes. He is said to have died from sickness, and the coffin remains closed the entire time, shut away from every eye, and with that, the dark cloud that had loomed over the palace for so long finally begins at last to lift. Sometime later, in a quiet room where everything seems calm, another noble sits alone in his chambers, peacefully reading in silence. Then, without the slightest warning, that same figure appears before him and calmly speaks his name, startling him out of that stillness in an instant. That man is Heinz Faranya, and now that his younger brother is dead, there is barely any doubt left that he will soon be the one to inherit the throne. The assassin fixes his eyes on Heinz and asks him what it feels like to watch the dream he has pursued for so many years finally begin to take real shape in front of him. But Heinz does not answer with pride, excitement, or smug satisfaction. Instead, he speaks with quiet restraint, saying that this moment is not the destination he has been aiming for, but only the beginning. He then repeats the promise he made long ago and states firmly that once he becomes king, he will abolish every law built to discriminate against those who were born without magic. The assassin has known Heinz for far too long to question whether he means it. There is no doubt at all in the sincerity behind those words. Because what exists between the two of them is genuine. Their bond is real, and neither one is pretending otherwise. But before long, a different problem begins to surface. The simple fact that a Galda is not even permitted to attend a coronation in the first place. Heinz Faranya makes it plain that he will deal with that issue personally and grant the permission himself. And the moment those words leave his mouth, his companion's expression brightens immediately. The assassin understands there is no sense in forcing change so fast that the entire kingdom collapses into disorder. So he accepts the hard truth that fixing a society this rotten is going to take patience and time. With that mutual understanding settling between them, Heinz gently suggests that his friend leave the capital for a while and go back to his hometown, if only to finally take a breath and clear his mind. The assassin agrees without putting up much of a fight. After everything the war has dragged him through, he feels he has earned at least a little peace now that the fighting has finally come to an end. Later that same day, he grips a cloth in both hands, twists the water out of it, and begins wiping himself down as carefully as he can, scrubbing away the sweat, dust, and filth still clinging stubbornly to his skin. With a lantern hanging in his hand, he walks through a place that looks all but abandoned, moving slowly through the dim interior while the weak light rocks back and forth with each quiet step. Around him sit stacks of old arcane books and lines of worn training dummies, making the whole place feel like a room once built for study, discipline, and endless repetition. And even while standing there in that silence, he still finds it hard to believe. A life that had been consumed by battle after battle might truly have reached its end at last. Because he was born without magic, no one could sense his presence, and in his line of work, that trait had always been priceless. From the start, he knew the enemies he needed to fear most were powerful wizards. So even though swordsmen and martial artists were dangerous too, he reached a brutal conclusion very early on. If brute strength by itself would never be enough, then maybe the answer was to try learning magic with his own hands. Heinz Faranya had immediately reminded him that he simply had not been born with that talent. But by that point, the young man had already decided he would not back down. He swore that he would study magic more obsessively than anyone else and train his body just as relentlessly, all in the hope that sheer effort alone might somehow let him crush that weakness. That was the promise the two of them share with each other before everything truly began to move. As his eyes drift over those old study materials, the assassin cannot help but think about just how long and how painfully exhausting that war had really been from beginning to end. The next day, during what should have been nothing more than a normal walk through town, he hears a vendor call out with a cheerful voice, urging passersby to come over and take a look at the newest goods on display. Among the wares laid out at the stall are fresh pineapples, so rare in that region that they catch the eye almost immediately. The boy stops for a moment and considers buying one as a gift for a companion, already convinced that something like that would be enough to bring a smile to her face. The merchant casually names the price and says it will only cost a single copper coin. But the instant he notices something, those red eyes shining from beneath the hood, his whole attitude flips at once and he bluntly refuses to sell anything at all. In response, the assassin calmly reaches into his things and pulls out 2 silver coins, then asks again in an even, level voice whether the man truly intends to do business or not. Just as he expected, whispers immediately begin to ripple through the people standing nearby as they murmur to one another about a Galda openly walking among them in broad daylight. And as the boy keeps moving down the street, the people in front of him quickly step aside, drawing back as if even standing too close to him might bring some terrible curse upon them. That so-called curse is nothing but the name forced onto the Galda, the only race in that land born without any magic at all. Years earlier, one king had decreed that the Galda were to be treated as livestock by the Alcair, creating a vicious social order built entirely around whether a person possessed magic or not. And from there, the cruelty only deepened. The Galda were enslaved, sent into war as expendable soldiers, and butchered in massacres that were not just ignored, but eventually encouraged. As the years passed, nearly every problem inside the kingdom was pinned on the Galda. A convenient lie the monarchy was more than willing to keep feeding to the people. Even thinking about that warped reality is enough to make the assassin feel sick to his stomach. Even so, in that moment, there is nothing he can do except keep walking and keep hoping for a future where all of it is finally destroyed and remade. As he continues down the road, his attention is caught by a small girl who stumbles while desperately trying to keep pace with her friends ahead of her. And the moment she trips, she falls and bursts into tears right there on the ground. So like any decent adult would, he stops where he is and moves to help her instead of simply walking past. When the little girl lifts her head and sees the red eyes beneath his hood, she freezes for just a brief second. But what appears on her face is not fear, and it is not disgust either. To his surprise, the look in her eyes is one of pure admiration. It is the first time in his entire life that anyone has ever looked at him that way. Before long, the child brushes herself off and runs off again after the others, leaving the Galda standing there alone with a strange warmth spreading through his chest, something unfamiliar and impossible to ignore. Now, more than ever, the idea of one day being treated as an equal no longer feels impossibly distant and somewhere deep inside. He understands that this is only the beginning. Much later, after night has completely taken over, the young man stops outside his home in quiet hesitation after being away for 10 long years, wondering what kind of welcome could possibly be waiting for him there, or whether there's even anyone left who might welcome him at all. Old memories begin rising up on their own one after another, whether he wants to relive them or not. He remembers a much earlier day inside their small cabin, when his mother scolded him for fooling around with a knife instead of handing it over properly. And even when she told him that he needed to find work, there had never been any harshness in the way she said it. What he heard in her voice back then was never coldness at all. What had always been there was worry. More than anything, his mother had simply wanted her son to find his place in the world and do his honest best with the life he had been given. Because she had long understood that this world was never going to show him kindness, she tried to ready him for that cruelty from the time he was still young. That was exactly why she kept telling both him and Lena over and over again that no matter what happened to them or how far life might drive them away, they would always have a home to return to. And even now, after a full 10 years had gone by, he still kept an amulet tied to those memories close against his body, a small and quiet keepsake that carried with it the feeling of home, the warmth of family, and the only true comfort he had ever known in his life. But the instant he gets close, that fragile comfort is torn to pieces. Even though it is deep in the night, the entire area is blazing so fiercely that it shines as bright as day, and the heat crashing into him is so intense it almost steals the breath from his lungs. In that single instant, the future the assassin had been quietly imagining for himself is completely destroyed. Standing before that roaring wall of fire, the first thing that surges through him is not fear for his own life, but a frantic and desperate need to know whether anyone inside might still be alive. For the first time in years, he speaks his own name out loud. Van Kruger, calling into that burning darkness, as if saying it aloud, might somehow keep everything from falling apart for just one more moment. What he finds is not relief, but something far worse. He sees one villager collapsed on the ground, the body so terribly mangled that it is barely human to look at. Then another comes into view, and then another after that. Some were not simply killed either. They had been executed and hung from a tree, their bodies left on display like a warning meant for anyone still alive to witness it. Every face he sees is familiar. The shock hits so hard that his mind almost stops moving, crushed beneath the horror unfolding in front of him. To Van, none of this makes any sense at all. He cannot understand why ordinary criminals would ever go this far. But in that moment, answers matter far less than time. He has to find his mother. He has to find Lena. Everything he had done until now had been for those two. The dream he held closest was to rebuild his country into a place where they could finally live without fear. That dream dies the moment he reaches the spot where his home once stood. There, hanging in the air, just like the others, is a limp body. As Van steps closer, it feels as though his heart stops beating inside his chest. He recognizes his mother. She is still alive, but only barely. And with the last scraps of strength left in her, she tries to force words out past her lips. But the shock crashing over Van is so overwhelming that his whole body freezes where he stands. His mind refuses to accept what his eyes are showing him. That denial holds for only a moment until another sound tears through it, his sister's voice suddenly calling out to him. Lena, horribly wounded and somehow still breathing, manages to reach him with her voice before collapsing only moments later. Van rushes to her at once and catches her in his arms, but instead of telling him what happened, she pleads with him to run. With barely enough breath left to speak, she insists that the person behind all of this is still nearby and is still searching for him. Van can hardly process it, struggling to believe that the second prince could still have more allies than he ever realized, and at first he tries to focus on saving her instead of listening to what she is saying. But the blood spreading beneath them tells the truth with a cruelty words never could. There's already far too much of it. As her strength slips away, Lena confesses in a trembling voice that during the years he was gone, she learned how to cook. Tears filling her eyes, she tells him that more than anything, she wanted to watch Van eat something she had made for him herself. Little by little, the light begins to fade from her eyes, and with the last of her weakening breath, she begs him not to blame himself for any of this, softly telling him that none of what happened here was ever his fault. But even that final moment is stolen from him, when a knight suddenly drives a blade deep into his back. At once, several others break into cheers, convinced they have finally brought down the leader of the rebel forces. And yet, one of them quickly notices that something is terribly wrong. Van does not fall. His body remains standing, and his eyes are still burning with the determination to fight on. Before striking again, the knight hesitates just long enough to ask why Van never even tried to evade that attack. Van answers that there is no one left alive for him to protect anymore. To the knight, those words sound pathetic, like nothing more than the final muttering of a man who has already been broken. But before he is ready to die, Van demands to know who ordered this massacre in the first place. The knight does not hesitate. He tells him plainly that the order came directly from the king himself. Van cries out in disbelief, insisting that Heinz Farania would never commit something like this. And then, almost as though those words summoned him into existence, the blonde king appears right before Van's eyes. Alive, untouched, and standing there without a scratch on him, the sight of that figure shakes Van to his very core. The way Heinz stood there made it painfully clear this was never some spur-of-the-moment confession. Every part of him was calm, controlled, and almost unnervingly ready, like he had been holding this truth back on purpose, just waiting for the exact right time to reveal his real face to Van. And just to twist the knife even deeper, Heinz looks straight at him with that open, contemptuous mockery on his face and asks whether Van really came all this way just to go chasing after the ghosts of old memories. When the king finally gives his explanation, there is not even the slightest hint of guilt or regret in the way he speaks. If anything, his tone is colder than ever as he flatly insists that the one truly at fault here is Van himself. He declares that assassins who can slip past magical detection, disappear into any shadow or hiding place, and move through even the most heavily guarded defenses without being seen are simply too dangerous to be allowed to keep living. And worse than that, he says those same killers also possess enough raw physical strength to bring down people who stand at the very top of authority, making them a danger not just to a few lives, but to the peace of the kingdom itself. So in Heinz's eyes, creatures like that are the kind of threat that could one day shake the very foundations of his rule. And because of that possibility alone, he believes they must be completely erased from existence. The instant Van grasps what Heinz truly means, a sick wave of revulsion surges through him. It rises straight from his gut and shows clearly across his face before he can even hide it. What disgusts him most is not only the truth itself, but the crushing realization that he had been lied to from the very beginning and that everything he once trusted was built on deception. Even then, Heinz says with eerie calm that he still plans to keep the promise he made, and that warped promise is this: once the Galda are wiped out, there will be no one left alive to endure discrimination ever again. Then, just as one of the knights steps forward to finish him and swings his weapon down for the killing blow, Van suddenly thrusts out a hand and catches the descending blade with his bare palm. Now that the truth has been laid bare, something inside Van changes all at once. The battle in front of him, the reason he is still standing, and even the way he looks at Heinz all shift in a single instant. The pain ripping through his battered body stops meaning anything because it is swallowed whole by something far hotter and far more dangerous, a fierce, blazing hunger for revenge. Even with his body torn up, his strength drained away, and his condition pushed right to the edge of collapse, Heinz still understands better than anyone exactly what kind of monster Van can become once that murderous side of him is fully let loose. The knights react at once, surging into position without hesitation and throwing themselves into a protective formation around the king, building a wall of steel before Van can close the distance. And Heinz does not remain safely behind that shield either. He steps forward himself, bracing for the coming clash, as though he already knows this is the moment when everything finally starts to shatter. But in less than the span of a blink, Van tears straight through that first line of defense before the knights can even properly register what just happened, let alone stop him, calling upon the secret shadow technique carried within his bloodline. Van releases the lethal move known as Final Bloom. In response, Heinz pulls in every last scrap of magic he can summon, gathering it into himself with desperate focus, and answers Van's attack by unleashing Lucius Sagittarius. The impact between the two former friends is so fierce and violent that it feels as if the entire battlefield itself shudders beneath the force of their collision. By the time the night sinks deeper, knights are lying scattered across the ground in every direction, their bodies strewn through the wreckage left behind by that brutal clash. And even in that shattered, ruined state, Van keeps dragging himself forward because through all of this, he is still fighting for the sake of his sister Lena. And in exactly the same way, even with death hanging over him like a shadow, he still refuses to lower his head or submit to the Alcair. Heinz calls that stubborn resolve foolish, but even he admits there was never any chance that words alone would make Van back down. The only thing that could possibly stop him now was absolute crushing force. When the battle finally comes to an end, Van is somehow still alive, barely clinging to that last thread of life as he lies there in the aftermath, his thoughts drifting slowly through the darkness. After everything he has endured, the pain, the betrayal, the losses that tore through his life again and again, Van simply cannot accept that this is where his story is supposed to stop. His revenge is still unfinished. It still hangs there, incomplete and unresolved, with far too much left behind for him to let it end like this. He needs one more chance, just one last opportunity to carve out even the smallest future his own people might still be able to live in. And somehow, whether it is the hand of fate or nothing more than impossible luck, that desperate plea is answered. At last, his eyes close as he lies against the freezing ground beneath him. But when they open again, he finds himself in a room so familiar that for a moment it feels almost unreal, like reality itself has bent out of shape. Then he hears Lena's voice coming from the stairs as she makes her way up toward him, calling out in her usual way to ask if her brother has finally decided to wake up already. Van jolts upright in an instant and shouts back, asking if she is safe. But Lena can only stare at him in complete confusion, clearly unable to understand why he would ask something like that. She shows no sign that anything is wrong at all, and Van, still convinced this has to be some kind of dream, can only sit there and listen as she casually tells him to hurry up and get dressed. With the kind of easy impatience only Lena could manage, she reminds him that today is his birthday. A moment later, their mother appears too, and gently urges him to get out of bed, but the second Van turns and sees his reflection in the mirror. A wave of disbelief crashes over him all at once. At that point, there is no denying it anymore. Somehow, impossibly, he has gone back 10 whole years. It is the morning of his 15th birthday, and the family is already busy getting everything ready for a picnic to celebrate the occasion. His mother and Lena both insist that on a day this bright and beautiful, staying shut up inside the house would be a total waste. For one brief moment, Van starts to wonder if maybe everything he went through was nothing more than a long, horrible nightmare. But that fragile doubt begins to crack almost as soon as it appears, when a sudden gust of wind sweeps through the room without warning, sending flower petals swirling and drifting through the air, and the sensation of it all feels far too vivid, far too tangible to dismiss as just a dream. One of those petals brushes lightly across his skin, and in that instant, Van realizes his body still carries the heavy memory of countless battles etched deep into it. And with that realization, the smell of smoke from the city comes rushing back into his mind, followed immediately by the lingering echo of Lena's final words. The agony from that wound in Van's chest still feels disturbingly fresh, as if the pain never truly faded from his body at all. And the screams from that nightmare are still lodged in his ears so deeply that even now, the memories hit him with such brutal force, it feels like those horrors only just happened. So when Lena notices the look on his face and asks him what is wrong, Van avoids answering on purpose, swallowing down everything racing through his mind and steering the conversation somewhere else before any of it can spill out. Not long after that, their mother calls out to both of them in a warm, gentle voice, saying the picnic is almost ready and that everything has already been laid out. Van remarks on how good the food smells, and Lena, bright-eyed and cheerful as ever, immediately beams at him and wishes him a happy birthday with a smile. At that exact same time, far away from that quiet, peaceful picnic, a squad of knights is already riding hard as they chase after a group of heretics. Among all the men in that unit, there are only a small number who could truly be called capable mages. And with their forces stretched that thin, even the ordinary soldiers can tell from the situation alone that the odds are bad enough for failure to be a very real threat. The destination they are racing toward is the autonomous district of the Galda. One of the knights remarks with cold indifference that since the people in question are not ordinary civilians, it does not really matter if a few of them end up dead before this is over. And although Anisi, the Amazon warrior traveling alongside them, never voices that thought aloud, she silently agrees with that merciless judgment. Back at the picnic, Van praises the meal, but the moment he tastes it, he cannot ignore the strange ache of nostalgia hidden in the flavor. That uneasy feeling only grows stronger when he remembers that his mother had already made something similar the day before, with Lena right there beside her helping. Because the taste is so familiar to him, Van can even pick up on the smallest imperfections in the dish, tiny flaws that only someone who already knew it by heart would ever notice. Little by little, the truth begins to settle more firmly inside him. And Van starts to accept that he really has returned a full 10 years into the past. That means he has been given a chance to change everything this time, even if he still has no idea yet what the correct first move is supposed to be. His mother asks him once again whether something is troubling him. And hearing that question makes Van remember that among the Galda, turning 15 was the age when a person had to decide what kind of life they were going to choose. There were 3 roads open before them. The first was staying in the city and living a simple life by taking ordinary work. The second was leaving the city behind to search for dangerous jobs elsewhere. Wow, the third was choosing the far bloodier path of becoming a mercenary. Even without the use of magic, the Galda were born with extraordinary physical strength, and because magic could not detect them, they were highly sought after as escorts in places where danger was everywhere. But once war broke out, those very same gifts meant they were sent directly to the front lines first, and most of the ones who went never came back alive. The rare few who did survive were promised tremendous wealth in return, enough money to completely transform the lives they returned to. Van's mother says that mercenary work was not entirely without merit because the money earned that way had undeniably improved life for their family. Even so, the expression on her face and the heaviness in her voice make one thing unmistakably clear. She does not want Van to choose that future for himself. But in his previous life, Van ignored that warning and walked that road anyway. And that decision was what eventually led him to Heinz Ferrania. That quiet, reflective mood is shattered all at once by a sudden loud noise cutting through the air. A bell starts ringing. Van is on his feet in an instant because the meaning of that bell crashes into him the moment he hears it. For one brief and fragile stretch of time, he had forgotten, but now the memory comes roaring back all at once. He bursts into motion and urgently tells his family to leave the city immediately, not stopping to explain anything before he runs off. Ahead of him, a man is already standing before a crowd, shouting out a sermon with feverish conviction and unshakable fanaticism. He loudly proclaims that the gods themselves have declared dirt to be a sin. Then he continues, claiming that the kingdom is still sheltering impure beings known as the Galda. According to him, they are stained from the very moment they are born into the world, and that darkness exists within them by nature. These preachers belong to the Purification sect, an extremist religious faction that exists within the Mage Kingdom. Because of how radical and extreme those beliefs are, even the church itself has branded them as heretics. One of the central doctrines they preach is that the Galda are nothing less than servants of evil. And on the day of Van's 15th birthday, those fanatics fled the capital and took refuge inside the autonomous district. With no proper security in place to stop them, they began committing atrocities too horrible to speak of, all in the name of what they called purification. That day, Van had been forced to hide with his family inside a cramped, narrow alley, unable to do anything except endure the terror around them. But this time, Van refuses to repeat that same mistake. Now that he's made it into the city, Van Kruger tears through the overcrowded streets at top speed, slipping through the flow of people so cleanly and so precisely that almost no one even realizes he's there. He weaves between pedestrians, springs onto ledges, grabs at stonework, and climbs wherever he needs to, turning walls and rooftops into his real route while leaving the road below behind. Not a single step is wasted. Every movement is chosen to keep him concealed, never staying exposed for even an instant, as he carefully avoids entering anyone's direct line of sight. Right, as the speech reaches its end, one of the Purification sect zealots steps out before the gathered crowd, making it obvious that the next part of their twisted spectacle is about to begin. That fanatic lifts himself up proudly and prepares to burn away what he calls a Galda's sins, ready to cast the victim into fire under the excuse of purification. But before that cruel display can even start, Van is already there, arriving at the scene far faster than anyone could have imagined possible. Van knows one of the oldest and simplest rules when it comes to fighting mages. If you're going to strike, you do it from outside their awareness, before they ever sense that danger has closed in. So he goes straight for the most critical targets, aiming with cold precision at the brain and the vocal cords first. If a mage can't think clearly and can't speak, then they can't complete a spell. Van understands that perfectly, and he makes absolutely sure that is exactly what happens. Still, the moment that fanatic drops, everything changes. The instant the body hits the ground, Van's attack stops being a hidden one. In that brief, exposed second, both allies and enemies notice him at once, and suddenly every eye in the area snaps toward Van. Another zealot loses his composure and reacts on pure instinct, thrown into panic by how suddenly the ambush has shattered their control over the scene. But Van moves even faster than that flicker of panic, already acting before the man can gather himself and recover. In one fluid motion, he seizes the enemy's own sword and drives it straight through him, turning the man's weapon back on him without the slightest hesitation. Van already knows normal steel won't be enough in a place like this, because only a weapon carrying magic can pierce through mystical protection. That's why taking the opponent's blade wasn't just convenient, it was necessary, because without it, his attack would never have truly mattered. Then another cultist starts chanting a long-range lightning spell. But Van responds instantly by hurling the fallen fanatic's corpse into its path, using the body as a shield to absorb the strike and ruin the spell before it can ever reach him. Using that opening from below, Van closes the distance in a flash and drives his fist upward with savage force, launching the target away from the sheer impact. At that point, Van reads the battlefield and judges that only 3 enemies remain when one of them suddenly shouts for him to stop. The reason becomes obvious immediately. The man has a woman locked in his grasp as a hostage, and he makes it clear that the moment Van refuses, she dies. Van hadn't realized there were more enemies than the ones he counted, but even with that mistake, he can tell at once that surrendering won't actually make this situation better. The woman's terror is impossible to overlook. It's written all over her face as she shakes helplessly in the cultist's grip. Without stopping to weigh his pride or think it over, Van drops to his knees on instinct and pleads with the man to stop, choosing the hostage's life over everything else. The cultist's face twists into a smug, satisfied grin, and he loudly mocks Van, shouting that he should have been this obedient from the very beginning. A heartbeat later, another fanatic steps in and slams a vicious kick straight into Van's stomach, knocking the breath out of him and sending him crashing flat onto his back. After that, the remaining purifiers swarm over him in a fury and start beating him mercilessly, venting their rage on him with blow after blow. Even though they clearly want to savor his suffering and drag it out, the one who appears to be their leader cuts through the chaos and orders them to finish Van off quickly. A cold sense of dread runs through that man, like some buried instinct is screaming at him that letting this boy live even a little longer will bring disaster. When he sees the others hesitating instead of carrying it out, the leader releases the hostage himself and steps forward, deciding to kill Van with his own hands. And the very instant the woman is no longer in immediate danger, someone else enters the battle and unleashes a spell of ice. The magic hits the fanatic from behind before he can even turn, striking him clean across the back. Frost spreads over his body in an instant, racing across him layer by layer until he is completely frozen in place, unable to move so much as a finger. A knight warns him not to struggle, telling him that if he moves even a little now, his frozen body could crack apart. Then, speaking in the name of the kingdom's justice, she orders every last fanatic to be arrested, and the leader's face turns deathly pale the moment those words reach him. Watching it all unfold, Van can't help wondering why, in his previous life, those reinforcements had arrived far too late to change anything. Even now, the cultist still tries to force out one last order, screaming for his followers to kill the hostage, but none of them answer. They just stand there rigid and motionless like statues. With that chance secured, the knights move in immediately and strip the weapons from the fanatics one after another, crushing what little resistance they had left. That leaves Van staring directly at the woman who stepped into the battle and saved his life at the moment everything had nearly become hopeless. And from the way she looks at him, it's obvious she witnessed everything Van did from the very beginning all the way to the end. Instead of reprimanding him for getting involved, she openly acknowledges his role and gives him full credit for how the situation was ultimately turned around. In her eyes, the fire mage Van defeated on his own was dangerous enough to reduce the entire city to ashes if left unchecked. She admits that she could have taken that mage down herself, but explains that she had been trying to find a way to do it without causing needless destruction to the city around them. From the way she explains it, Van's sudden intervention was the very thing that forced the kingdom to act at once instead of delaying any longer. She then asks what kind of reward he wants for everything he has done. But Van simply thanks her with complete sincerity for coming to save him. The answer clearly catches her interest. She asks his name, and after he introduces himself simply as Van, she responds by introducing herself as Helene Steinhertz. Even after Van refuses any reward, Helene Steinhertz takes it one step further and invites him to visit the Magic Academy. A proposal so unexpected that it leaves him completely stunned. The moment he hears the Academy's name, Van immediately asks her whether it belongs to the kingdom itself. Helene Steinhertz confirms that it does, then goes on to explain that even commoners are allowed to enroll there, as long as they have enough talent to qualify. Hearing that brings back what Van remembers from his past life. The Magic Academy was renowned for producing countless legendary warriors and immensely powerful mages. Still unable to understand why she singled him out of everyone else, Van looks at Helene Steinhertz and asks the question directly. Why did she choose him in particular? Rather than answer him right there in the open where anyone might be listening, Helene Steinhertz says they should take this conversation somewhere private, far away from curious eyes and stray ears. Before Van can even protest, she catches his hand and starts pulling him along with surprising force, brushing aside any resistance and telling him to guide the way since he knows this part of the city better than she does. After several minutes of moving through the district and even crossing a river along the way, the two of them finally arrive at a quiet, secluded place where no one nearby could possibly overhear a word of what they say. Once they come to a stop, Helene Steinhertz casually scans the area and remarks, almost too calmly, that a hidden place like this would be perfect for carrying out an assassination. Then, without giving him even the slightest warning, she summons a bow of ice into her hand and releases a freezing arrow straight toward Van. Van reacts that very instant, moving with speed so sharp it rivals a magical step, except he does it without using any magic at all. And that unnatural display visibly shocks Helene Steinhertz. In the very next blink, he slips completely out of her sight and circles around into her blind spot before she can properly follow where he went. And yet, even with that perfect opening, Van does not strike because his instincts are already telling him that Helene Steinhertz isn't truly trying to kill him. She's testing him. What unsettles her even more than his movement is the calm, controlled composure in his voice. Because hearing someone that young stay this measured is deeply unnerving. Van asks her directly whether that attack was supposed to be a test, and Helene Steinhertz answers just as bluntly, saying she simply has a habit of confirming things with her own eyes. After hearing that, Van presses the matter further and asks what exactly she intends to do now that she has learned what she wanted to know about him. Helene Steinhertz tells him plainly that he may possess the power needed to change the fate of the Galda, but that future can only truly begin if he enters the Magic Academy. Van immediately asks if she means the night conference, and Helene Steinhertz confirms it without hesitation, saying she genuinely believes he has the potential to make it through. The night conference is a system meant to reward only the most exceptional students at the academy, regardless of what family they come from or what social class they were born into. Anyone who passes earns the right to found a noble house within the kingdom, and the land granted to them is usually connected to the region they originally came from. If Van were to accomplish that, then there would be no question at all that the territory placed in his hands would be the autonomous district of the Galda. That possibility strikes him like a blow, leaving him plainly stunned, because not even once had he imagined that a path like that could exist for someone like him. Unlike in his previous life, he is still young enough this time to take the entrance examination before the age limit closes that door on him. Even so, Van doesn't accept on the spot. Instead, he says that before he gives her any answer, there are 3 questions he needs answered first. Helene Steinhertz agrees to hear him out, and Van begins with the first concern on his mind, recalling that admission to the academy requires a recommendation from a noble. She answers immediately that she will write that recommendation herself, and clearly encouraged by the fact that he is taking the idea seriously, Helene Steinhertz urges him to continue. Van then points out that attending a magic academy when he cannot use magic at all sounds completely absurd, and Helene Steinhertz admits that the concern is perfectly reasonable. Even so, she reminds him that every victor of the night conference had one thing in common. In one way or another, they all helped rediscover the principles behind magic itself. Research into potions, magic circles, and other related fields has already proven that magic is far broader and far more complicated than most people ever believed. So if Van can show the world what he is capable of, then even the act of defeating mages without magic could become a legitimate discipline. Something worthy of study in its own right. In other words, Helene Steinhertz is telling him that the road ahead may be difficult, but in her eyes, it is nowhere near impossible. For his third and final question, Van fixes his gaze on her and asks about the one thing that still matters most to him, her real motive. What he wants to know is simple and direct. What exactly does she stand to gain from helping him rise high enough to become a noble? Helene Steinhertz answers that question with one of her own, asking him whether he truly cannot bring himself to trust her. Van does not retreat from the issue and says he needs to know what she would gain by making him the Lord of the Galda. She admits that helping him would benefit her in some way as well, but refuses to say anything more than that. And her silence only keeps Van's guard firmly in place. At that exact moment, Lena's voice suddenly rings out as she runs toward them, calling for her brother and asking what he is doing in a place like this. Breathing hard from hurrying over, she explains that she heard he had gotten dragged into a fight with dangerous people. Van apologizes for making her worry, and Lena immediately throws her arms around him, clinging to him tightly while scolding him for always insisting he'll be fine right before doing something reckless. Watching that exchange in silence, Helene Steinhertz quietly remarks that Van does not actually need to trust her, but she also reminds him that if he were to gain a noble title, he would finally have the authority necessary to protect not just his sister, but his entire family as well. Then she swears that this is no deception at all, invoking the name and honor of House Steinhertz itself. After Helene Steinhertz leaves, Van remains where he is, still holding Lena in his arms while his thoughts continue turning inside his head. When their mother learns that he directly confronted the purification sect zealots, the shock of it leaves her deeply shaken. And yet, as townspeople begin arriving one after another to thank him, she starts to see the same kind of heroism in her son that once lived in her late husband, and a slow smile rises to her face. Later, the conversation shifts to the Magic Academy, and the moment that subject comes up, a fresh wave of surprise sweeps through the room. Van explains everything to them in full, from the reward he was offered to the recommendation letter to the decision he has already made in his own heart. Lena immediately tries to object, pointing out that the Academy is supposed to be a place meant only for mages. Van answers that this is precisely why he wants to go, because he intends to prove that they are not inferior beings simply because they were born without magic. He turns the matter over carefully in his mind, but no matter how long he thinks about it, he cannot find any other path that would allow him to save everyone. In his previous life, the only way he was ever able to find any meaning was by attaching himself to one of the royal contenders and moving under that person's banner. This time, he cannot afford to stumble forward without thinking. And he also cannot allow an opportunity like the one Helene Steinhertz placed before him to slip through his fingers. Van has already died once before, and because of that, he knows better than anyone that if even the faintest shred of hope exists, he has to seize it. His determination to end discrimination against the Galda has not weakened in the slightest. The sheer weight of that resolve leaves both his mother and Lena stunned. And when his mother looks into his eyes, she sees the very same expression his father once carried. Even though she admits she still does not know whether she can fully agree with the path he has chosen, she also understands that there is no stopping him now. When Van asks whether she can forgive him, his mother looks straight at him and admits that this hard-headed stubbornness of his clearly comes from the blood running through his family. In the end, she accepts that this is the reality standing before her now. That answer pulls a heartfelt thanks out of Van. But his mother quickly brings the conversation back down to earth and raises the practical issue he had completely failed to consider. Just how is he planning to pay the Academy's registration and tuition fees? All Van can do is admit with visible awkwardness that he hadn't actually thought that far ahead at all. Lena immediately jumps in and offers to help too, but instead of reassuring him, the idea of placing that kind of burden on both his mother and his sister makes Van sink into a quiet, heavy despair. Fortunately for him, that crushing worry does not have time to settle in for very long. Without anyone needing to ask, Helene Steinhertz sends over a reward for the purification sect zealots Van defeated. The money is enough to let him prepare for the journey without being strangled by fear or hesitation, and knowing full well that discrimination will almost certainly be waiting for him at the Academy. His mother warns him not to let bitterness take root in his heart. She tells him to keep his head held high no matter what happens, and with a quiet, unwavering pride, she reminds him that he is the son she is proudest of. Van takes those words deep into his heart and accepts them with firm, unshaken resolve. Before he sets out, Lena promises that when he comes home again, she will make him mushroom soup, and Van answers with a faint smile that he'll be waiting for that day. And so, he finally leaves on his journey, turning back to Wave from a distance while carrying a silent determination to keep his promises this time. After a long road and an exhausting trip, Van at last arrives before the gates of the place that will shape a major part of his life. It is that time of year when young men and women from all across the kingdom gather at the Academy, each one chasing a future they believe is waiting for them. Alexis von Hohenberg is the first to step forward. With calm, practiced confidence, he presents a recommendation letter bearing his own father's signature. The moment the guard sees it, his whole attitude changes and he lowers his head with polished respect before the young noble. Not long after that, Elizabeth Kreutzner steps forward as well and offers up a recommendation letter carrying the signature of a duke. She receives the same smooth courtesy, and once that refined exchange is over, it is finally Van's turn to walk up. The instant he steps forward, it becomes painfully clear that there is no chance he will pass through this place unnoticed. Whispers ripple through the crowd almost immediately. Fingers start pointing, and people openly stare in shock that a Galdo would dare show up here in person. Van remains perfectly composed and says that he is doing nothing illegal because all he has come here to do is apply for the entrance examination. His calm, level tone does absolutely nothing to soften the irritation twisting across the guard's face. Without raising his voice, Van reminds them that the Academy's own motto says it accepts people regardless of status. The younger guard immediately bristles, taking Van's words as a direct insult and an open challenge thrown right in his face. Van can feel the danger building by the second. If he chose to use force, putting everyone here down would be easy for him, but the result would be total chaos right at the Academy gates. Before the situation can spiral that far, the older guard cuts in sharply and tells his partner to calm down. At last, someone here says something with at least a little sense. In a dry tone shaped by long experience, the veteran remarks that every year, some foolish Galda gets the same idea and tries to enter the Academy. Still keeping his voice restrained and almost polite, he explains that the Academy itself does not discriminate. What it does require, however, is a proper recommendation letter. What he clearly does not expect is for Van to calmly reach inside and produce exactly that on the spot. One of the guards takes the letter to inspect it, and the very second he notices the noble seal pressed into it, his expression changes on the spot. He blurts out that it can't possibly be real and insists that no noble would ever approve something like this. Convinced the document has to be forged, he reaches out and tries to snatch the seal for himself. Van catches the man's arm in an instant and drives him down onto the ground before he can make another move. The entire crowd around them falls dead silent. The older guard can only stare in stunned disbelief, unable to understand how his fellow guard was dropped so fast without even realizing what happened. A moment later, another figure approaches the scene and sharply demands to know why there is such a disturbance at the gate. The instant the two guards recognize the examining lord, both of them drop to their knees before him. The older guard tries to brush the whole matter off as nothing serious. But by then, too many eyes are already locked on the incident for that excuse to work. With everyone watching, Van calmly introduces himself and explains in an even, controlled voice that he is carrying a recommendation from Helene Steinhertz. Most of the people standing nearby have no idea what that name truly means. The examiner, however, recognizes the letter as genuine the moment he lays eyes on it. Forced to swallow his pride, the examining lord apologizes for the guard's behavior. Even so, the revelation that someone like Van is backed by House Steinhertz sends another ripple of unrest through the crowd surrounding him. In that moment, Van quickly realizes that Helene Steinhertz holds far more influence than some minor noble he could casually brush aside. And once he finally passes through the Academy gates, the atmosphere waiting inside immediately confirms every fear he carried there with him. This is a place ruled by the elite in every sense of the word. Even so, among all the unfamiliar faces around him, Van spots a few people he actually recognizes. Dietrich is one of them, but the man standing here now feels completely different from the fearless swordsman Van remembers from before. A short distance away from him stood Shale, the renowned fire mage, and even without speaking, he carried the kind of overwhelming presence that naturally pulled everyone's attention toward him. When Van lifted his eyes again, he noticed Lunaris too, the same girl who in the years to come would be worshipped across the kingdom as the divine maiden of justice. Before he knew it, Van was staring at a crowd filled with figures who were destined to become legends people would speak about for generations. Unlike Van, every single one of them was meant to rise as a glorious hero of the kingdom, celebrated by the people as champions who marched straight onto the front lines. But once the war over succession plunged the kingdom into chaos, those very same heroes would be stripped of all that glory and turned into mere pieces on a board, manipulated from the shadows by corrupt princes, and one way or another, in the life he once lived, Van had been the one forced to cut them down with his own hands. But this time was different. This time, Van would not move through the dark as an assassin no one could see. He would stand out in the open and confront every last one of them face to face. He understood better than anyone that none of this would be easy, but even so, this moment marked the first true step toward changing the kingdom's future. And almost as if the world wanted to test him immediately, the first nuisance appeared right on cue, making it painfully obvious that he had come over looking for trouble. Van calmly asks whether that remark was aimed at him. But the noble's warped grin and smug, overbearing posture already answer the question before a single word needs to be said. Keeping his voice level, Van tries to explain in the most straightforward way possible that he has every right to be on the grounds of the Magic Academy. Yet the noble reacts as if Van simply standing there is an insult he cannot tolerate. Just as he had in the past, the man gives in to that same ugly impulse, trying to make himself feel important by looking down on Van and crushing him beneath his heel. For the briefest flicker of a moment, the old assassin inside Van considers lowering his head and sidestepping the confrontation altogether. Then his mother's voice resurfaces in his mind, reminding him not to curl in on himself and never to let his posture collapse. At the same time, he recalls something Heinz once told him, that the way a person carries their own dignity decides the way the world will treat them. So Van stays silent. That wordless refusal only irritates the bully even more. And before long, the noble reaches out, grabs Van by the collar, and tries to force him into submission. Van does not lash out, and he does not panic. He merely raises his eyes and meets the man with a cold, razor-sharp stare that makes it unmistakably clear who crossed the line first. What the provocateur fails to understand is that he has just started something that is already slipping beyond his control. Naturally, Van flips the entire exchange on its head and takes command of it. Instead of answering with raw force, he flows along with the incoming motion, redirects the noble's body, and uses that borrowed momentum to turn the situation upside down in an instant. It was the very same technique Van had already used earlier when dealing with the guard. And even after driving the noble straight to the ground, Van still reaches out afterward, calmly offering him a hand to help him back to his feet. But the noble's wounded pride won't let him take it. The humiliation on his face quickly twists into rage, and that anger pushes him completely over the line. In the very next instant, he begins invoking magic. Before he can unleash anything, a sharp voice slices clean through the tension and orders him to stop at once. That command comes from Prince Heinz Ferrania, who steps in and firmly declares that the Galda are allies of the kingdom and part of its rightful order. Cornered by that intervention, the noble is made to apologize, and Heinz follows it up by saying that he has no intention of letting royal blood become an excuse to drive people further apart. Here, Heinz makes clear everyone present is simply an examinee or a student, and all of them are to be treated equally. That rule, he says, plainly applies to Van as well. For a moment, Van can barely process the fact that Heinz is actually standing before him. Seeing the ninth prince taking the entrance examination alongside everyone else like an ordinary applicant only strengthens that old image of humility Van once believed in so completely. And when Heinz openly defends a Galda in front of everyone, many of the surrounding students begin looking at him with reverence, as though they are witnessing a saint in the flesh. Van remembers that Heinz had spoken about the Magic Academy many times in conversations long before this day ever arrived. And now, in the present, Heinz brings it up again. Noticing how tense Van looks, he tries to close the gap between them and says that he understands the feeling, especially since the entrance exam is famous for being brutally difficult. Then, with that warm and flawlessly polished smile on his face, Heinz gently tells him there is no need to be afraid and extends his hand toward him. For most people, that one display of kindness would have been enough to make their guard drop on the spot. But Van is not that person anymore. He already knows far too well what is hiding behind that pleasant expression. He knows the filth concealed beneath the act, and for the span of a single breath, Van instantly understands exactly what kind of opportunity has just presented itself in front of him. This would be the ideal chance to kill Heinz Ferrania, but doing it here would be nothing short of reckless, and it would destroy everything Van had struggled to reach by coming to this place. Heinz keeps his hand extended between them, waiting, but Van never once moves to take it. Instead, Van gives him a casual excuse and leaves the prince hanging there in full view of everyone until Heinz is forced to lower his own hand. The effect is immediate, and whispers begin spreading through the crowd almost at once. Showing that level of disrespect towards someone who could one day sit on the throne is enough to set people off in an instant. And the bitterness runs even deeper among those who already had reason to hate Van, especially the noble he had embarrassed only moments earlier. Before that swelling tension can erupt into yet another confrontation, the examiner steps forward and announces that registration for this year's exam is now officially closed. Once that is done, he informs all of the candidates that he will be leading them next to the entrance of the place known as the Shaded Forest. The moment those words are spoken, the color visibly drains from more than a few faces. After everyone arrives at the exam site and the applicants are gathered together in one place, a coordinator addresses them, welcoming them them before explaining that the shaded forest will be the testing ground for this year's entrance examination. As every person standing there already knows, the Magic Academy exists for one purpose above all else: to refine the elite and shape those who will someday stand at the top and rule the kingdom. It was never meant to be a school for educating ordinary rabble. Anyone who wishes to stay here must first prove that they possess at least the minimum strength required to belong in such a place. And the shaded forest is feared for one reason more than any other. It is a place saturated with an overwhelming density of magic power. On paper, the task sounds almost simple when the candidates first hear it, but the reality is far harsher. They have to enter a region drenched in magic itself and return with a flower that has soaked up that power. That flower has a name as grand as the trial surrounding it. It is called the Tears of Heaven, and there's only a single place in all of this land where such a bloom can appear. But the flowers are not the true danger here. The entire region is overflowing with magic, and that influence has warped not just the plants, but every living creature inside it as well. Van already expected the exam to include some kind of practical ordeal, yet even he did not imagine they would be throwing magical beasts at the candidates this early. Before the candidates are allowed to move out, one rule is stated with absolute clarity: no one is permitted to directly interfere with another candidate. That said, cooperation is still completely allowed. Even with teamwork on the table though, every group still has to gather enough flowers to ensure that every single member has what they need to pass. The candidates are then split into two large groups, and the tension climbs the moment the final condition is revealed. They have only until sunset to complete the trial, and to make matters even more serious, the Guardian issues each student a badge. That badge is meant to be their last resort. If a candidate is driven into a situation where death becomes a real possibility, they can activate it and call for rescue. But the instant they do, they are disqualified without exception. With the rules laid out and the conditions understood, the exam finally begins. Almost immediately, students start forming little groups, carefully choosing allies whose strengths might compensate for their own weak points. Van, meanwhile, ends up standing there completely alone. And to him, that is not a problem at all. In fact, Van prefers it that way, because moving alone means fewer limitations, fewer messy variables, and far more freedom to react the moment things turn deadly. Then it becomes Van's turn to receive his badge. The examiner pauses for the briefest moment before handing it over. That tiny hesitation is impossible to miss. The man looks visibly uneasy, almost disgusted, as though even the act of placing the badge into Van's hand is something he can barely tolerate. Even so, the badge is finally given to him. Van accepts it in silence and keeps walking, all the while sensing that same noble's sharp, lingering stare once again drilling into his back. The second Van crosses into the forest, the exam stops feeling like a test and starts feeling like real danger. A magical beast bursts out at him without the slightest warning. It comes so suddenly that he is not given even a moment to calmly assess the situation or prepare himself. Van identifies it almost instantly. One look is enough for him to judge that it is a medium-class demonic beast. Any creature that has been infused with magic is generally classified as a demonic beast. That means overwhelming physical ability, raw strength beyond what ordinary humans can deal with, and in many cases, the capacity to use magic as well, which makes them more dangerous than plenty of normal spellcasters. And in that split second, a thought flashes through Van's mind. Ever since he became an assassin, every enemy he had fought up to now had been human. This is the first time in a very long while that he is facing something completely different. Even with that realization, he does not hesitate for even an instant. Van steps forward without fear and drives a straight punch right into the creature's abdomen. It is not some desperate or reckless hit either. Long before this moment, Van had already mastered techniques designed specifically for killing monsters exactly like this one. The blow is brutal by itself, but what truly makes it lethal is the force packed behind it, the full weight and momentum he pours into that single strike. The damage does not stop at the surface. The shock punches inward, tearing through the beast from the outside and carrying that destruction deep into its internal organs. A technique like that is much harder to land cleanly against the clever human fighter who can read and react. But against the beast that attacks on instinct and rushes straight in, it becomes devastatingly effective. Van had encountered magical beasts more than once back in his mercenary days, and those experiences were exactly why he had prepared himself for monsters like these. With that in mind, a brief thought crosses him about how unlucky the two boys hiding farther away really are. Still, he does not waste much time worrying about them. From the way things look, The noble and the boy with him have not even realized that a battle is already happening close by. The aristocrat simply assumes Van must have done something with poison, while the other boy is only thinking about the rule that strictly forbids interfering with the exam. In the end, though, neither of those reactions would change much. The examiners have no intention of allowing a Galda to pass, especially one bold enough to openly disrespect a prince. As far as they are concerned, even if Van were to die out here in the forest, no one would ever be held responsible. Elsewhere, away from the candidates, one examiner walks with the older guard toward a hidden gate tucked out of sight. Once they arrive, he coldly orders the man to bring him the key. The knight immediately tries to stop him, offering one reason after another, but none of it gets through. The examiner refuses to be persuaded and will not back down. He has already decided what he is going to do. Behind that sealed gate lies the trump card he intends to unleash, and he plans to use it to hunt down the boy who dared to take part in this exam. According to the Academy's rules, a candidate who entered through recommendation cannot simply be forced out. But in the examiner's eyes, allowing Van to pass would stain the Academy's reputation. So to him, only one acceptable answer remains. Make Van's death look like an accident. The knight continues, warning him, spelling out all the ways this could spiral into disaster. But the examiner refuses to listen and pushes forward anyway. After all, Van is moving through the forest by himself, and no one of importance has gone anywhere near him. When the key is finally brought over, the seal is broken. Then the examiner gives the command to release the cursed beast, ordering it to kill the Galda boy for the sake of the Magic Academy's pride. For reasons he cannot fully put into words. The second examiner is suddenly seized by a dark sense of dread. Deep down, he feels that this year's exam is about to descend into something truly disastrous. So the moment he sees his colleague returning, he stops him at once and demands to know where he has been. The response comes back far too casually. The examiner lightly says he only made preparations for what comes next, and that vague answer makes the other man even more suspicious. Back in the forest, Van keeps advancing deeper through the trees, and eventually he finds exactly what he came here searching for. Spread out before him is a cluster of flowers gathered together in one place, matching the description perfectly. It is Van's first time ever seeing the tears of heaven with his own eyes. And if he can collect them now and return safely, then his admission is practically guaranteed. That is the exact moment when the people following him finally choose to stop hiding and reveal themselves. One of the nobles curls his lip and mockingly remarks that Galda really do have sharp senses, comparing them to dogs with open contempt. Van answers right back without missing a beat, saying that he knows that from experience. Van answers without even the slightest flinch. To him, this kind of thing is painfully familiar. Cowards always wait for the moment they can strike from the shadows, and from the noble's stance alone, Van can tell he came here with one goal in mind: to rattle him, corner him, and crush his nerve from the start. But Van has already seen straight through all of that. Deep down, he understands exactly why they tailed him into the forest in the first place. They made fools of themselves in front of the other candidates, and their pride is too bruised to let the humiliation go. So Van says it aloud in a calm, almost icy voice. This is exactly the sort of petty, childish behavior he would expect from spoiled little nobles drunk on their own pride. And even as he says it, he quietly shifts his footing and settles into a fighting stance, completely composed, without a trace of panic on his face. That one line is enough to make the noble completely lose control. His expression twists in an instant, his face warping with raw, immediate fury. Neither side wastes any more time on empty words after that. The two nobles immediately begin drawing in mana, gathering their magic the moment their tempers boil over. The pair clearly fights with different roles in mind. One takes the front line as a magical swordsman, while the other hangs back as a conjuring mage ready to support from the rear. In this world, magical combat is usually divided into three major categories, and the first is the most common and familiar of them all: ordinary spellcasters, the ones people simply refer to as mages. The second category is made up of magical swordsmen, fighters who channel mana into their blades and turn every slash into something far more lethal than steel alone could ever be. And the third group is magical martial artists, warriors who circulate mana through their own bodies to heighten their strength, sharpen their speed, and push their physical movements beyond normal human limits. A mixed team built around different combat styles is normally a dangerous thing to face, because each person can cover what the other lacks. Even so, it takes Van only a brief moment to read them and realize something important. Neither of these two has ever truly killed anyone before. They are reckless enough to come after him and violent enough to threaten him without hesitation, but one thing is still missing. They do not yet possess the resolve needed to carry another person's death all the way through to the end. Even knowing that, Van cannot simply kill them and call it self-defense. The moment a noble dies, their house will never let the matter rest. Retribution would be unavoidable. And when it came for him, it would come without a shred of mercy. The aristocracy of this era still carries the savage temperament left over from the Age of War. Their bloodlines may be polished by status, but they have not forgotten how quickly bloodshed turns into vengeance. This time, Van wants a different kind of life. So he makes a decision right there to put aside the lethal assassination methods of his former self and beat them without crossing that final line. The noble locks eyes with Van and sees that same calm, unbroken stare still looking back at him. That only irritates him more. With his temper flaring, he rushes forward and unleashes a technique he calls windblade dance. Van slips around most of the attack, weaving away from the worst of it, but not every strike misses. One blade still catches him just enough to leave a shallow cut across his body. The attacker's face immediately tightens at the sight. He is clearly frustrated that the blow was not enough to put Van down in a single shot. With his pride clearly stung, the noble starts boasting right there in the middle of the fight, loudly proclaiming that the Voltric family is renowned for its command over wind magic. Then, dripping with arrogance, he declares that he might graciously spare Van's life if Van kneels and begs for it. Van's reply comes back instantly, and it is nothing but open ridicule. In a dry voice, he asks whether the Voltric family's greatest talent is really just using wind magic to keep people cool in the summer heat. That insult lands exactly where it hurts. The noble erupts into full-blown rage on the spot and throws away whatever restraint he still had left. Mana bursts violently around him, swelling outward as he summons a raging storm so fierce it looks as though the very sky above the forest is being ripped apart. Under that crushing pressure, Van is forced onto the defensive. For the moment, he abandons any thought of striking back and focuses entirely on dodging, surviving, and waiting for his chance. What leaves the noble stunned is the fact that Van keeps slipping through it anyway. Each time the man's bloodlust spikes, Van reads the flow of mana with perfect clarity and moves before the attack can fully crash down on him. And the very instant the storm begins to weaken and lose its force, Van steps back in without hesitation and fires off a crushing counterattack loaded with overwhelming power. The moment one of the fighters goes down, the magical swordsman's composure visibly breaks. Panic flashes across his face. Acting out of desperation, he raises his enchanted sword high overhead and charges straight at Van. But the second Van lays eyes on that weapon, he already understands the kind of enchantment placed on it. It is only a basic enchantment, nothing more. Which means that unless the blade connects with a clean, direct hit, it is nowhere near as dangerous as the swordsman wants it to seem. Under ordinary circumstances, a sword swing is naturally much faster than a barehanded strike, often 2 or even 3 times quicker. Even so, Van's footwork is so exact that he glides around the attack as if the blade itself barely matters. He does not bother contesting the weapon head-on. Instead, he targets the wrist, knocks the strike off its line, and immediately takes advantage of the opening that appears. Without giving the swordsman even a second to recover, Van follows up with a short, sharp blow to the arm. The impact is clean and brutal, and it sends the young noble crashing hard onto the ground. And even after bringing both of them down like that, Van still does not finish them off. Looking at the two of them through their pain and frustration, he asks whether they truly intend to keep pushing this any further. And the way he says it makes one thing unmistakably clear. If they choose to continue from this point on, then he will no longer guarantee that they will walk away from it alive and intact. That warning finally shatters the noble's nerve. Thoroughly shaken, he backs away, swallows his pride with obvious difficulty, and actually apologizes. And then Van feels it. A strange presence brushes against his senses, something so unnatural that his instincts react before his mind can fully catch up. In an instant, his attention leaves the aristocrats completely. He realizes that something far more dangerous is approaching and immediately yells at them to run now. But before any of them can properly react to the warning, the beast that had been released comes charging in like a nightmare made flesh. Its horns rip into them in a heartbeat, goring through the group with terrifying force and hurling all three bodies violently through the air. The moment they slam into the ground, agony tears through every part of their bodies at once. The instant Van gets a clear look at the creature, his whole body goes taut with alarm. He recognizes it immediately, and that recognition hits him hard. Standing before them is a Hellsboar, a fang-type demonic beast. The kind of monster that can turn an already terrible situation into a massacre in mere seconds. The nobles can only stare at it in disbelief. They cannot understand how a monster of this level could possibly appear in a place like this during an academy exam of all times. But there's no time at all to stop and wonder about that. The beast is already dropping low and preparing to charge again. Monsters like this are known as cursed fangs, and once they lock onto prey, they do not stop until it is dead. Wrapped in magical power on the level of a sage, the creature radiates a suffocating aura of death. Realizing just how hopeless the situation is, Van warns them that if they can move even a little, then right now is their only chance to run. One of them answers immediately that running is not possible. He lifts his leg just enough to show Van the damage, and the sight alone explains everything. The limb is twisted horribly from the impact, mangled badly enough that he says through the pain it is probably fractured. At best, the injured noble can only barely force himself back onto his feet. Even standing there is obviously a struggle now, and it takes only one slight shift for it to become painfully clear that he is hanging on by sheer willpower alone. That leaves Van cornered in a truly brutal situation. In the span of just a few heartbeats, nearly every realistic option he might have had starts vanishing one after another. If he tries to carry either of them, his speed drops instantly, and against a monster like this, losing even a little mobility is no different from choosing to die. And the rescue badge is not a real answer either. Even if they break it now and call for help, the delay before anyone arrives would still be far too long to save them. Then, one of the nobles clenches his teeth and tells Van to run on his own. In his eyes, Van is the strongest mage here, so if any one of them has even a slim chance of surviving alone, it would have to be him. But the other boy rejects that idea immediately. He says flatly that being abandoned like that would disgrace his family's name, and he refuses to accept an ending that's shameful. Van quickly proposes another plan. Instead, one of them should activate the badge and the other should stay behind only long enough to buy a little time. Ralph Eisenbach shoots that suggestion down on the spot, saying that even death would be less humiliating than surviving through something like that. So, in the end, the two nobles make their decision. For the sake of family honor, they choose to stand their ground and fight to the very end, keeping their heads high, even if that choice gets them killed. To Van, that is the worst answer they could possibly have given him. Because now, the problem is no longer just the monster in front of them, he also has to deal with the dead weight of their stubborn pride. That is the moment Van finally loses patience. He snaps at them, shouting that if they're truly going to fight, then they should fight to win, not throw away their lives for some pointless, self-satisfied death. The noble immediately bristles at that, hearing nothing in Van's words except arrogance. But there is no better option left, and there's no time left to argue. Whether they like it or not, they are forced to accept the truth. Cooperation is the only path they still have. Back at the entrance to the forest, the second examiner quietly remarks that the timing should be about right by now. The first examiner turns toward him and asks what exactly he means by that, but the question is casually brushed aside without any real answer. Instead of explaining himself, the second man asks a different question altogether, whether any of the rescue badges have been activated yet. And when he hears that not a single badge has been broken, the news settles very differently between the two men. To the first examiner, it sounds strange. To the second, it is almost pleasing. In his mind, that result points to only one conclusion. Van never even got the chance to call for rescue. Before the exam began, all of the candidates had their belongings confiscated first. During that process, the examiner had secretly taken one of Van's personal items and used it to imprint the boy's scent onto the beast ahead of time. Now, he is fully convinced that Van has already been slaughtered and reduced to nothing. Certain his scheme worked perfectly, he stands there waiting with smug satisfaction, unable to keep himself from laughing. Back in the forest, as the monster presses forward once again, all three boys tighten up at once and brace their bodies for the next collision. Van raises his voice over the pressure and shouts out the plan. He will hold the creature in place, and while he does that, the two nobles are to pour every bit of attack power they have into it. Falk Waltraich immediately immediately balks at the thought of taking orders from Van, but the beast is already coming at them too fast for that protest to matter anymore. The instant Van feels death closing in on them, he throws himself forward at the last possible second and intercepts the charge, head on. This time, he does not restrain himself. He reaches for assassination techniques, recreating the same crushing strike as before, while using the monster's own charging speed to drive the damage even deeper. But unlike the smaller beast from earlier, this monster does not collapse from a single exchange. The hit lands and the damage is real, but it is nowhere near enough to finish the fight. The principle behind the technique is simple to explain and terrifying in actual use. Van reads the target's movement in advance and strikes directly at the point where that motion begins. And with a four-legged beast, that pattern is even easier to predict. Whenever it attacks, the head is always the first part of the body to move. Van drives the force inward through multiple layers of penetration, trying to break through piece by piece, but then a flash of alarm runs through him when he realizes the impact is not reaching the inner organs the way it is supposed to. The reason becomes obvious at once. This younger body of his, rewound 10 years into the past, is smaller, less muscular, and far weaker in raw power than the body he once fought in. For now, that is the absolute limit of what he can produce. So Van immediately calls for the next move, and Falk Waltraich answers by casting the spell Sky Ripper. Blades of compressed wind come crashing down onto the Hellsboar one after another in rapid succession. Right after that, Ralph Eisenbach charges in with his enchanted sword, but the instant the blade lands, it becomes horribly obvious that the monster's hide is even tougher than they feared. And then the situation takes another turn for the worse. The beast slips into a berserk state. Van reacts instantly and yells for everyone to fall back. But the creature does not allow them even that much breathing room because it is already charging again. It pushes itself all the way to full speed, violent gusts tearing up around its body as it barrels straight toward them like a living disaster. When Van glances behind him, his stomach drops. Both of his allies are sprawled on the ground and unable to move, though at least for the moment, they are still alive. Falk Waltraich only survived because he barely managed to deflect part of the impact with magic at the last moment. But if the beast charges even one more time, that will be the end of him. Ralph Eisenbach has already begun to think this is where it all ends. His sword accomplished nothing, and yet Van is still standing there in front of the monster. Then Van says he is going to try once more. And to the noble's utter disbelief, he goes even further than that. He tells them that on the next attempt, all three of them are going to bring the monster down together. Falk Waltraich stares at him in disbelief and asks whether Van still does not understand what is happening here because their magic has already proven that it is not enough. Van answers immediately, and this time he gives a concrete adjustment instead of empty determination. He tells Falk Waltraich to mix stones into the spell and use them to increase its destructive power. Then he turns to Ralph Eisenbach and tells him to stop trying to overpower the beast head on and instead focus on driving the blade into its weakest points. Falk Waltraich can barely process what he is hearing, and he demands to know what exactly Van thinks he is doing. From Falk Waltraich's point of view, the answer is obvious. There is no chance at all for them to win this fight. At the very least, Van could still run if he chose to. And even Falk Waltraich admits with bitter honesty that after everything they had tried to do to him earlier, he would not blame Van in the slightest for leaving them behind now. Van answers without even the slightest hesitation, his voice firm and unwavering as he makes one thing absolutely clear. Revenge was never the reason he came here in the first place. He says the wish driving him is much simpler than revenge, yet far heavier to carry, that more than anything else he wants his people to finally be recognized as part of this kingdom. And because that future is the very reason he keeps fighting, there is no world in which he would abandon comrades from the same nation he dreams of seeing accepted at last. Those words hit Falk Waltraich head on, like a blow he never saw coming. And for a moment they leave him standing there in stunned silence. In that instant, reality crashes down on him all at once, and along with it comes a crushing, suffocating wave of guilt for everything he has done up to now. But before anyone can stay trapped in that feeling for more than a heartbeat, the Hellsboar lowers its massive body and prepares itself for one last brutal charge. Van notices the movement immediately. His eyes sharpen on the spot, and he shouts for everyone to act now and carry out the plan without delay. The instant Van gives the signal, Falk Waltraich launches himself forward and unleashes his Windblade dance once again. This time, following Van's advice to the letter, he mixes stones into the spell, reshaping it into a new variation that he names Black Dust Skycutter. A dark, crushing blade packed with grit, dust, and shattered earth come slamming down from above with savage force onto the fanged beast below. The strike blinds the monster in an instant, filling its sight with debris, and Van wastes no time at all. Seizing the opening, he declares that now it is his turn and lunges straight in. As he moves, Van keeps one crucial piece of knowledge fixed in his mind. The shoulders of four-legged beasts do not function the same way human shoulders do. They are not anchored directly to the spine, which gives the front legs far more flexibility, but that same structure comes with a weakness. The creature's balance is much less stable in return. Using that exact weakness, Van activates his rotation technique and lands his blow in a way that throws the monster's entire body violently off balance. As the beast begins to pitch and topple, he immediately shouts to the others that its heart is toward the front, set low between the forelegs near the base. This time, Ralph Eisenbach does not freeze the way he did before. He rushes forward at once, but the second he meets the beast's murderous glare head on, his lack of experience still catches him, and he falters for the briefest split second. Even so, he forces himself through that fear, follows Van's instruction, and drives his sword down exactly where he was told to strike. Falk Waltrach immediately cries out in triumph, already certain in that instant that the battle is finally over. Van feels none of that relief. Instead, his expression tightens at once, because the moment he sees it, he knows something is wrong. The blade did not reach the heart after all, and Van realizes that that tiny hesitation may have been all it took to ruin the attack. And right after that, the Hellsboar starts to rise again. As one final act of resistance, the monster throws open its jaws and releases a devastating roar. It is a rare ability for a predator to possess, a magical attack that turns sound itself into a weapon and channels destructive force through its cry. A massive shockwave erupts outward in every direction, blasting everything around it through the air, while Ralph Eisenbach is smashed back to the ground, blood spilling freely from his body. The instant he hits the ground, a sharp stabbing pain tears through him, and he knows at once from that agony that the blast has damaged his internal organs. And as if that alone were not enough, the beast lumbers in closer, looming over him from a distance where it could tear him apart before he even has a chance to move. At that range, and with the monster moving that quickly, surviving what comes next looks almost impossible. Just before the noble can be finished off, Van steps directly in front of him, and among the harmony techniques at his disposal, the one he chooses in this moment is called Spiral. Instead of trying to overpower the attack with even greater force, the technique works by receiving the enemy's power, twisting it into rotation, and sending that momentum down into the ground. Even so, the truth hits Van the moment he faces the charge head on. This beast is simply too powerful, and there's no way he can redirect all of that force cleanly. That leaves him with only one last option, and even if choosing it destroys his body in the process, he decides it is still better than dying here and now. With desperation breaking into his voice, Van shouts at his companions to run, to get away, and keep running as fast as they possibly can. Ralph Eisenbach gathers the last scraps of strength still left inside him and somehow manages to drag himself back up onto his feet. At the same time, Van rushes straight in and clamps both hands around the creature's horns. He pours every ounce of strength he has into holding it back, strain and exhaustion already written all over his face. Yet unlike Van, the monster seems to be growing stronger with every passing second. Then with one violent surge of power, it tears free of his grip and flings him away, smashing him into a tree hard enough to shake him down to the bone. Falk Waltrach instinctively moves as if to rush to him, but Van immediately yells for him to stay back. The beast, relentless and merciless, charges once again, and despite the warning he was just given, Falk Waltrach throws himself forward anyway, unable to stop his body from moving. No matter what it costs him, he is trying to save Van. But even battered, shaken, and injured, Van has already decided one thing deep in his heart. He is not going to die here. Under his breath, in a voice that sounds almost like a quiet prayer or the turning of some forbidden key, he murmurs that his heart should sink and the chains binding him should be released. Something dreadful is clearly about to happen, but before it can fully unfold, an ice spell suddenly slams into the monster's front paw. The impact makes the beast howl in pain and collapse right where it stands, cutting off its charge just before it can reach Van. And what stuns everyone most is not only the spell itself, but the identity of the one who cast it. It came from Prince Heinz Ferrania himself, something none of the three had expected to witness. The nobles immediately cry out in alarm, warning that it is far too dangerous for royalty to be anywhere near the battlefield. But Heinz Ferrania answers without a moment's hesitation that protecting the citizens of the kingdom is the duty of royalty. And those words visibly shake both nobles. To Van, the sight of that moment feels painfully familiar, like he is watching a scene he has already lived through once before. To Van, the scene in front of him feels sickeningly familiar, because this is exactly how Heinz Ferrania always used to win people over before leading them straight toward death. And now, standing before them like some dazzling but deceptive beacon of hope, Heinz proposes that the four of them join hands and form an alliance. Van does not even give the idea a second to breathe. He shoots back immediately, raising his voice as he flatly refuses. Confusion flashes over the nobles' faces at once, tangled together with obvious irritation, and even Heinz cannot keep the surprise from showing in his expression. Even with all those stunned eyes fixed on him, Van does not bend at all. He stands his ground and repeats himself just as firmly without softening a single word that he has no intention of working together. He says it bluntly, almost cold enough to cut, that the power of a royal heir is not something he needs. Falk Waltrake immediately snaps at him to show some respect, while Ralph Eisenbach points out in no uncertain terms that Heinz just saved all of their lives. Van fires right back with the same sharp edge in his voice, saying that if the prince had not interfered, he would have settled everything himself. Heinz meets his gaze directly and asks him whether he truly means that he does not need anyone's help at all. Van answers that yes, he does need help, but as he starts walking toward the monster, he tells Heinz to stay quiet and watch from the sidelines, just like royalty usually does. Right after that, Van warns them that the beast is moving again, and only moments later, the monster comes charging straight at their group. This time, Ralph Eisenbach clenches himself tight, steals his nerves, and insists that no matter what happens, he is at least going to land one proper hit. Van tells him to keep calm, warning that if they panic and run now, they will only be throwing their lives away. Falk Waltrach then adds that he only has enough mana left for one last attack, and Van immediately orders both of them, along with Heinz, to watch his signals closely and move only when he gives the word. There is something different about Van now, something steady, grounded, and completely unshaken in the way he stands, and that quiet certainty begins to spread through the others as well. As he steps forward to meet the monster head on, Van remembers just how overwhelming his fear had been only moments before. And because he has already stared that fear in the face and pushed through it, he now believes he can win this battle without resorting to the forbidden technique at all. By this point, 3 of the Van's harmony techniques have already failed against the monster. The beast has also begun to recognize them as genuine threats now. And because of that, the way it moves becomes noticeably more guarded and cautious. Van slips cleanly past a wide, sweeping strike, then springs upward in one smooth motion, catching a tiny opening right in the middle of the exchange. The creature lets out a roar and immediately chases after him, but Van keeps evading it at the very last instant, even using the monster's own body as a foothold and source of leverage to keep moving. Falk Waltrach can barely believe what he is watching, and Heinz is no different, because movement this fast should not even be possible without magic. By shifting the weight of his body and altering his center of gravity before he even pushes off the ground, Van removes the normal preparatory motion that should come before any movement at all. It is the kind of refined technique known only to martial artists who have climbed to the absolute highest level. So to the 2 men watching from the side, seeing Van kick off, leap, and slip around a demonic beast like this without using magic feels almost impossible to even make sense of. Then, in one final maneuver, Van plants his foot directly on top of the monster's head. That sight alone leaves the 2 nobles staring in complete disbelief. Heinz, however, understands one thing very clearly: against a creature at this level, attacks without magic are little more than harmless touches. So as the beast continues to thrash and fight on, he starts to feel that the whole situation is about to slip beyond anyone's control. Van, on the other hand, declares that this is exactly the result he was trying to create from the beginning. His true aim was never to damage the monster directly, but to provoke it. And before long, the warning signs of its destructive roar begin to appear. The instant Van sees that opening, he shouts for Falk Waltrach to use his wind magic. Falk reacts at once, driving stones into the spell and blasting them straight into the creature's open mouth. The debris jams its airway immediately, and the beast chokes on the spot before collapsing under the sudden interruption. Van does not waste even a heartbeat. He leaps onto it at once, comes face to face with the monster at point-blank range, and sets up his crushing double strike technique, Twin. Both blows come crashing down at the exact same instant onto the center of the demonic beast's skull. The shockwaves from the left and right race inward and collide at a single point, like ripples on water slamming together from opposite sides. That impact leaves the creature completely incapacitated. With the first step complete, Van gives the signal to Ralph Eisenbach, and Ralph spins his sword once before bringing it down in a decisive slash that cleaves the beast apart. The nobles can do nothing but stand there frozen, unable to properly process the fact that they have actually brought down a monster of such a high level. Still struggling to catch up with what just happened, Ralph Eisenbach looks at Van and asks what he is doing. Van does not answer him with words. He only stares silently at Heinz for a brief moment, then turns away and reaches down to offer Ralph a hand so he can rise. With a pained look on his face, Ralph admits that the inside of his body feels sore and wrong, like his internal organs may have been injured. Van explains that sound-based magic can be partially countered by covering the ears, and Ralph answers that it is a lesson he is never going to forget again. Now that the immediate danger has finally passed, everyone's attention shifts back to the real objective that brought them here in the first place. And to Van's surprise, out of all the flowers that had once been here, only 2 remain. It is exactly the cost of moving in a large group, just as they had been warned right from the very beginning. Van's mind starts racing at once, fully aware that they are running out of time, but before he can even say anything, the nobles move first, gather the last 2 flowers, and begin discussing how they should divide them. And naturally, the very first flower is handed to Heinz, simply because he is a prince. Van can't even hide the disbelief on his face. Looking straight at Waltrach, he questions why a flower should be handed to someone who did nothing except stand there and watch the whole thing happen. But Waltrach doesn't respond in the slightest, as if Van's complaint never even reached his ears. Without wasting a word arguing back, the second flower is quietly placed directly into Van's hands instead. The sudden gesture clearly catches him off guard, and he lowers his eyes to the flower before asking, almost cautiously, whether the boy is really sure he wants to give it to him. The boy answers in a calm, matter-of-fact voice, saying he has no intention of leaving any debt unpaid to anyone. Then, as though that settles the issue completely, he gives his name at last and introduces himself simply as Falk. Right after Falk finishes, Eisenbach steps forward as well and follows that introduction with one of his own in the same straightforward manner. He states that his name is Ralph. Van is visibly taken aback by how direct both of them are. After a short pause, he finally introduces himself just as simply giving only his name, Van. The 3 of them exchange a few brief greetings after that, and hanging over the whole moment is the quiet understanding that this might be both the first and the last time they ever speak to one another. Just when that slightly awkward exchange seems like it's finally settling down, Heinz suddenly steps in and cuts cleanly through the moment. He bends down without any fuss and calmly gathers several flowers that had already fallen onto the ground. Their petals are shriveled, their color faded, and they look completely lifeless. Then, with a simple use of light magic, he restores them in an instant, breathing life right back into the wilted blossoms. The sight is so unexpected, so delicate and refined, that everyone standing there is left staring in stunned silence. Holding out the flowers now brought back to life, Heinz asks them to accept the gesture. He even reassures them in an even composed tone, making it clear that nothing bad will happen if they take them. Van's gaze shifts upward toward the sky, and that's when he notices the sun has already dropped lower toward the horizon. Realizing at once how little time they have left, he quickly warns everyone that they need to get out of the forest immediately. But the way it comes out doesn't sound like a suggestion at all. It lands more like a direct order. That tone immediately irritates Falk, and a faint but obvious trace of displeasure crosses his face. Before anyone can actually start moving, the prince calls Van back and pulls everyone's attention to him again. Heinz points out that earlier Van had deliberately covered over his own footprints with dirt. He continues by saying that he has heard of a movement technique designed specifically to hide one's tracks, a method most commonly associated with assassins. Combining that with the martial skill Van displayed earlier, Heinz decides to stop circling around the issue. He asks him directly without softening it at all, whether he is or ever has been an assassin. And Heinz is not asking something like that lightly. He is a prince, and he lives surrounded by enemies on every side. After the king expanded the kingdom through repeated conquests, he tightened the nation's laws, strengthened his grip over the country, and also took foreign princesses as wives. Heinz's mother, however, was different from the others. Before entering the royal family, she had already been a noble in her own right, and she became the 5th queen, as well as the first woman from the kingdom of Firenze to do so. Because of that unusual position, Heinz's brothers and their mothers had every reason to fear what might happen if his path to the throne ever opened, which meant an assassination attempt could come from anywhere at any time and from absolutely anyone. That is why Heinz learned to remain constantly on guard, never once allowing himself the luxury of carelessness. If Van really were an infiltrator who had managed to slip that close to him, then Heinz had already decided he would kill the boy on the spot. Van never expected that something as minor as an old habit would expose him this badly. And what makes it worse is that, by the strictest possible definition, he really is someone who was trained as an assassin. But admitting that here would be the same as signing his own death warrant. So instead, he chooses the only path still open to him and plays dumb. The prince notices the evasion immediately. In response, Van subtly shifts his stance, and without saying another word, his posture makes his intentions perfectly clear. If Heinz wants to settle this by force, then he is ready to stand and fight. The atmosphere turns heavy in an instant. The pressure between them sharpens so suddenly and so intensely that it feels like a fight could erupt at any second. In the moment Van steps forward, Falk reacts purely on instinct and moves to stand in front of him. Heinz keeps his face stern and unreadable, giving nothing away, but in the very next instant, Van is suddenly right at the prince's side, casually saying it was only a joke. Falk is left completely bewildered, unable to understand what he just saw or how Van crossed that distance with such absurd speed. Sensing just how dangerous the moment has become, Van quickly tries to use that opening to smooth everything over. He slips back into polite, restrained behavior, clearly trying to calm the tension before it snaps. But Heinz pays that effort no attention whatsoever because his eyes are already fixed on something far more important. Van had created the perfect opening for himself, and he absolutely could have taken advantage of it, yet he deliberately chose not to exploit that chance. At that point, the truth becomes obvious. This entire exchange was nothing more than a test. Even then, the prince still isn't satisfied. He presses Van again and demands a real answer, repeating the question, bringing up Van's earlier behavior once more, and asking him directly whether he is an assassin. Van answers that those techniques came from Helene Steinhertz, and that she was the one who taught him not just that particular method, but every hand-to-hand combat skill he knows. Inside, Van quietly apologizes for using her name as a shield, but the instant Heinz hears that the recommendation came from House Steinhertz, his expression changes on the spot. Ralph immediately begins explaining, making it clear at once that this duchy is no ordinary noble house. Van had already guessed that Helene was someone important, but he never knew the full extent of it. Heinz then fills in that gap, explaining that she was known by the title of the Lady of the Ice Flower. She was said to stand above even the Magic Academy's best students, so if someone personally trained by her turned out to be exceptional, that would only be natural. On top of that, House Steinhertz was the oldest family still serving the kingdom. With a house like that backing him, the very idea that they would send out an assassin over something like this sounds completely ridiculous. Even so, Heinz asks how Van managed to obtain that recommendation in the first place, but Van has nothing more he can truly say. From the prince's perspective, the most reasonable explanation is that the letter had been given in order to raise Van as a future retainer for the house. After seeing Van's abilities with his own eyes, Heinz remarks that if he had met him sooner, he would have tried to recruit the boy for himself. As for whatever had really been chasing them through the forest, Heinz says he now suspects it was simply the beast after all. Even so, he openly admits that he has no idea how a creature like that could have appeared in a place like this to begin with. Still, since everyone managed to make it out alive, he offers his thanks to the group. For the nobles standing there, receiving gratitude from a prince is considered an honor of the highest kind. To Van, though it means almost nothing at all. Falk steps in once again to caution Van, telling him to be patient and stop acting so disrespectfully, but Van shows no interest at all in praise, favor, or royal approval. He answers with complete indifference, as if none of it matters to him in the slightest. That reaction doesn't make Heinz lose interest at all. If anything, it only sharpens his curiosity, and he finds himself staring even more intently at this strange boy, trying to figure out what kind of person Van really is beneath that detached attitude. By the time they finally make their way back to the entrance of the forest, the candidates who managed to pass have already begun gathering there one after another, while those who failed remain off to the side with their heads lowered, standing in silence, far too ashamed to speak a single word. The second examiner quickly starts counting heads, and then the first examiner announces that even if the prince is included, there are still 4 candidates who have not yet returned from the forest. The moment he hears that, the second examiner is visibly shaken. Anxiety flashes across his face, and he immediately starts fearing that something may have gone terribly wrong. After all, the forest was only supposed to contain monsters weak enough that Heinz could deal with them himself without any real difficulty. He never intended for the prince to be placed in actual danger because of what he had set in motion. And just as that uneasy tension starts spreading through the area, a single figure suddenly steps out from between the trees. The second examiner relaxes at once, naturally assuming that the person emerging first must be Heinz. But instead, the one who comes out first is Van. He looks over the crowd gathered at the entrance and mockingly asks if everyone came all the way out there just to welcome him back. Unlike his colleague, the second examiner doesn't greet him at all. The very first thing he blurts out is a stunned question about how the boy is still alive. The first examiner clearly has no idea why such a question would even be asked. And Van immediately throws it right back at him, asking whether he was not supposed to be alive in the first place. Realizing too late that he let something slip, the examiner hurriedly changes course and awkwardly dodges the issue, claiming that he is merely impressed by what he is seeing. Van snaps back without missing a beat, saying that he is clearly not the only one here who seems surprised. Then, the reason for all that shock becomes obvious right behind Van. The noble candidates emerge as well, dragging the beast's corpse behind them across the dirt. The instant the crowd sees it, gasps spread through the entire area as everyone recognizes the fake monster that attacked them inside the forest. Its severed head leaves absolutely no room for doubt. The evidence is lying right there in front of everyone. And even though both examiners know exactly why that creature was there, they still put on a show and pretend to be shocked by the sight. Even so, the second examiner cannot fully hide himself, and when he speaks, his tone comes out sounding almost like he is accusing someone. So when the first examiner asks him to repeat what he just said, he immediately retreats behind that same excuse, again, insisting that he is only expressing surprise. At that point, Heinz steps forward and calmly describes the whole encounter as a magnificent battle. The second examiner nearly panics the moment he sees that the prince is not only alive, but standing there completely unharmed. When someone asks how he ended up involved in the first place, Heinz explains that he simply happened to be nearby when the fighting started. For the second examiner, that answer is nothing short of catastrophic. Because if it were ever exposed that he was the one responsible for releasing that beast, then the only fate waiting for him would be execution. Heinz notices the man's shaken behavior immediately, and for the third time, the examiner hides behind the same performance, rambling about how shocked he is and even blurting out exaggerated blessings for the kingdom's future prosperity. By then, the suspicion hanging over him is impossible to ignore. Heinz then speaks plainly and honestly, making it clear that his own part in the battle was actually very small. He emphasizes that the victory belongs to the 3 candidates who fought there, and more than anyone else to Van. Neither the examiners nor the students gathered around them can accept that so easily, and disbelief begins spreading across nearly every face in the area. Ralph openly praises Van without the slightest hesitation, while Falk bluntly admits that during the fight, he followed the boy's instructions. Under his breath, the second examiner mutters that something like that should be impossible for a Galda. But with a recommendation from House Steinhertz already tied to Van's name, even Heinz no longer sees anything unnatural about it. Van himself knows the truth better than anyone. Helene Steinhertz never actually taught him any of those techniques. But at this point, there's no possible way for him to admit that. Still, Heinz's public recognition, combined with that recommendation letter, begins to change the way the people around them look at Van. The first examiner then steps forward, bows deeply toward Van, and thanks him in his role as a servant of the kingdom for protecting the prince. Van immediately tries to deny it, insisting that he did not protect anyone at all and merely managed to survive the ordeal himself. Even so, he raises his flower where everyone can see it, and that single gesture prompts the other 2 boys to lift theirs as well. The examiners exchange a silent glance with each other, and from that brief look alone, it becomes obvious that the second examiner is the one who now has to take action. He begins calling out the names of those who passed, starting with the prince, then moving to the 2 noble candidates beside him. And then after a pause, Filled with obvious reluctance, he forces himself to say the final name. With discomfort trembling in his voice, he announces that Van has passed the entrance exam. And so, right in the middle of all that confusion and disorder, the boy successfully secures a place for himself at the academy. As for the matter of the beast appearing inside the forest, the first examiner takes responsibility for it and says that he will personally deal with every bureaucratic consequence that follows. Several days later, standing before the newly accepted generation of talented students, the Academy's director delivers a formal speech and declares that this institution seeks something greater than simple talent alone. According to him, what matters most is genuine nobility of spirit. The kind of spirit capable of becoming both the kingdom's sword and its shield. In his previous life, Van never once imagined that he would someday be standing in a place like this, surrounded on all sides by nobles. This was only a small first step, but for Van, it was still the true beginning of the path toward his real goal, bringing an end to the discrimination suffered by his people. From high above the ceremony grounds, Helene quietly watches everything unfold below, and as she sees the outcome with her own eyes, a small, proud smile slowly rises to her lips, the kind of smile that says the result was exactly what she had hoped for. Once she confirms that events have played out just as expected, Helene turns her back on the scene below and calmly heads off to answer the summons that has been waiting for her. She enters an opulent chamber built for power, a room lined with 5 distinguished seats, and from the way one of those chairs has been left open, it is immediately clear that a place there was being kept specifically for her. Even before anyone speaks, the atmosphere in the room says enough. Every major figure of that circle has already arrived ahead of her, and the weight of their presence hangs heavily in the chamber. Among those gathered is the sword princess herself, Karina Luthier. Seated there as well, wrapped in composed silence, is the silver strategist, Amelia Rodenwald. At last, the stillness in the room is broken by Arnulf Clovius. With a calm, controlled presence that seems to command the entire chamber, he explains that they have assembled for one reason and one reason alone. Completing the group is the 8th prince, Onus Ferrania, the man entrusted with foreign affairs. And the moment Helene sees exactly who is present, she already understands what this meeting is going to be about. Amelia and Arnulf are both in agreement that something unprecedented has happened. For the first time since the Academy was founded, it has accepted a student of Galda descent. Karina clicks her tongue in open irritation and complains that the Academy has grown far too soft, and from the look on his face, the 8th prince clearly feels the same way. More than that, Onus demands an explanation for why a recommendation for that boy came from one of the quintet crown in the first place. There is nothing casual in his voice when he says it. The tone alone makes it clear that he expects Helene to justify her decision properly. Because of that single choice, Helene now finds herself standing in an extremely delicate position. The Academy is filled with the sons and daughters of nobles, young elites blessed with overwhelming magical talent and carrying just as much pride as power. And when that much pride is gathered in one place, it is only natural for clashes and conflict to follow. To keep that kind of chaos from spiraling out of control, a group of idealistic students once rose up and took on the mantle of the quintet crown. So Onus brings the discussion right back to the same point once again and asks Helene directly what she could possibly have been thinking when she chose to recommend a Galda boy. Helene answers without the slightest hesitation, saying that she simply recognized his strength for what it truly was. Karina, however, immediately dismisses that answer as ridiculous. From Karina's point of view, the Galda are a people cursed by the gods, beings who were never granted real power to begin with. Amelia agrees with that severe opinion and states plainly that without magic, no one can ever become the kingdom's sword or its shield. Onus sides with that way of thinking as well, because it perfectly reflects the ideology the kingdom itself has upheld for a very long time. Helene pushes back immediately, saying that belief is nothing more than a convenient excuse used by people who are too unwilling to think beyond the narrow limits of accepted tradition. Her words land directly on the prince, and the offended look that crosses his face makes it obvious that he took that remark personally. At that point, Arnulf calmly offers what he sees as the simplest solution to the whole matter. They should test the boy themselves and judge his worth with their own eyes. Onus approves of that suggestion immediately, then turns toward Helene and asks what she thinks of it. If Van proves to be weak, then Helene's recommendation will be placed under serious scrutiny. Even so, she does not object in the slightest. Instead, she gives him a warning, saying that whoever is chosen to test him must not underestimate him, or the only result will be their own humiliation. Then, to the surprise of everyone in the room, Karina is the one who volunteers to test the boy's ability herself. Even the prince clearly did not expect someone seated among those 5 chairs to personally step forward for something like this. Helene then asks Karina whether Van had specifically caught her attention for some reason. Karina answers in a cold, cutting voice that she simply wants to crush him, if only to wipe that confident expression off Helene's face. Meanwhile, back in the middle of the protagonist's everyday life at the academy, the air is filled with all the usual noise of student life, voices overlapping everywhere with chatter about classes, unfinished assignments, and work that still has not been completed. By then, a full week has already passed since Van first enrolled, and to his own surprise, that first week has been relatively peaceful, aside from the occasional jab or petty provocation that never quite grows into anything more serious. Then, one day during class, the most arrogant instructor suddenly calls on Van and demands to know whether he can explain the theory behind the 4 elements in magic. The instant that question leaves his mouth, the entire classroom falls silent. It is the kind of question far beyond what first-year students would normally be expected to answer, and even the teacher seems to realize a beat too late that he may have pushed things too far. Deep down, he had already assumed that a Galda boy would not even be able to read properly in the first place. But Van remains completely calm and answers without the slightest hesitation, explaining that the theory is a method used to stabilize 4 central factors in magic: flow, density, resonance, and fixation. He continues smoothly, adding that this concept prevents magical stagnation, restores balance to magical energy, and forms the very foundation of modern spell formulas. He explains every bit of it with only the faintest smile on his face, as if the whole answer is so simple that it does not challenge him at all. From that moment on, the constant harassment surrounding him simply comes to a stop. More than that, Van gradually begins making friends of his own. One day, Ralph walks up to him with easy familiarity, gives him a friendly pat on the back, and invites him to go eat lunch together. Van remarks that he has actually been a little worried about both Ralph and Falk lately. When Ralph asks what he means by that, Van avoids giving a direct answer and simply gestures ahead toward the cafeteria instead. Van's response makes Ralph Eisenbach stop for a second, blinking, like he has no idea how he is supposed to make sense of what he just heard. Even so, after that brief pause, he still rushes after Van down the hall, choosing to follow him despite clearly not understanding what is going on inside Van's head. But that small pocket of quiet barely lasts a moment. As they keep moving through the hallway, a girl suddenly steps into sight behind them, and the calm atmosphere is cut off almost as soon as it begins. Van turns to face her and, in an almost casual tone, asks what she wants at first. He clearly assumes this is nothing too serious, just a minor interruption, after the 2 sides seem to do little more than brush past one another in passing. Trying to keep the situation from turning ugly, both sides immediately offer polite apologies. It is the kind of stiff, formal exchange people use when they want an awkward hallway encounter to end right there and go no further. And then, without even the slightest bit of warning, the mood shifts completely. The girl suddenly draws her sword and thrusts the tip straight up to Van's throat. The instant that flash of steel appears at his neck, Ralph Eisenbach's composure shatters, and panic hits him all at once. With a cold, lofty look on her face, she declares that commoners are meant to kneel when they stand before nobles. To her, that is not courtesy or custom, but the natural order of things. And in her eyes, someone from Galda deserves even less dignity than that. She says the least he should be doing is lowering himself far enough to kiss the ground beneath her feet. Even with the blade pressed at his neck, Van does not flinch. In a calm, even voice, he answers that. There is absolutely no reason for him to do any of that. As far as Van is concerned, everyone standing here is now a student of the Magic Academy. Under this roof, they all belong to the same place. But the girl has no intention of letting that point matter. She stubbornly insists on reminding him where she believes he stands, making it clear that, in her mind, rank and hierarchy still come before everything else. Seeing just how ugly the confrontation has become, Ralph Eisenbach finally cannot stay silent anymore. He speaks up at last and says outright that this has already gone far beyond what it should have. She answers that she has no wish to spill blood here, but she says that only remains true as long as Van shows the obedience she believes someone of his standing should naturally offer without being told. But that is obviously the very last thing Van plans to do. To him, Ordinary respect between upperclassmen and new students is perfectly reasonable and easy enough to accept. The moment someone tries to force that hierarchy through intimidation, though, every instinct in him kicks the other way. Instead of submitting, he feels himself resist even harder. So rather than retreating, Van leans forward into the blade itself. Startled by that sudden move, the girl instantly jerks the sword back so he will not get the chance to grab it. But Van still catches the movement. With perfect timing, he twists into the motion, redirects the weapon, and knocks it offline anyway before she can recover control. Her stance collapses almost immediately. Caught in that startled reflex, her fingers only tighten harder around the hilt as if clinging to it will somehow steady her. That abrupt shift throws the weight of her whole body onto the thin blade. In that instant, bending force and torsion strike it at the same time. The sword reaches its limit and snaps neatly in two. It happens so smoothly and so effortlessly that it almost looks like watching vegetables split apart under a razor-sharp kitchen knife. Van glances down at the broken weapon and asks if zinc was mixed into it. Then, with open contempt in his voice, he remarks that being threatened with something this mediocre is honestly pathetic. He goes on to explain that zinc blades are cheap and sturdy enough to absorb impacts, which makes them fine for drills and training practice. But in real combat, he says, they are dangerously unreliable and not something anyone should trust with their life. The girl immediately snaps back that real swords are forbidden on campus. Then, almost like she is defending herself, she adds that she is not one of the quintet crown. As far as she is concerned, that alone means her role in this confrontation is finished. In her mind, that should be the end of her involvement. And at that exact moment, Karina Luthier appears. The instant she arrives, she calls for punishment. In a sharp, unwavering voice, she says Van has shown disrespect to a senior and has also destroyed another student's property. Ralph Eisenbach can barely keep up with what is happening anymore. His mind almost freezes because the legendary sword princess herself is suddenly standing right there in front of them. Van, however, knows who she is the moment he sees her. Not from rumors or school gossip, but from the blood-soaked battlefields of his previous life where countless people died beneath her blade. And because of that, one thought immediately rises in his mind. He cannot stop himself from wondering what someone like Karina Luthier is doing inside the academy in the first place. In Van's first life, back when he lived as an assassin, the kingdom was shaken over and over again by a chain of rebellions that kept erupting one after another. Working behind those uprisings from the shadows was a militant remnant of the Purification sect. That group was known as the Circle of White Annihilation. And among all of them, the most terrifying existence by far was Karina Luthier. She was a demonic swordswoman whose blade had cut down heroes beyond counting. The kingdom did eventually destroy the circle, but the cost was enormous. The chaos left behind by that struggle became the spark that ignited the war over the succession to the throne. Van himself had only ever seen her once before, and that one and only meeting had taken place on the battlefield. So even now, standing here in the present, he still cannot make sense of it. Someone who should have become an enemy of the kingdom is somehow here inside the academy instead. Cutting through that heavy silence, Karina Luthier coldly announces that there is still one more punishment to add. According to her, even simply standing there without speaking before a senior is itself another form of disrespect. In her eyes, silence does not excuse him at all. Van immediately apologizes and explains himself, saying he simply did not realize that she was someone of higher standing. But instead of easing the situation, that explanation only seems to irritate Karina Luthier even further. If anything, her expression hardens at once. Ralph Eisenbach hurriedly jumps in, his voice tense and tight with nerves, and tries to explain that Karina Luthier is one of the quintet crown. Van, without dressing it up at all, bluntly admits that he does not even know what that title is supposed to mean. So they briefly explain it to him. The quintet crown is the academy's disciplinary council formed from the most exceptional students in the entire school. They add that Karina Luthier has belonged to it ever since enrolling at the academy at only 13 years old. That finally draws a genuine look of surprise from Van, and Karina Luthier, strangely enough, actually thanks him for reacting that way. By this point, it is obvious that she must come from the very highest levels of the nobility. That status was likely hidden away later, after she eventually became a rebel. For the briefest instant, a dangerous thought flashes across Van's mind. This might be his chance to kill her here and erase the rebellion before it ever has the chance to begin. If Karina Luthier were removed now, then the succession war itself might never happen. And if that future changed, Heinz Ferrania might never be able to rise to power at all. Even so, Karina Luthier keeps speaking as if punishment is the only thing that matters in this moment. She continues on without the slightest pause. She says that continuing to chatter in front of her is, by itself, yet another insult piled on top of all the others. In her judgment, every extra word is only making things worse. At that, Van quietly shifts his body into a defensive stance. Karina Luthier sees it immediately and warns him that she is about to remind him exactly why she alone is permitted to carry a real sword. The posture she takes is unmistakable. Van recognizes it in an instant as the exact same stance she once used before, delivering execution blows so fast they could not even be seen. Ralph suddenly shouts for Van to stop before this gets any worse, practically begging him to just apologize already, and his raised voice rings sharply through the tense, echoing hall. But Van doesn't even entertain it. He brushes Ralph off without a moment of hesitation and says there's still something he has to confirm with his own eyes before anything else. To Karina, that response sounds completely absurd, the kind of reckless, brainless thing only an idiot would say when the air is already this dangerous. The two of them remain planted at opposite ends of the corridor, staring each other down in absolute silence, while the students gathered nearby go stiff and quiet, too tense to even breathe properly as they watch. Then, in less than an instant, Karina disappears from the spot where she was standing and reappears on the far side of the hallway so fast it barely even registers. Before anyone around them can fully understand what just happened, her sword has already slipped cleanly back into its sheath. Only a second later does the result finally show itself. Van collapses to the floor with a wound, Ralph instantly rushes to his side, and Karina stays where she is, silent and impossible to read. And yet, instead of following through or ending it right there, she suddenly decides that his punishment can wait until another time. In Karina's own judgment, Van is not the kind of person who needs to be put down on the spot. With that decision made, Karina turns her back on him and leaves the scene with her subordinate at her side. That leaves Van alone on the floor behind them, wounded, tense all over, and unable to calm the storm of thoughts running through his head. A few minutes later, after they've already put some distance between themselves in the corridor, the subordinate finally speaks up and asks why she chose to spare someone who is only a novice. It's only once they are safely away from the others that Karina finally reveals what actually happened during that clash. Without any warning at all, her knees give out beneath her, and she drops down while clutching at her body, her face twisting as a sudden wave of pain tears through her. She hadn't spared Van out of mercy in the slightest. The real reason she stopped was because she had been injured herself, and that truth leaves her subordinate staring at her in total shock. Forcing the words out through the pain, Karina explains that she once read about something like this in old martial arts text, a technique that strikes pressure points with terrifying accuracy. The pain spreading through her body is so intense that even moving the way she normally would has become nearly impossible. Still trying to piece it together, her subordinate asks if that means the two of them must have exchanged direct blows during the clash. Karina answers immediately and with complete certainty that no, that isn't what happened at all. The moment she closed the distance between them, her full intention was to strike straight for Van's neck without hesitation. But at the very last second, Van slipped underneath that attack and countered instantly, driving his response straight toward one of her vital points. Her body reacted before conscious thought could catch up, forcing her to pull back, and that split-second retreat altered the course of her blade. At the same time, Van's hands moved in with perfect control, reaching precisely for the pressure point he had been aiming at from the start. That motion was only the opening step of a combined technique, the kind passed down in only a handful of very particular sword schools. It's the kind of knowledge Van should never have had any possible way of learning. From the subordinate's point of view, Karina is obviously the victor because she is still the one left standing. He says the result is plain to see, and outwardly, Karina gives him her agreement. But deep down, she knows better than anyone that the truth of that exchange is nowhere near that simple. An attack aimed at pressure points is not a killing blow, which means Van had been trying to stop her without causing permanent damage. If that clash had been a real fight to the death, then the final outcome might have been very different from what it looked like. And more than anything else, the part that lingers with her most is the simple fact that she had underestimated him. Irritated by that realization, Karina coldly states that the next time they cross paths, she'll come prepared far more thoroughly than she did today. Back on Van's side, Ralph carries him through the academy corridors and asks what it was Van had been so determined to confirm in the middle of that dangerous confrontation. He tells Van that he'd been worried out of his mind the whole time. And on top of that, he can't help being curious about what Van was actually thinking. Van, however, dismisses the question as if it hardly matters. But inwardly, he reflects on the fact that even though Karina's words had been harsh, she never once drew a real sword on him, and the magic he sensed from her felt completely different from the crushing terror she carried in his past life. That difference alone tells him she had shown restraint, and almost absent-mindedly, Van even lets slip the thought that she was unexpectedly kind. That one brief exchange is enough to make him believe that the Karina standing here now is not the same monster he once faced before. As Ralph carries him toward the infirmary, Van starts wondering whether there might really be a way to change her future after all. Instead of deciding from the very beginning that killing her is the only path left to him. The next day, Van walks into the classroom and heads toward his desk the same way he normally does. Only this time, something is clearly different. The second he steps inside, he can feel far too many eyes locking onto him from every direction. He takes his seat near the edge of the room, but almost immediately he starts hearing whispers ripple around him about how he challenged one of the Quintet Crown. That sudden flood of attention puts him on edge right away. Not long after that, Ralph and Falk arrive and tell him not to waste his time worrying about the idiots who keep staring and whispering. And judging by the looks on both of their faces, they seem fully determined to help him figure out some way to apologize. Van makes his stance clear immediately, saying flat out that apologizing is not what he intends to do. He even points out that when he first met the two of them, neither one seemed anywhere near this nosy or meddlesome. Even so, he still thanks them for being concerned about him and tells them he'll deal with the entire situation on his own. If Van really intends to prevent that future tragedy from ever becoming reality, then he already knows there's no more room to keep dodging the issue. Whether he likes it or not, the time has come for him to face Karina directly, here and now. And however this ends, one thing in his mind still hasn't changed. Van has no intention of being intimidated, and he doesn't believe the Academy's disciplinary elites are enough to make him retreat in fear. Right in the middle of that thick, uneasy tension, the Lady of the Ice Flower suddenly steps in and with perfect calm asks Van to come with her for a private talk. Van immediately questions her timing, glancing at the situation and pointing out that class is just about to start at any moment. Helene doesn't waste time arguing back and forth. She simply tells him it won't take long and insists that he come with her for just a moment. In the end, his curiosity wins out. Van gives in and leaves the classroom together with her, following her outside. That sight alone is enough to leave the entire room frozen in stunned silence. It's already shocking enough to everyone there that Van even knows the Lady of the Ice Flower in the first place. But what really stuns them is the way he speaks to her so casually, like the distance between them isn't nearly as great as it should be. Later, after the two of them reach a quiet, hidden spot well away from everyone else, Helene finally explains that she has been assigned to personally test Van's abilities. Van answers her with a dry, almost unimpressed remark, saying she could have just told him that from the very beginning. Helene apologizes and admits she never imagined the situation would spin this badly out of control, especially once Karina became involved in it. She goes on to explain that Karina is viewed as the very model of noble youth, a once-in-a-generation genius already regarded as the future head of the Luthier family, despite still being so young. But Van says he can't see Karina as just some naturally gifted prodigy. To him, she feels more like someone who abandoned everything else in her life until nothing remained except the sword. That blunt observation clearly catches Helene by surprise, but after a brief pause, she quietly admits that Van has seen the truth exactly as it is. Helene explains that Karina was originally born as an illegitimate child of the Luthier family, and her position was so low that she wasn't even given the basic education a noble child would normally receive. And yet, when Karina was only 10 years old, she defeated her own 17-year-old half-brother in what was supposed to be nothing more than a light, casual duel. That half-brother had been the legitimate heir, And once Karina's talent became impossible for the family to ignore, the house finally acknowledged her as one of its true daughters. Even after that, though, her life never became warm or gentle. She grew up surrounded by jealousy and resentment, with no real love to hold on to. And when Van asks how Helene knows all of this, Helene lightly remarks that nobles have always had a taste for gossip. Still before Karina ever enrolled in the Magic Academy, Helene once happened to see her alone during a gathering. The image remained burned in her memory ever since. Karina standing off by herself, completely apart from the crowd, quietly looking toward her father's back with a hollow, vacant expression no child should ever have worn. Hearing that, Van says that if things were really like that, then Helene should have gone to speak with her back then. Helene answers immediately that she couldn't do such a thing. As members of great houses, even something as simple as forcing a conversation could have been taken as a political move, a challenge or deliberate provocation. Van can only sum it up for what it is, an unbearably difficult and suffocating situation. Helene admits that at the time, she too had been bound by those expectations, obligations, and invisible restraints. Karina, on the other hand, never seemed to care very much about those kinds of chains. In a quiet voice, Helene confesses that she had always been afraid that one day the girl might end up walking down a terribly dangerous path. Van then looks at her and asks what she would do if that day ever truly arrived. Helene answers without the slightest hesitation that she would stop Karina with her own hands because she had already spent far too long avoiding that responsibility. At that moment, everything suddenly connects in Van's mind. Helene's magical talent had once stood on a level comparable to the heroes who would later go on to shape the kingdom itself. And yet, even with power like that, her name never became one that was widely praised or celebrated. Van realizes what that likely means in the future. When Karina finally became a rebel, Helene must have tried to stop her and most likely died in that battle, never getting the chance to leave behind the legacy she should have had. Even while speaking words heavy enough to shake anyone who heard them, Helene asks Van not to look at her with pity in his eyes. Van says he understands, but he also admits that hearing everything she has told him only makes his resolve grow even stronger. Now more than ever, he is determined to crush the regret, the darkness, and the twisted weight Karina carries buried deep inside herself. In the previous timeline, not a single person had ever managed to stop her. But this time, Van believes he truly has a chance to cut that evil down at the root before it ever fully blooms. Helene quietly lets slip that. Somewhere deep in her heart, she may have been hoping all along to hear those very words from him. She then asks him whether he already has a plan in mind. And Van answers with calm confidence that he never acts without one. So when Helene asks what that plan actually is, Van simply tells her to follow him after class. Once the day's lessons and academy activities finally come to an end, Van's classmates gather around him yet again. Falk mutters under his breath that way too many people have started sticking their noses into Van's business lately. Ralph admits he's still curious about what happened after Van went off with Helene. And Falk immediately says he wants to know too. A moment later, the two of them notice Van up ahead. But he isn't simply standing there waiting around for them. Instead, Van is already locked in the middle of a fight with the Lady of the Ice Flower herself. The instant those attacks slam into each other, a violent shockwave bursts across the area and knocks the two boys backward, making them stumble hard and nearly lose their footing on the spot. Helene lets out a dry, cutting remark, asking Van just where exactly he thinks he's looking, even as a chill mass of magic begins to gather and harden around her hand. Then, without the slightest pause, she releases her ice spell and unleashes the Garden of 1,000 Thorns in a fierce explosion of freezing power. Ralph and Falk can do nothing except stare at the scene in front of them, completely speechless as it all unfolds before their eyes. At the very last possible instant, Van suddenly lunges forward and throws himself directly in front of the two of them. With one perfectly timed martial strike, he crashes through the incoming spell and shatters the magic apart completely. Only after breaking it does he glance back over his shoulder at the two stunned boys and casually comment that they really picked the perfect moment to show up. And the moment those words leave his mouth, Van immediately tells them to join him. The sharp, steady sound of footsteps echoes through a long stone corridor as Karina walks beneath slanting sunlight streaming in through the tall windows. Then the eighth prince calls out to her in an easy, relaxed tone, greeting her as if this were nothing more than a simple chance encounter in passing. Karina turns her head and shoots him a hard, razor-sharp glance, asking whether he needs something while addressing him formally as Your Highness. The eighth prince says he isn't trying to rush her, but he still wants to know when she intends to deal with the Galda they had discussed before. Karina replies that it will happen very soon then adds that the item she requested from her family has finally arrived. At that, the prince's expression shifts with quiet interest, clearly intrigued by what he's hearing. Just then, a student staggers into view, bent forward at the waist and drenched in sweat as she drags along an ornate coffin bound in thick chains, the heavy metal scraping and clattering loudly across the floor. Struggling under the sheer weight of it, the student asks Lady Karina where she wants it taken. Karina calmly tells her to carry it to her room, making it plain that it has to be handled with extreme care. The 8th prince keeps his eyes fixed on the chained coffin and quietly remarks that this must be the object he's been hearing whispered rumors about. He then questions whether bringing out something like that might be going too far even for dealing with a Galda. Karina answers at once that it is not excessive in the slightest, not when it comes to someone like him. For someone who feels like a naked blade that somehow took on human form, she says there could be no stage more fitting than this one. Not long after hearing that, the 8th prince shows a faint smile, the kind that suggests he understands more than he said. Soon afterward, a notice spreads through the academy and students begin gathering one after another in front of the announcement board. The posting states that Karina Ludier, one of the Quintet Crown, has challenged first-year student Van Kruger to a duel as punishment for disturbing public order. It also clearly names the location where it will happen, the Royal Academy's Grand Training Grounds, the White Ring Arena. The notice goes on to describe the place as sacred ground, a place reserved only for official duels and special trials. Beneath the open sky, Van stands alone in the middle of the arena, calmly stretching out his arms and legs and loosening his body while the wind quietly moves around him. Nearby, the 8th prince takes his seat and watches the arena floor in silence, observing everything without saying a word. Little by little, more and more people fill the stands, and Helene quietly remarks on just how enormous the crowd has become. Beside her, Falk and Rolf lower their voices and whisper that the atmosphere hanging over the arena feels unbearably heavy, and one of them mutters that no one here truly believes this will be a fair duel. When the other asks what exactly he means by that, Helene answers in a flat, emotionless voice that this was never a duel in the first place. It is punishment. To most of the spectators watching from the stands, a match between one of the Quintet Crown and a Galda could only end in one possible way: a completely one-sided slaughter. Ralph clicks his tongue at that and says that may be the kind of conclusion ordinary people would come to, but Falk firmly insists that they already know better than that. A confident grin spreads across Falk's face as he says Van isn't the kind of person who could be judged by common sense in the first place. Helene lifts her gaze toward the higher seats and quietly comments that it seems someone else feels exactly the same way. Up above them, Heinz is standing there with an easy, relaxed smile as he watches the arena below. The 8th prince notices him and silently wonders why a man like that would bother showing up to watch a duel like this. As his eyes remain fixed upward, his expression slowly begins to harden. Sensing his brother's stare, Heinz turns and smiles at him, and that simple, effortless expression only makes the prince even more irritated. Then, all at once, an overwhelming pressure crashes down over the entire White Ring Arena. The air itself seems to shudder. The crowd stiffens in place, and even Helene sits rigid beside the two students, staring ahead without blinking. Nearby, the 8th prince leans forward in his seat, his whole posture tightening as the atmosphere in the arena grows darker and more ominous by the second. Down on the arena floor, Karina stands with her eyes closed, one hand wrapped around a chain, while faint violet lights drift and shimmer around her body. The chain scrapes brutally across the stone with a harsh metallic grind, and Ralph, staring with wide eyes, blurts out a question about what that thing could possibly be. At the sight of it, Helene breaks out in a cold sweat and thinks to herself that Karina couldn't possibly have brought that here. There, right in the center of the arena, sits a gigantic coffin, and the heavy chain connected to that coffin rests coiled tightly in Karina's hand. Facing her with a thin smile that almost looks amused, Van remarks that it must be his coffin, and even adds that it's surprisingly thoughtful of her to have one prepared for him. Karina answers with a sharp glare and coldly tells him to stop joking around. As violet light begins boiling out from the coffin and blades start rising up from inside it, Karina declares that a coffin like this is far too good for someone like him. For a brief instant, even Van is left completely stunned, frozen silent by the sight in front of him. The name Sword Coffin seems to hang over the entire arena as the inside of it opens into a radiant armory. It is revealed to be a portable armory, an artifact passed down through generations among the sword saints of the Ludier family. Falk mutters under his breath, in utter disbelief, wondering what in the world the Sword Saints could possibly have been thinking when they created something that monstrously insane. Karina thrusts her arm straight into the violently churning storm of violet light and draws a sword out of it, and the hatred blazing in her eyes is so fierce, so concentrated, it almost looks like something the entire arena can physically see. With the blade now in her grasp, she speaks in a voice as cold as ice and declares that she is going to make him regret every last thing, all the way back to the very moment Agalda first dared to step into this academy. Van answers with the same chilling calm, telling her she has no right to speak about regret at all, and swearing that he will crush her precious sword coffin into pieces. Then, with only the slightest tilt of his head, he coolly asks how the signal to start is supposed to be given. Karina tells him there is no need for any signal because the match has already started, and the instant those words leave her lips, her body is already in motion. She explodes forward in a blur, driving in with the sword at the front of her charge while the violet circle behind her burns even brighter and the chain whips wildly through the air like it is lashing out with her fury. Van's red eyes narrow immediately, and then in the very next instant he slips entirely out of the sword's line as though he had simply vanished from where he stood. A heartbeat. Later, he appears right beside Karina at such absurdly close range that she has to wrench her body around in the middle of her own swing just to keep him in front of her. His fist crashes into her sword, and the impact bursts out with a sharp, explosive crack that tears across the arena floor beneath them. Van lets out a cool, almost detached remark, saying that just as he thought, her reflexes really are exceptional. Karina gives him absolutely nothing back. Not a single word, not even the slightest shift in her breathing. She only hardens her stare even further, and after the briefest reset between them, the two of them launch straight back at each other again. Up in the stands, the students jolt back in alarm. One of them shouts that the exchange is moving way too fast for the eye to follow. Another blurts out that it looks exactly like instant movement magic. And a third immediately snaps back that it cannot be magic because Van is Galda. Falk grabs at his head in disbelief and says that no matter how many times he watches it, it still looks exactly like magic to him. At last, someone identifies the movement as Phantom Step, and Helene calmly confirms that yes, that is exactly what it is called. The boy beside her can only stare and ask what that is even supposed to mean. The explanation comes next. Most people move by first pushing off the ground, and that creates a visible preparatory motion the eye can catch before the body fully goes. Van does not move like that at all. Instead, he sends his entire body forward by manipulating his center of gravity and rotating his pelvis, and that hidden control over his body is revealed to be the true essence of his footwork. Ralph says that even after hearing the explanation, he still does not understand it, adding that this is footwork so ridiculous they cannot even properly read what he is doing from where they are sitting. Falk immediately agrees with him. Helene narrows her eyes as she watches and observes that, for Karina, seeing something like that happen right in front of her must feel almost the same as facing teleportation itself. As she keeps watching the fight below, she recalls that the first time she saw it for herself in the Galda Forest, she had felt that exact same shock back on the arena floor. The fight suddenly compresses into a series of tight, close-range exchanges, and Falk judges that this shift should favor Van because close quarters are exactly where he has the edge. Ralph points out the obvious weakness on Karina's side, saying that at a distance this tight, a longsword should not be able to swing properly in the first place. But Karina adjusts instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, she slides one hand higher up the blade and grips the unsharpened section near the hilt. Then, instead of trying to force a full swing, she drives the weapon forward with compact, disciplined power, keeping every movement tight and controlled. The moment Van sees that change, his expression tightens, and he braces himself to receive the strike from point-blank range. Their clash grinds violently between them, metal and raw force scraping together in a brutal burst that feels more like a collision than a clean exchange. Van kicks himself backward to tear open space between them again. Karina immediately throws a question at him, asking if he really thought she would be unable to cut him just because the fight had moved into close range. Van answers with a tense, uneasy smile. While up in the stands, Ralph blurts out in surprise that the technique she just used was half-swording. It is then explained that a long sword has an unsharpened portion called the ricasso, and that half-swording is the method of gripping that section directly so the blade can be guided with far greater precision in cramped, close-quarters combat. Ralph adds that while the technique is certainly practical on a real battlefield, it is not the sort of thing noble ladies are usually taught. Falk follows that thought by saying that maybe the rumors about Karina becoming the next Sword Saint really are true after all. Helene cuts straight through that speculation and flatly states that against Van, this is actually a bad choice. Karina presses forward with that tightly controlled style, but before she can fully take command of the exchange, Van slips inside her angle and answers with nothing but pure speed. He closes the distance so fast that she does not even have time to completely settle her stance before he is already on top of her. The instant he crashes into her space, the force of the impact ripples across the arena tiles, and Van drives straight through her guard with a blow heavy enough to shatter her balance. Karina's body is launched upward and backward by the impact, and Van gives her no chance to recover at all, chasing after her immediately and shouting that he is not done yet as he keeps the pressure coming without a pause. From the stands, the 8th Prince watches the entire exchange with his arms folded across his chest. He quietly remarks that Van is right, he is not finished, especially not now that Karina has started being forced to take direct hits. Beside him, it is explained that magic swordsmen have a particularly hard time avoiding attacks that carry no magical power whatsoever. That is exactly why Van's blows, which are made of nothing but raw physical force, become so difficult for them to read. Karina plants her feet again and steadies herself, her aura swelling around her as she scoffs and asks what difference something like that is even supposed to make. With complete confidence, she declares that attacks relying on nothing but physical strength could never break through her magical defenses. But in that very same instant, her eyes suddenly widen as a cold, unsettling sensation races through her body. For one brief and disorienting moment, Karina freezes where she stands as though her own senses can no longer properly understand what just happened to her. She drives her sword into the ground to steady herself and stares forward in open disbelief. Then she grabs the side of her head and demands to know what Van has done to her, while Van answers with nothing more than a faint, knowing smirk. He casually says it could have been anything, then almost lazily adds that maybe her mana control is simply sloppier than she thought it was. Karina grits her teeth, caught between mounting fury and genuine confusion over what her own body is suddenly going through. The technique is identified as Could Empty Hall. It is explained to be a method in which a palm strike creates concentrated wind pressure and sends that shock into the semicircular canals of the inner ear, disrupting a person's balance and throwing their sense of orientation completely off. All across the arena, shocked gasps spread through the crowd as Karina is forced backward one step after another. One student blurts out in confusion, asking what in the world is happening, while another shouts in utter disbelief that Lady Karina is actually being pushed back. High in the stands, the 8th Prince suddenly snaps, glaring down at the arena with open anger as he demands to know what Karina Lutia thinks she is doing, to his eyes. This has already gone far beyond a simple duel. It looks like she is grinding the dignity of the nobility into the dirt. Not far away, Heinz Ferrania offers no reaction at all. He only stands there with his arms folded, watching the scene below with a faint grin slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. Down on the arena floor, Karina Lutia bends slightly at the waist, her body still not fully recovered from the dizziness clinging to her. One arm shifts instinctively as if to guard herself while she struggles to regain her balance, and for that brief moment, her posture makes it painfully clear that the disorientation has not left her yet. Then Kruger sees that opening and advances with measured calm, one palm raised as he closes the distance between them. Even now, his face remains composed, and in an almost casual tone, he asks her whether they should bring this to an end already. The second Van steps closer. A purple-haired girl in the audience jolts upright in alarm and cries out for Lady Karina. Her voice cuts sharply through the heavy tension hanging over the arena, and the fear in it makes it obvious she is terrified of what might happen next. At that exact instant, something changes in Karina's face. The lingering haze vanishes from her expression, and what replaces it is sharp, cold, and dangerous, like the sudden flash of a blade being drawn in the dark. Then a magic circle ignites above her, and a savage burst of violet light erupts from it. In the blink of an eye, that violent purple radiance floods outward across the arena and swallows the entire space in a blinding wave of power. Karina drops her body low without a moment's hesitation and drives all of that gathered force downward through her sword, forcing the concentrated power straight into the ground beneath her feet. The arena floor detonates, stone tiles rip apart and blast away in every direction, and the impact tears through the battlefield with such destructive force that the once solid ground is ripped open into a massive crater. All around the arena, the spectators can only stare down at the destruction in stunned silence. The devastation is so overwhelming that one shaken student barely manages to choke out that he cannot believe what he is seeing. Van is driven backward by the sheer violence of the blast, stumbling as he throws both arms up in front of himself. Even he looks visibly shaken, rattled by the force of what just exploded in front of him. In that instant, Van realizes something crucial. Karina had not even hit him directly, she had only swung a sword overflowing with magic, and yet the shock from that alone was already enough to rattle him all the way to his core. That is when it finally clicks for him. Why the sword saints of earlier generations needed the sword coffin to safely wield power like this. Without something like that, no ordinary weapon could possibly endure the force being poured into it. Amid the violent storm of mana raging through the arena, Karina rises into view and names the technique herself. With absolute confidence, she declares that it is Himmelster's, the Heavenfall Blade. And as if to make the lesson unmistakably clear, she calmly adds that what everyone just witnessed proves the technique's one and only flaw. Ordinary swords simply are not capable of surviving the strain it places on them. Watching from above, the 8th Prince murmurs under his breath that this is the real Karina after all, and only then does it dawn on him that she had been holding back the entire time. Beside him, another composed voice agrees at once, remarking that anyone who took that strike head-on would be blown away like dust. Van steadies his breathing, plants his feet again, and lifts his eyes straight toward Karina before telling her that she really ought to take better care of her weapon. Karina answers that she will, then a thin smile spreads across her face, and there is something chillingly certain in the way she looks at him. With that same terrifying calm, she declares that the next strike will be the one that ends everything. A suffocating silence falls over the arena. It feels as if the entire stadium has stopped breathing at once. One student stares at the towering column of power wrapped around Karina and blurts out in panic, asking if she truly intends to kill him. Another student only sneers and says this is the natural punishment for a Galda who dared to stand against a noble. Nearby, Ralph Eisenbach goes pale, the color draining from his face as he realizes that if an attack like that lands, Van will die without question. Falk Waltrich quickly tries to calm the panic, insisting that Van could still survive as long as the strike does not connect directly. In Falk's mind, Phantom Step is still Van's best and maybe only chance to get through this alive. But nobody can say for certain yet. Everything depends on what happens next. Helene Steinhertz watches the duel without even blinking and quietly points out that Van's attacks have been getting through, but they still do not carry enough power to bring Karina down in one decisive blow. Then she states the more frightening truth. If Karina's Heavenfall Blade lands cleanly, Van could be erased in a single instant. Helene goes on to explain the real danger. Karina could deliberately endure Van's attacks just long enough to release Heavenfall Blade at point-blank range. And even if Van somehow avoided the direct path of the blade itself, the shockwave alone would still be fatal unless he had magical protection strong enough to withstand it. Falk swallows hard, his throat tightening as he stares down at the arena and wonders out loud what Van is planning to do now. Below them, shrouded in a swirling violet haze, Karina faces Van once more and gives him one final warning. She tells him to accept the status he was born into. She says that if he does, then she will spare his life. Van cuts his eyes toward her and answers with a dry, unimpressed remark, saying she is obsessively fixated on status as if it is the only thing in the world that matters. Karina fires back immediately that thinking that way is perfectly natural. In her eyes, magical power is determined by bloodline, and that belief is not merely her personal view. It is part of the very foundation this kingdom itself stands on. Van lets out a short, bitter laugh when he hears that. To him, it sounds exactly like something a noble would say, so predictable that he can barely keep the contempt out of his voice. Then Van steps forward and confronts her head on, asking whether she truly believes that simply acting like a noble is enough to actually make her one. Karina goes silent. For just a second, she freezes where she stands, and then she sharply demands to know what he just said. Van does not retreat an inch. He tells her plainly that he knows the truth, that she is half commoner. Then he drives a knife in deeper, saying that this is exactly why she clings so desperately to the idea of becoming a true noble, all in the hope that her father might finally acknowledge her. The instant those words hit her, Karina's face twists violently. It is as if something buried deep inside her finally splits open and raw, uncontrollable rage surges through her entire body. She starts shouting Van's name in fury, her voice trembling as she tries and fails to keep herself under control. A violent torrent of mana erupts across the arena, so sudden and so intense that the students around them can do nothing but stare in confusion. None of them can even make sense of what they are hearing anymore, and bewildered voices begin asking what those two are even talking about. Helene Steinhertz keeps her eyes locked on the fight. tracking every movement with razor focus as she realizes exactly what Van is doing. He is provoking Karina on purpose. More than that, he is trying to force an attack out of her with absolutely no restraint left in it at all. Ralph panics the moment he understands where this is heading, crying out in disbelief and asking why Van would do something that reckless. Then Falk understands it too, and a heavy dread settles over him as he realizes that Van is preparing to use that technique. Inside Karina's mind, the truth she has kept buried for so long rises up like poison. At last, she admits it to herself. Within noble society, she has always been treated like something foreign, something that never truly belonged there. And she understands that this is why she once felt sympathy for Van, even though he was a Galda. Somewhere inside him, she had recognized the same kind of exclusion that had always followed her. She remembers that this was also why she volunteered to test him in the first place. Back then, she had intended to settle the matter without killing him. But now her face hardens completely as she decides that Van never understood that mercy and never appreciated it. Her eyes blaze with fury as she declares that if even he dares to insult her like this, then he should step forward and face her directly. Her mana erupts once again, even more violently than before, and lightning begins to crawl and crackle along the blade as she screams that if death is what he wants, then she will kill him exactly as he wishes. Van lowers his stance and charges straight into that storm of power instead of backing away. He answers her without the slightest hesitation, saying, yes, he is coming. At the same time, Karina gathers a raging violet glow around her sword, rises above him, and then brings Heavenfall blade crashing down from overhead. The strike falls like a guillotine from the sky, absolute and merciless. But in the very instant it drops, Karina's eyes snap wide in shock because Van steps directly into the attack instead of trying to escape from it. The spectators erupt into panic at once. One of them shouts in disbelief that this is sword snatch disarming done with bare hands, and then immediately insists that a technique like
How would you rate your voice from 1 to 10 right now?
At the very least, Van Kruger knew that part was true. In a real fight, no one should be able to casually stop a falling sword with their bare hands like it was nothing. But what he had just done was not some simple stunt, and he makes it clear right away that the move only succeeded because of one very specific principle. He explains that the first thing he did was bring his own hands into sync with the blade's movement, matching its relative speed as closely as any human body possibly could. Then, from the exact instant his palms made contact, he started dismantling the sword's momentum piece by piece. In that tiny, almost invisible sliver of time before the swing could fully complete itself, he broke apart the force, scattered its power, and absorbed the impact instead of receiving the whole blow head on. That technique even had a name. It was called still grip, the zero-style grasp, and it was the same method Van had already used earlier when he forced all of Helene Steinhertz's ice spears to come crashing down at once. Even so, Van admits that the Heavenfall blade really is a ridiculous technique, monstrously powerful in a way few attacks could match. But in the end, that crushing destructive power was also its weakness, and the very thing that made it so overwhelming was exactly what guaranteed its failure. Karina Loutier blurts out that something like that should be impossible, but Van is already in motion before the shock can leave her face. He turns his body through the leftover force, still raging between them, and smoothly redirects that same pressure right back at her. The instant Van's counter connects, a savage shockwave detonates across the arena. The blast is so violent, so brutally heavy, that Karina is launched backward and sent flying through the air. A split second later, her body comes crashing down hard against the ground. Then, gritting through the pain, she forces herself back up just enough to drop onto one knee, a strained groan escaping her as the damage ripples through her body and leaves her visibly shaken. All around the arena, the students can do nothing but stare. Their eyes are wide, their faces locked, stiff with disbelief, as if none of them can quite process what they just witnessed. One of them can barely get the words out, staring straight ahead as he whispers in disbelief that the thousand-blade sword princess has actually been knocked down to her knees. Another student, just as rattled by the sight, can only wonder out loud if this is really the power of that Gouda. Nearby, a purple-haired girl goes rigid and stammers Karina's name in alarm. At the same time, Van's two friends shout from the sidelines, warning him not to let his guard down and urging him to keep the pressure on while he still can. But Van does not rush in to deliver the finishing blow. Karina stays there for a moment, still breathing in rough, uneven pulls after taking that hit, then lifts her head and demands to know why he is not ending the match right now. Irritation and pride twist together in her voice as she asks him if he is trying to show her mercy. Van shuts that down immediately, telling her flatly that it is nothing like that. Then, without even a hint of softness in his tone, he says he has no interest in beating down some half-finished noble lady. He continues by saying that she still has not shown everything she is truly capable of. So Van presses her, telling her to come on, because this half-held back version is not what he wants to see. What he wants is the real Karina. Karina shoots him a hard-cutting glare and calls his words unbearably presumptuous. Then her gaze shifts past him toward the enormous violet gate behind her, the ominous sword coffin looming there like a tomb waiting to open. One magic circle after another begins to spiral through the air as she reaches into the coffin's eerie violet glow. Then from deep within that unnatural radiance, she slowly starts drawing something out. Watching from the side, the eighth prince lowers his voice in shock and whispers that she actually pulled it out. The person beside him murmurs that this is the first time she has ever seen the real thing with her own eyes. Even she sounds uncertain, as if she cannot tell whether Karina is truly prepared to go this far. The students around them begin recognizing the weapon from reputation alone before they can fully take it in. Ralph Eisenbach starts to say its name out loud, while Falk Waltrach admits that even he has heard of it despite not being a swordsman. Helene Steinhertz immediately confirms their fear, saying they have every reason to be alarmed. She explains that the sword Karina is holding is one of the most famous blades in the entire country. The signature weapon once wielded by the sword saint himself, Sternkreis, the Star Ring sword. She goes on to explain that it is a spring sword, forged from an extremely thin and highly flexible special metal, something completely different from the rigid material ordinary swords are made from. Van studies the strange weapon in silence, and almost immediately a memory from his previous life rises to the surface. Back then, that very same blade had been known by a far crueler, blood-soaked name, the massacre sword, Blood Chain. Karina raises her eyes toward him and declares that she will show him. She says she will show him exactly what she had to sacrifice in order to stand where she is now. Van answers her calmly, saying that he understands. Then, facing her with that coffin-like arsenal standing behind her, he tells her that he will witness all of it with his own eyes. Behind Karina, the coffin-like arsenal towers over the arena, like a giant monument, making her standing figure look even more imposing as she faces Van from directly in front of it. Crimson lightning begins to gather and coil around Karina's blade, wrapping it in violent arcs that crackle louder and wilder with every passing second as she declares that this is her full power. With total confidence, she throws down her challenge and tells Van to endure it if he truly believes he can. At once, a savage red spiral tears into existence and rips across the arena floor. The air itself seems to shriek and grind under the force of it, and the spectators instinctively recoil as the pressure spreading over the stone grows so intense it becomes almost hard to breathe. As Van watches that terrifying scene unfold in front of him, he realizes that this may very well be the price of his own overconfidence. Helene Steinhertz immediately identifies the art Karina is using as Circle Requiem, a national-level magic technique. She explains that it is an ultimate art so difficult and so advanced that only a tiny handful of people within the luthier family can ever reach it. She adds that the technique works by using magic to push the spring sword's flexibility even further beyond its normal limits, accelerating the tip until it reaches supersonic speed. Karina announces that once someone steps into the dance of the circle, no one inside that domain is spared. Her voice grows even colder as she declares that it does not matter whether the target is flame, lightning, or anything else at all, because the circle cuts everything down exactly the same. Then she warns Van that the field is still expanding, and before long it will continue spreading until it swallows the entire arena. Even now, she says he still has one final choice if he is willing to admit defeat and run. She tells him she will let him live if he does, but with the final chilling edge in her voice, she adds that if he stays where he is, not even his bones will be left behind. Van answers without a trace of hesitation, saying she does not need to waste time letting it spread any farther. Because rather than waiting for her attack to come to him, he says he will go to her himself. Then he steps straight into the raging current of blades and pressure. As he reads the violent flow around him, he judges that it is undeniably fast, but not so fast that it has become truly impossible to see. He names the state he is forcing himself into, tachypsychia. In his own mind, he explains that it is a phenomenon in which the brain's processing speed spikes dramatically when a person is pushed under extreme stress. In simple terms, it is a survival mechanism, a state that allows a human being to search through an otherwise crushing flood of incoming information and find the best possible path through it. Most people only ever enter that state by accident, in some desperate instant where life and death hang in the balance. But Van has gone far beyond that. He has mastered how to trigger it deliberately whenever he needs it. His eyes sharpen to a razor edge. Telling himself to move, Van kicks forward and bursts straight into the circle. In the very next instant, a violent clash rings out, and the force of that collision sends a shock all the way into the stands. The 8th Prince can hardly believe what he is seeing and mutters under his breath that Van actually deflected it. Heinz Ferrania narrows his eyes and points out that Van is not trying to parry the entire sword at all. He is only striking away the very tip. Right in the middle of that relentless storm of attacks, Van keeps his concentration narrowed to a single point and explains it to himself. With a spring sword like this, the center of gravity never truly leaves the tip. He warns himself not to be fooled by the sword's twisted, unpredictable course. Even while that crimson blade keeps whipping through those tangled, unnatural arcs, Van Kruger forces his gaze to stay glued to it, reading the killing line of each strike one by one and cutting it off before it can rip into his body. Staring straight into those flashing red slashes, Van arrives at one clean, decisive answer. He does not need to shut down the entire attack. As long as he keeps batting away the tip again and again, the rest of the blade will never land where Karina intends it to. In the next instant, he drives himself even deeper into the storm, thrusts his hand straight into the sword's path, and knocks the point off course. That single disruption throws Karina Ludier off balance inside her own circle, and as her footing slips for just a moment, she blurts out in stunned disbelief that he is a monster too. Van cuts that idea down immediately. He tells her he is not some monster at all. He says he has simply pushed himself farther than most people would ever be willing to go, just like she has. Karina reacts to that answer at once. Her expression hardens. Tension gathers in her face, and she snaps back at him, demanding to know exactly what he means by saying that. Without giving an inch, Van tells her that a spring sword is the kind of weapon that chooses its wielder. If someone tries to use it without true mastery, the blade will not obediently follow their hand. It will cut down its own user before it ever serves them properly. Then he presses even harder, making his meaning impossible to miss. Being born into the bloodline of a famous swordsman, he says, is nowhere near enough to reach a level like this. And then, over the shrieking clash of steel, force, and magic, Van shouts straight at her and asks how many years she poured into mastering that single sword. Karina freezes on the spot. The question catches her so completely that for one brief moment, even she realizes she has never once stopped to count the years herself. And just like that, an old memory rises quietly back to the surface. She remembers that her father only ever taught her how to hold a sword a single time, just once in her entire life, and never again. Maybe, to him, it had only been a passing whim, something he did on impulse and forgot immediately afterward. But to her, that small moment never faded. It stayed vivid all this time. Because during that one brief instant, she truly felt as though there had been a bond between them. However small it was, after that day, it never happened again. Her father was swallowed up by affairs of state, and a bastard daughter was not someone he had time to set aside a place for. So Karina tells herself that she chose the sword anyway. She believed that if she became stronger than everyone else, then surely her father and the entire house behind him would have no choice but to acknowledge her existence. She remembers the endless stretch of hellish training that followed, and inside that memory, she admits something bitter to herself. She became too strong. In time, the contemptuous looks around her really did disappear. But what replaced them was not acceptance, and it was not warmth. It was fear and hatred clinging to her from every direction. And along with that memory comes something even colder. The faint warmth that had once existed in her father's eyes disappeared too. Her eyes burn as yet another memory rises up. The day her father finally acknowledged her as a legitimate heir, even though she was still the daughter of a mistress. And in her heart, she thinks that was probably the absolute most he could ever force himself to give her. For the sake of peace within the family, she tells herself he restrained the trueborn children, soothed their mother, and chose instead to turn away from Karina herself. In her mind, that had been the correct decision for him to make. And once she finally understands that truth, she realizes that the only thing she ever truly had left in her own hands was the sword. Inside her mind, she sees herself standing before a throne, believing that if she could just reach that place, then no one would ever be able to deny her existence again. She vows to prove her worth through a power so absolute that no one can argue against it, because to her, that is the one and only road that leads to recognition. Then the arena snaps back into focus. Rage floods across Karina's face, and she screams at Van, demanding to know what he could possibly understand about any of that pain. Crimson light erupts around her in a violent burst as she flips through the air. From that motion, she brings her blade crashing down again and again in a savage, relentless cascade. A blinding storm of slashes tears through the space between them in flashing red bursts. The pressure alone hurls Van backward, and as he skids under that force, he grits his teeth, eyes stretched wide, with a strangled sound catching in his throat while he looks up at the cuts pouring down toward him. The blade begins opening his skin even as he twists and braces against it, forcing his body upright instead of letting himself fall. Around him, red lightning rips across the floor and walls, carving bright scars through the arena while he endures the full violence of the assault. Karina's eye tightens the moment she sees that he is still standing through all of it, and for the briefest instant, her expression wavers, as if even she cannot fully make sense of what she is seeing. At the edges of the arena, the students recoil in alarm. Ralph Eisenbach blurts out that Van is still moving forward, while Falk Waltrich stares in open disbelief and says that he is actually forcing his way through that storm of slashes. Panting hard, Karina turns her head and shouts that she cannot understand why he would go this far. She says that everyone else has always run from her sword, and then demands to know why a man with no magic still refuses to retreat. But Van keeps advancing. His shoulders remain squared, stubborn, and unbroken, even while red arcs crawl over his uniform and snap across it with every step. At first, he tells himself the reason is simple. He has to stop the future rebellion before it ever has the chance to begin. But almost as soon as that thought surfaces, he corrects himself, realizing that it is no longer only about that. A vision of his homeland flashes through his mind, a desperate land drained and exploited by evil until nothing was left behind. And with that memory comes a quiet certainty. Suffering is something he understands better than anyone. So he fixes his eyes on Karina and realizes that at the heart of this violent storm, someone is crying. And once he sees that, he knows he cannot bring himself to turn away and leave that person behind. Karina lashes out with another swing, her voice breaking as she shouts that she is not crying. Van answers her without slowing for even a second. He tells her that she is, and says that if she refuses to admit it herself, then her sword is screaming it in her place. Then he drives the point even deeper, asking if even this still is not enough, because that sword is crying loudly enough for anyone to hear it. Those words hit her harder than any physical strike. Her lips tremble and a sharp, voiceless reaction catches in her throat before she can force it out. Karina bares her teeth, fury and humiliation twisting together across her face until the two emotions can no longer be separated. She spits back that he has no right to act as if he understands her. Then she screams that this sword is all she has, that it was through this blade that she became stronger than anyone else, and that she will make the entire house bow before her. The red field around her swells even more violently as she lowers her stance. You can feel that she is dragging every last scrap of power she has left into the next strike. She is preparing to unleash. Van raises both arms against that crushing pressure and forces his breathing back under control. Blood and sweat run together down his cheek, but even then, he does not stop moving. Then, through the pain, he forces his voice out and admits that no, he does not know everything. But even so, he tells her to listen, calling her by name like he wants the words to reach her directly. Karina. And with complete sincerity, he tells her that her worth is not something anyone else has the right to decide. He steps forward again, his boots grinding over cracked stone, and keeps speaking. He tells her that the sweat and tears she shed where no one could see still matter, that every swing she made while it felt like her very soul was being carved away still has meaning, and that no one has the right to deny the value of that struggle. For the smallest fraction of a second, Karina freezes completely, her eyes widening as though he struck something far deeper than flesh ever could. And Van, fierce but utterly honest, keeps going, telling her that even if no one else in the world recognizes it, to him she is the finest magic swordsman he has ever seen. At those words, the violent crimson glow wrapped around Karina begins to falter. Her grip tightens around the sword and her breath catches sharply in her chest. At the very edge of Karina Ludier's fading thoughts, a memory flickers softly back to life. There is warmth there, gentle and close, a smaller hand being carefully adjusted into position, and a voice speaking so near that it feels as though it is right beside her ear. In that distant memory, her father calls her by name, Karina, and quietly tells her to listen carefully, as if the words he is about to give her matter more than anything else in the world. Wrapped inside that old warmth, she hears him tell her that even when she cuts down an enemy, she must never let anger or hatred guide the swing of her sword. He tells her to be noble. He says that even in the middle of battle, pride must remain alive inside her. And with his hand resting over hers on the hilt, he teaches her that this is what it means to wield the sword of the Ludier family. Then the present comes rushing back all at once. Wind and dust sweep across the shattered arena floor, and amid the broken stone and drifting debris, Karina and Van Kruger stand facing each other at close range. Karina slowly steadies her breathing, and in that quiet moment, she finally understands that this was what her father had been trying to teach her from the very beginning. She thinks about pride once more, and at last realizes it was never something she was supposed to beg from other people in the first place. It was something she was meant to carry inside herself, something that would let her remain who she truly was. Tears stream down her cheeks as she finally admits deep within her heart that she understands now. The thing she threw away with her own hands was the very lesson her father once gave her. With her shoulders squared and the trembling finally gone from her eyes, she looks straight at Van Kruger and tells him clearly and sincerely that she is grateful. She says that because of him, she was able to remember. And then with that same steady gaze, she tells him that he brought her back to the sword she had truly wanted to wield from the very start. A pink light begins to creep along her blade, then swells outward into a fierce crackling aura that wraps the weapon in brilliant living radiance. Karina tightens her grip until her knuckles go pale, and with a voice filled with resolve, she declares that this time she will pour absolutely everything she has into this technique. She asks him if he can receive it. Van meets her eyes without even the slightest flinch, lowers his center of gravity, and answers that he will gladly take it. Karina lets out a sharp cry and drives herself forward. The attack that follows is a simple overhead slash, plain in form at first glance, yet refined so completely that it has been honed all the way to its absolute limit. It is the one and only technique her father ever personally taught her. She brings it down with every last bit of strength left in her body, drawing a blazing line through the air as the sword falls. The descending blow carries such overwhelming force that it feels as though the entire arena is being split straight down the middle as Van watches that line of death come falling toward him. The corner of his lips lifts slightly and he says to himself that this right here is the real Karina. Their collision erupts outward in a violent blast of wind and light. The gale whips Karina's twin tails wildly as her slash tears through the air, and inside that chaos, Van moves with unbelievable precision, slipping through the narrowest possible opening before unleashing his own strike. For one brief moment, the two of them remain completely still. Then, a single heartbeat later, Karina's knees finally give way beneath her. The strength drains from her arms and she pitches forward face first onto the broken floor of the arena. Her breathing comes out ragged and uneven as she admits, without trying to deny it anymore, that this is complete defeat. Even so, she still manages to turn her head just enough to speak, and she tells Van that she is thankful. Van walks over to where she lies and offers her his hand, telling her that the feeling is mutual. He adds that her sword was magnificent, and when he says her name, Karina, there is not a trace of mockery in his voice. Only plain respect and honest recognition. All around them, the students remain frozen exactly where they stand. One person mutters in disbelief that a member of the Quintet Crown has actually been defeated. Another, even more stunned, adds that it happened at the hands of a first-year student, and worse than that, a Galda. For a moment, a strange, weighty silence hangs under the blue sky. Then Heinz Ferrania begins to clap, slow at first, each deliberate clap ringing out clear across the arena. That sound carries through the stunned silence. Then, one by one, more hands begin to join in until the applause spreads row by row and rises into a swelling wave. Van pulls Karina back to her feet, And there, in the center of the ruined arena, the two of them clasp hands while cheers and applause rise all around them. By the very next morning, after that already legendary showdown, Van is back on his feet as though nothing happened. Anyone looking at him now would have a hard time believing that just yesterday afternoon, he fought like a man tossed headfirst into a magical blender. He stands there comfortably with his two loyal companions, Ralph Eisenbach and Falk Waltrach, while both of them hover around him with the restless excitement of overjoyed dogs that just found a ball to chase. Trying to calm them down, Van casually flexes one arm and tells them that the Magic Academy's healers handled everything perfectly. According to him, their healing magic cleaned up every single injury so thoroughly that he does not even have the tiniest scratch left on him. Falk can barely contain himself. With shining eyes, he blurts out that yesterday's duel is absolutely going to go down as one of the most legendary moments in the Academy's history. He insists that future students are going to whisper about that fight for years and years to come, but Van only shrugs it off and says it was nothing more than an ordinary duel. His friends reject that instantly. They argue that there's nothing remotely ordinary about a first year defeating one of the Quintet Crown. From where they are standing, what happened feels less like a duel and more like reality itself, glitched for a second. Their excited admiration is cut off all of a sudden when Falk notices something nearby. Standing beneath a tree is a girl with unmistakable pink hair, and the sight of her immediately pulls everyone's attention in that direction. It is none other than the thousand-blade sword princess herself, Karina Ludier. Even after being defeated in front of the entire Academy the day before, she looks surprisingly healthy, calm, and composed. Ralph and Falk react at once, both of them going stiff with alarm. In nervous whispers, they wonder if maybe she came back for a rematch, ready to challenge Van again and settle the score properly this time. Van, on the other hand, does not show even the slightest hint of concern. He simply greets her in an easy, casual tone, like someone walking up to an old acquaintance at the training grounds. Karina heads straight toward him with a stern expression, her face carrying the rigid seriousness of someone who came here to inspect a matter personally. The very first thing she does is criticize him, saying that he was late in offering a proper greeting and that his attitude lacks the level of respect expected inside the Academy. So when Van jokingly wonders if she plans to punish him again, she suddenly drops a declaration so unexpected that everyone around them is left stunned on the spot. Her cheeks flush a bright, vivid red, almost as red as a ripe tomato, and she points straight at him. Then, with absolute seriousness and firm resolve, she announces that she has decided to appoint him as her knight. The instant those words leave her mouth, a thick wave of confusion crashes over everyone standing there. Inside the Academy, the squire system is supposed to function as a proper mentorship arrangement, at least in theory. On paper, an older upperclassman gets paired with a younger student, so the senior can guide them, keep an eye on them, and help them settle into the rhythms of Academy life. But the way the princess frames it makes the true meaning painfully obvious. What she is really announcing, without even trying to hide it, is that from now on she intends to keep Van within her sight at all times. And she is clearly not talking about quietly watching from a distance either. She fully means to step in herself and correct what she sees as his completely outrageous and unacceptable behavior. Van catches that implication almost immediately, and the realization lands like a direct blow. To him, this does not sound like guidance in the slightest. It sounds like permanent surveillance, and his face locks up with the expression of someone whose thoughts have just crashed at 99%. While Van is silently spiraling at the nightmare prospect of never having privacy again, Ralph and Falk lean closer and start whispering to each other with unmistakable excitement. From where they are standing, this whole development might actually be an incredible stroke of luck. From their point of view, if the Academy's fearsome sword princess personally takes Van as her squire, then that alone would be enough to make every other student hesitate before trying anything against him. Nobody in their right mind would want to pick a fight with someone standing under her direct protection. Meanwhile, the princess continues speaking in that same proud, unwavering tone. She tells Van that simply being acknowledged by her should be considered an extraordinary honor in itself. Then, as if there's no room for argument whatsoever, she presses him to swear his loyalty right there on the spot and formally accept the position. Van hears every word clearly, and for a brief moment, he does genuinely consider what she is offering. Even so, no title, no prestige, and no honor matter more to him than his own freedom. So he turns her down as politely as possible, and then without wasting even a heartbeat, he unleashes what might as well be his hidden ultimate technique by spinning around and bolting for his life at full speed. As he sprints away into the distance, Van shouts at the top of his lungs that he has absolutely no intention of living under somebody else's constant watch. His refusal is loud, desperate, and impossible to misunderstand. Just like that, he leaves the princess standing there, frozen in place as she stares after him in utter disbelief. Her stunned silence only lasts for the briefest instant before it breaks. In the very next moment, she refuses to let him escape so easily and launches after him without hesitation. There's not even the slightest chance she is going to let that rejection stand. She tears across the academy grounds in a full sprint, shouting that he is not allowed to run from her guidance. As the two of them disappear into a ridiculous high-speed chase, Ralph and Falk watch from behind and begin exchanging more and more suspicious looks. Dropping their voices, they start wondering whether her relentless determination is really just about discipline and training after all. One of them even dares to suggest that maybe, just maybe, the princess has developed a serious crush on the very boy who managed to defeat her. While that absurd chase throws the outside grounds into chaos, the atmosphere inside the Quintet Crown's meeting room is the complete opposite. The air in there feels tight, heavy, and packed with barely contained tension. Prince Leonis sits at the table, trembling with visible anger, and the moment he speaks, his fury is impossible to miss. To him, the outcome of that duel is intolerable, because a member of what he considers a slave race defeating a noble is not merely humiliating, it is a serious danger. He continues, insisting that this is not some small embarrassment that can simply be brushed aside and forgotten. In his eyes, it threatens the very foundation of the kingdom's social order. Leonis argues that the hierarchy of the realm is supposed to rest on magical power. According to him, that principle is the base upon which everything else in the kingdom has been built. So if someone with no mana at all can defeat a noble blessed with overwhelming magical talent, then the authority claimed by the royal family and the noble class suddenly stops looking as absolute as they want the people to believe. And that possibility clearly infuriates him more than anything else. The frustration boiling inside him finally bursts out, and he slams his fist down onto the table hard enough to make the whole room feel his anger. The gesture leaves no doubt about how deeply this result has rattled him. He then turns that fury toward Helene Steinhertz, the Ice Flower Lady, accusing her of undermining the nobility itself by allowing Van to enroll in the academy in the first place. Not far away, the purple-haired student who somehow always manages to wear sunglasses indoors responds far more calmly. In an almost offhand tone, he wonders how a complete newcomer could possibly possess such polished, controlled combat technique. He points out that Van does not fight like an ordinary student at all, but more like a trained assassin. Amelia Rodenwald, however, the red-haired elite seated among the Quintet Crown, shows no sign of being disturbed by that remark. She simply raises her tea and takes a sip with the poised elegance of someone who seems to regard everyone else in the room as beneath her attention. In that same cool, composed voice, she explains that Van's talents are not truly dangerous to real nobles. According to Amelia, a true noble commander is meant to be both shield and hammer at the same time. The sort of figure who stands before the people to protect them, while also crushing entire hordes of monsters through sheer might and commanding presence. Compared to that ideal, she dismisses Van without hesitation as nothing more than a capable street brawler. In her eyes, that is the full extent of what he is. She goes on to say that his style might have some use in the shadows, especially for assassination, but on a real battlefield, it would amount to nothing of consequence. In Amelia's view, there is simply no world where someone like Van could ever replace the nobles who serve as the nation's supporting pillars. That possibility does not even exist for her. And to demonstrate exactly where his limits are, she proposes using the upcoming Legion training exercise as the ideal test. To her, that will be the perfect stage to settle the matter. That Legion training is not some harmless school drill either. It is a practical combat operation where students form military-style units and head out to hunt dangerous magical beasts for real. After that, Amelia makes her intention completely plain. She plans to place Van inside her own squad so she can expose his weaknesses in public and make everyone witness them for themselves. Just then, the mood in the room shifts the moment Prince Heinz Ferrania steps inside. The blonde prince enters with such effortless ease that he looks less like someone walking into a closed elite meeting and more like someone casually posing for a royal portrait. Even though the room is meant to be reserved only for the highest ranking members, Heinz wears an easy smile and lightly asks whether he and his companions might be allowed to join Amelia's unit during the Legion training. He says that the words Amelia spoke earlier about the resolve and duty of the nobility moved him deeply. The compliment comes out smooth and polished, almost too polished. The way he tells it, Amelia's speech struck him like some grand revelation that opened his eyes on the spot. He makes it sound as though he has just witnessed profound truth. Amelia is visibly pleased by the attention the prince is giving her. Even her composure cannot quite hide how much she enjoys being singled out like that. His praise flatters her immediately, and she accepts the request, declaring that she will personally educate that troublesome boy while the prince watches the whole thing unfold with his own eyes. Heinz does nothing more than stand there smiling, but that smile carries the unmistakable air of a man who could betray someone without ever dropping his manners. Beneath that pleasant expression, it is obvious he is plotting something messy, complicated, and almost certainly disastrous for someone. Meanwhile, back outside on the academy grounds, that energetic pursuit finally begins to lose momentum. The chaos of the chase does not last forever. Not long after, the pink-haired princess finally manages to catch the one person she has been relentlessly chasing. At last, Van's escape attempt comes to an end. After that, the scene settles into a far calmer atmosphere at a tea gathering hosted by Helene Steinhertz, the ice flower lady. Van sits at the table looking perfectly comfortable, completely absorbed in nibbling on a biscuit with the focused dedication of a squirrel stocking up for winter. Nearby, his two noble companions, Ralph and Falk, listen carefully as the details of the coming Legion training are explained. Falk starts by making one thing absolutely clear. This is not going to be some harmless mock battle where students only pretend to fight. He explains that during the exercise, the students will actually be placed in command of real soldiers from the kingdom. That alone makes the scale of it feel far more serious. Van finally pauses in the middle of eating his biscuit, just long enough to make sure he heard that correctly. Then he remarks that from the sound of it, this is basically an internship designed to train future battlefield commanders. Helene gives a small nod and confirms that his understanding is correct. Then she reveals the final and most ominous detail. The operation will take place in the Lament Wetlands, a dangerous magical wasteland whose very name already sounds grim, and a place far more perilous than the forest used in the Academy's entrance exam, because the entire region is saturated with dense magical energy. Helene Steinhertz explains that the wetlands are overflowing with unstable mana, so dense and violently disturbed that the entire marsh becomes the perfect place for dangerous magical beasts to breed and multiply. In an environment like that, she says monsters thrive far too easily, and once their numbers grow past a certain limit, they stop staying inside the swamp and begin spreading outward into the surrounding territories. She continues by warning that those migrations never remain small for very long. In the worst situations, they swell into full-blown stampedes, savage surges powerful enough to crush towns underfoot and erase entire civilized areas. That Helene says is exactly why the nobility carries such a heavy responsibility. Noble troops are sent into the wetlands on a regular basis to cut down the monster population before those roaming hordes can spiral into disaster. In other words, this kind of hunt is not about honor or glory at all. It exists to prevent calamities before they ever get the chance to happen. While Helene lays all of this out, Van stays perfectly calm and keeps working through another snack as if this were just one more part of the lecture still chewing. He gives a small nod and casually tells her to continue with the rest. After that, Helene Steinhertz smoothly shifts the conversation and starts explaining how the Legion training itself is organized. She says that every first-year student will be put in charge of a small squad of their own. Then, above them, the upperclassmen gather those separate squads together and arrange them into larger military units called companies. At that point, Ralph finally voices the exact question that had clearly been sitting in everyone's head from the very beginning. He asks directly whether performing well during the Legion training can actually bring a student fame, status, and real recognition inside the academy. Helene answers right away that it absolutely can, and she explains that this is one of the main ways students first build their reputations. She points out that every current member of the Quintet Crown first stood out during their own first-year Legion training, but immediately after saying that, she adds the part that makes everything less straightforward. The upperclassmen commanders are the ones who personally decide which first years they want to recruit into their companies. The second Van hears that, his mind jumps straight to the worst conclusion. He can already picture himself being chosen dead last, like the one kid nobody wants on their team in gym because everyone treats him as if he is carrying some kind of disease. In his mind, a Galdo with no magic would obviously be dumped into the leftovers. No one wanted. Helene quickly cuts that assumption off before it can settle in. She tells him that in truth, there are already quite a few senior students who are interested in taking him. Van can only stare at her in total confusion, so lost that his two companions have to step in and spell out what should have already been obvious. They remind him that he is the student who defeated the Sword Princess and slew a demon during the entrance exam. To everyone else at the academy, he is already halfway to becoming a legend. In their eyes, he is the bizarre, impossible fighter who can take down overwhelming enemies without using even a trace of magic. Van is left standing there in silence, too shocked to come up with anything at all to say. In his previous life, people treated him like he barely existed, like a piece of background furniture nobody noticed, unless they happened to bump into it. And now, somehow, he has become the exact opposite of that. The person everyone wants on their side. Little by little, Van starts to understand that the world around him really is changing. But wrapped up inside that realization is another, harsher truth. Not everyone is happy to watch him rise this quickly. All at once, a sharp warning runs through him, that instinctive feeling that tells him someone's eyes are fixed on him. He lifts his gaze toward the distance. And almost immediately he locks eyes with Prince Leonis, who is standing on a balcony overlooking the courtyard. For a split second, Leonis is visibly rattled. He cannot believe Van noticed him at all, especially since the prince had not used any magical means of observation. Even so, Leonis recovers almost at once and hides that flicker of surprise behind a hard, bitter expression. Clenching his teeth, he mutters that Van and his little group should enjoy playing their friendly games while they still can. Back at the table, Helene Steinhertz offers a way to remove all the uncertainty surrounding the company draft. She explains that as a member of the Quintet Crown, she gets priority when making her selections. Then, without hesitation, she plainly says that she intends to draft Van, Ralph, and Falk into her own company herself. Ralph and Falk brighten instantly at the idea of being taken into such a powerful unit, and for a brief moment they are openly thrilled. But that excitement only lasts a few seconds before a familiar voice slices right through it. The Sword Princess, Karina Luthier, steps up beside the table carrying the firm, unwavering presence of someone who has arrived to make an official claim. Without the slightest hesitation, she declares that watching over Van is her responsibility, because he is her squire. And because of that, she insists that he should naturally be assigned under her command instead. Van objects on the spot. He protests loudly and reminds everyone that he already refused that whole squire arrangement earlier. Unfortunately for him, nobody around the table seems even remotely interested in taking that objection seriously. Helene only laughs softly and remarks that the princess's proposal sounds interesting as well. She treats the whole thing like a mildly entertaining dispute, completely ignoring Van's increasingly desperate struggle to protect his own freedom. Several days later, the academy courtyard is packed shoulder to shoulder with students crowding around a massive bulletin board where the official Legion assignments have finally been posted. The crowd is so thick that it is difficult to even get a clear view of the board. As the three of them push their way forward, Falk remarks that being personally selected by a respected upperclassman is considered a major honor. So the three of them study the posted rosters, fully expecting to see their names listed under Helene Steinhertz's company. Then Van suddenly freezes in place. His name is nowhere on it. He looks again, this time far more carefully, following the list line by line and name by name to make sure he did not overlook it. But it still is not there. Next, he checks the roster for Karina Luthier's company only to find that his name is missing there too. At that moment, a heavy, deeply unpleasant feeling begins to settle in his stomach. Slowly, Van raises one finger and points toward the roster for the fifth company. Ralph and Falk follow his finger, read the heading, and turn pale immediately. Staring at it in disbelief, they ask whether this is supposed to be some kind of cruel joke. The commander of the fifth company is Amelia Rodenwald, the red-haired elite noble who has never hidden her belief that commoners belong beneath those of noble blood. Then Falk notices something even worse. He points to the name written right beside Van's, and it belongs to Prince Heinz Ferrania. Van stares at the board in disbelief. He has been placed in the same company as the traitor responsible for his death in his previous life. And to make matters worse, the company is led by the noblewoman who already so clearly despises him to Van. This does not feel like an ordinary assignment at all. It feels like a nightmare arranged with him specifically as the target, and almost as if the tension itself had summoned them. Prince Heinz Ferrania arrives at the scene with Amelia Rodenwald at his side. The blonde prince steps forward wearing a pleasant smile that feels far too sharp to be reassuring, like a shark spotting wounded prey drifting in the water. In an almost cheerful tone, he remarks that this really must be quite the coincidence. Van turns toward him with the kind of face that looks like he just swallowed an entire lemon whole. Heinz Ferrania and Amelia Rodenwald approach with flawless politeness, yet the atmosphere around them feels deeply wrong, like officials arriving to announce something no one wants to hear. Heinz keeps that bright, effortless smile fixed on his face, behaving as though the entrance exam, where he had already killed once before, had merely been some light-hearted chance for everyone to get to know one another. Then he extends a hand and says they should work together and give their best during the training. Van does not return that warmth for even a moment. He looks at the offered hand the same way he might look at a piece of trash. He has no reason to trust. All Van gives him is a short, dry acknowledgement, and he makes absolutely no effort to take that hand. After that, Amelia Rodenwald formally introduces herself as one of the Quintet Crown. Van bows with proper politeness and apologizes for arriving late to the gathering. Amelia dismisses the apology with nothing more than a casual wave of her hand. She says that she has no fondness for stiff, formal manners. But in the very next breath, she coldly reminds him not to forget his place as nothing more than a mere Galda. In her view, his role inside the company is extremely simple. He is to keep out of everyone's way, follow her orders without question, and function as nothing more than a scout. Before the conversation can grow any more openly hostile, Helene Steinhertz steps forward. At that moment, Helene Steinhertz, the very woman who had personally opened the Academy's gates to Van in the first place, steps in between them and gently asks Amelia if she might be judging him a little too harshly. Amelia, however, does not retreat an inch. With a calm face and a tone so matter-of-fact, it almost sounds reasonable. She explains that this is, from her point of view, actually an act of kindness. She genuinely believes that people who cannot use magic become dangerous weak spots in real combat. The kind of liability that can drag an entire squad into disaster the moment a true battle begins. Because she believes it so completely, Amelia says that assigning Van to sentry duty is her version of being generous. As Van listens to her lay it all out, he quickly realizes that Amelia is the most exhausting kind of person to deal with. There is no sneer in her eyes, no open mouths, no childish pleasure in trying to shame him in front of others. And that is exactly what makes it worse. She is not pretending. She truly, sincerely believes every word coming out of her mouth. Van answers her in an even, controlled voice, saying that every role inside a unit has meaning and value. Then he continues saying that this exact belief is one of the reasons he chose to enter the Magic Academy to begin with. As he says it, Helene's earlier words rise back into his mind, her reminder that magic is not the only path to reaching the top. Holding on to that thought, Van tells Amelia to keep watching him as much as she likes with those elitist eyes of hers. He says it plainly and without hesitation. He is going to prove that he is anything but useless. Amelia, however, gives no sign that she has any interest in arguing with him any further. She simply turns on the spot, shows him her back, and walks away without adding another word. Prince Heinz follows after her with the easy obedience of someone naturally falling in behind a superior. But before he fully leaves, he stops just long enough to offer Van a warm little reassurance, telling him not to worry and saying that his talents will surely be useful sooner or later. Even so, the way Heinz says it sends a faint chill through the air, as if he is not comforting Van at all, but quietly sizing him up for a funeral. As the two of them walk away, two other figures remain off to the side, silently watching the whole exchange. Karina Luthier, the pink-haired sword princess, narrows her eyes and studies what just happened with careful suspicion. She gets the distinct sense that the prince is scheming behind the scenes again. Standing beside her, Helene Steinhertz arrives at much the same uneasy conclusion. She realizes that Heinz must have pulled a serious number of strings inside the academy to interfere with the company assignments. This thoroughly. While those two quietly worry about the politics behind the arrangement, Van remains where he is, saying nothing at all. His thoughts begin to drift, dragged backward into memories from his previous life. He remembers all too clearly what happened the last time troops were sent into the Lament Wetlands. That mission had ended in complete disaster. In the middle of the operation, an entirely new species of monster had suddenly appeared, something nobody had anticipated, and it tore straight through the forces that had been deployed there. Almost no one made it out alive. The whole incident became a historic tragedy, a total annihilation that later helped spark a devastating civil war. Not long after the assignments are posted, Ralph and Falk make their way over to Van, both of them visibly concerned about how he is handling everything. They check on him carefully, expecting to see frustration, anger, or at least some obvious sign that he is upset, but Van barely seems to hear them at all. His attention is fixed somewhere far beyond the present. Instead of stewing over wounded pride or a damaged reputation, he is silently running survival calculations in his head. It does not take him long to understand that the careful plan he had built for himself has already collapsed. His original strategy had been simple. Stay close to the strongest people available and avoid attracting unnecessary attention. Now that path is gone. If that unknown monster from his previous life appears again, then hiding behind powerful allies will not be enough to save anyone. Van shifts his gaze toward his two loyal companions, and the problem becomes painfully clear to him at once. Ralph and Falk, with all their eagerness and blunt optimism, would never come through a disaster like that without taking serious injuries. They simply are not prepared for what is waiting ahead. And to make matters worse, Van has now been placed in a company where he is treated less like an officer and more like hired help. All the while, the danger lurking in the Lament wetlands is far beyond what the Academy believes it is sending them to face. Then, when the day finally arrives for the army to move out, Amelia steps forward before the assembled soldiers and begins to speak. She gives a grand, sweeping speech filled with talk of noble pride, sacred duty, and the honor that comes with serving the kingdom. Her words ignite the troops around her almost instantly, and the soldiers answer back with loud cheers and a surge of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, the men placed under Van's command react in a completely different way. Instead of looking inspired, they begin grumbling openly among themselves the moment Amelia's speech ends. They do not even try to lower their voices. Several of them openly ridicule the idea of serving under a leader with no weapon in his hand and no magic to depend on. One soldier sneers that marching under a Galda with empty hands makes the whole operation look like a joke, while another mutters that they have basically been thrown into a disposable unit before the battle has even started. Van says nothing at first. He simply stands there and listens in silence while the insults keep stacking up. Eventually, once he decides they have said more than enough, he steps forward and calmly reminds them that he is now their commanding officer. He tells them flatly that the time for pointless chatter is over. Then his voice hardens and he orders them to shut their mouths and focus on the mission like soldiers who actually deserve a place in the kingdom's army. That finally forces silence over the squad, though a few of the men still wear smug little expressions as if they are not yet ready to let go of their contempt. From farther off, Amelia watches the entire scene with a cool, assessing gaze, taking in every part of it. To her, this only confirms what she already believed. In her eyes, the squad assigned to Van is nothing but a heap of the worst soldiers available, men with no future in the military and no real hope of ever climbing through the ranks. In Amelia's mind, the fact that Van ended up with such a hopeless group is proof enough that he has already hit the limit of whatever talent he might possess as a commander. Without pausing to question anything, Amelia raises her voice and gives the order for the army to march. Her command rings out sharp and clear, full of authority, and the surrounding forces answer with another roaring wave of cheers. Van's squad, however, gives none of that energy back. His men remain completely silent, carrying themselves with all the enthusiasm of people being dragged into a tax audit rather than sent into military service. As the army moves deeper through the forest, Amelia eventually calls for a brief halt so the troops can rest. The moment the break begins, Prince Heinz slips effortlessly into his usual polished routine. He glides through the camp with that smooth, carefully practiced charm of his, stopping here and there to speak with soldiers from different squads. In a polite voice, he reminds them to drink water, stay alert, and keep themselves prepared, all while presenting the image of the perfect prince dutifully caring for his people. Watching him, it feels less like looking at a battlefield commander and more like watching an absurdly polished camp counselor guiding a group of eager campers. Elsewhere around the camp, the other squad leaders use the break to inspect their equipment and speak with their own men, doing whatever they can to keep morale steady before the mission resumes. Van's squad presents a completely different scene from the rest of the camp. While other groups still carry scraps of energy and discipline, his men sit bunched together in heavy silence, their faces dark with frustration, resentment, and that sinking sense that they have already been marked as the ones no one expects to come back. Before long, the muttering starts again. One soldier bitterly complains that they are the ones being made to march on foot while their captain gets to observe everything from the comfort of a horse. Another adds under his breath that their leader does not seem to contribute anything useful in the first place. Eventually, one of the soldiers runs out of patience completely and raises his voice, demanding to know whether their captain intends to say anything at all in his own defense. Van answers without the slightest flare of anger. In a calm, steady tone, he says that he has heard every word, and he has noticed that all of them seem to have no shortage of complaints. Then he tells them plainly that he is willing to listen to everything they have to say once before the mission continues. That single opening blows the dam apart. The soldiers all start venting at once, voices overlapping as they complain about their equipment and curse the fact that their armor and weapons are nothing but old junk. One man spits out in open anger that their leader is just a useless magical outcast. Another says what several of them are clearly already thinking, that the Academy must have assigned their squad the role of expendable shields, so the noble students can stay out of danger. Then, with all the bitterness finally laid bare, he admits that he is not even sure he's going to survive this mission. Van listens to every last word in silence. He lets that final fear hang in the air for a moment, and then without any rush, he quietly climbs down from his horse. Now, standing directly in front of them, face to face with the whole squad, he tells them that he understands why they are anxious, but he also says just as clearly that they are completely wrong about how this is going to turn out. In that moment, Van realizes that words alone are never going to move men like this. So instead of arguing any further, he decides to show them something they can judge with their own eyes. Still as calm as ever, he tells the entire squad that they are free to attack him all at once. For a second, the men only stare at him, too confused to react. Then one especially irritated soldier finally snaps, grits his teeth, and rushes him head on. He brings his sword down with real force, and the strike is so vicious that it is obvious he is not testing Van at all. He's trying to drive his own captain straight through. Van moves in an instant with absurd ease. He catches the blade in his bare hands as casually as if he were plucking a falling leaf out of the air. The attacking soldier freezes where he stands, his face twisting in disbelief as he stares at the impossible sight in front of him. Somehow, his captain's bare hands feel harder than steel. Van gently takes the sword out of his grip and in one simple motion shoves the man down onto the ground. Then he turns back toward the rest of the squad and, without raising his voice at all, calmly asks whether anyone else wants to try. No one moves. Most of the men just stand there looking as though their souls have briefly left their bodies. To make absolutely sure the lesson lands, Van takes that same old sword and walks toward a nearby tree. Then, with one loose and effortless swing, he cuts straight through the trunk. The blade passes through the wood so cleanly, it almost looks like there was no resistance at all. In an instant, the tree is split apart like neatly chopped firewood, and the reaction around him is immediate. The soldiers can do nothing except stare at Van in stunned, speechless silence. Even members of nearby squads start turning to look, wearing the kind of amazed expressions people usually reserve for watching some famous performer pull off the impossible right in front of them. Van walks back over and returns the sword to its owner. In the most casual tone imaginable, he remarks that the weapon might be a little old, but it still works perfectly fine. After that, he explains that the way he fights now is not something he settled on because he was lazy or had no other choice. He tells them that he trained with every weapon he could get his hands on, mastering them one by one, before eventually deciding that fighting barehanded suited him better than anything else. Then Van leaves the whole squad with one clear promise. He has absolutely no intention of letting any of them die pointless deaths. He adds that the only way any of them are ending up as monster food is if they do something stupid like wandering off and getting themselves killed. From the top of a nearby hill, Amelia Rodenwald watches the entire exchange from a distance. Her expression never softens for even a moment. It stays cold, sharp, and openly critical the whole time. To Amelia, Van's display does not prove leadership at all. If anything, she sees it as proof that he is still an amateur commander, someone trying to control his men through fear instead of earning real respect. In her mind, a squad held together by intimidation is the kind of squad that will crack the moment a true crisis arrives, and the soldiers will turn on their commander the first chance they get. As far as Amelia is concerned, Van has already failed as a leader. Eventually night falls, and by then the army has reached the outer edge of the Lament wetlands. The soldiers set up camp right along the border of the swamp, with darkness settling over the marsh and the entire area sinking into an uneasy kind of stillness. Under the glow of lantern light, Amelia and Heinz Ferrania sit over their maps and discuss the next phase of the mission. And even in the middle of that planning, the prince gives off the same relaxed air as someone leisurely reading a book, looking perfectly at ease, while everyone else prepares for danger. Meanwhile, beside a much smaller fire, Van's squad gathers in their own separate little circle. A few of the soldiers quietly begin wondering whether their captain has finally understood just how dangerous this mission really is. One of them jokes that Van may have already given up on all of them and slipped off into the dark to save himself. Another lets out a bitter laugh and says that their whole squad is made up of disposable misfits anyway. He goes on to say that having a Galda as their captain is actually a pretty fitting arrangement for a squad full of rejects like them. And then at that exact moment, Van suddenly steps out of the darkness behind them. He appears so quietly that several of the soldiers nearly jump out of their seats. Calmly, Van asks them what exactly they meant when they called themselves outcasts. The conversation dies instantly. The men freeze where they are, and Van simply walks over and lowers himself beside the fire, but he is not returned empty-handed. Without any dramatic announcement, he drops several freshly caught rabbits and a bundle of wild mushrooms onto the ground in front of them. The whole squad stares at the pile of food with wide, stunned eyes, looking so shocked they seem to have forgotten how to blink. Before long, a pot of stew is bubbling over the campfire while strips of meat roast on skewers above the flames, filling the night air with a rich smell the men clearly never expected. Van waits until everything is ready, then looks over at the squad and tells them it is time. The soldiers only stare back at him in guarded silence, but Van ignores the tension, starts handing out bowls and tells them to eat. Then he adds that half-starved men are never going to have enough strength to survive tomorrow's battle. Then he holds out a bundle of herbs and tells them to stuff the leaves into their boots and rub them along the insides, explaining that doing so will help keep blisters from forming. One of the soldiers stared at Van as if he'd finally gone crazy, blinking once before his face tightened into a frown. With open suspicion in his voice, he asked what had suddenly come over him, then flat out accused Van of trying to buy their goodwill with nothing more than a bowl of food. Van let his gaze drop for a brief moment as though pulling up an old memory, and when he answered, his voice came out low, calm, and steady. He said he knew exactly what it was like to keep marching until the skin on your feet tore open, and every step rubbed against raw blisters. Then he continued saying he also knew the kind of rations soldiers got handed when times were bad, the kind so hard they felt more like stones than food. And if your luck was even worse, he added, that same miserable meal could rip your stomach apart badly enough to leave you half dead before the battle had even begun. The moment those words left his mouth, the soldiers fell silent. In an instant, the whole atmosphere around them shifted, and the tension in the air changed completely. After a short, uneasy pause, one of the men finally muttered under his breath that it was hard to believe someone as young as Van had already seen a real battlefield with his own eyes. Another soldier turned to look at Van more closely and pointed out that he was Galda. If that was true, the man said, then surviving something that brutal would not be surprising at all. Then their captain stepped in and cut through the conversation, fixing Van with a direct look as he asked him one sharp question. Was this pity? Was Van looking down on them because he had once been stuck in the same wretched place they were in now? Van answered without the slightest hesitation. He said it was not pity, not even close, it was an investment. Even so, deep inside, he admitted to himself that this choice was ultimately tied to his own goals and the path he intended to follow. In Van's mind, he saw them as pieces he would place carefully across the board until the day he finally cornered his enemies and forced checkmate. But even with that cold, strategic thought in his heart, he made himself one promise he refused to break. He would never treat these men as disposable pawns, no matter what it took. He would bring every last one of them back alive. Then Van held the bowl out toward them again and spoke with blunt, unmistakable clarity. If they wanted to survive what was waiting ahead, then for now, they should become his pieces. He told them that they would not regret making that choice. The men could do nothing but stare back at him, too stunned by what they just heard to answer right away. A brief silence hung there before one of the soldiers finally broke it with a rough, scratchy laugh. Repeating Van's words about becoming his pieces, he asked if that line was seriously supposed to be funny. Van shot back a blunt, unadorned answer. He said he didn't know. That only made the man's smirk wider as he remarked that he had never seen a Galda brag so boldly before. Off to the side, another soldier spoke up with doubt still in his voice and asked whether they were really supposed to place their trust in a captain like this. Someone else answered almost at once, tossing back a simple question that shut the argument down better than any speech could. Did they have any better option? As the men finally started eating, one of them muttered between bites that, at the very least, Van was strong, and on top of that, he could cook too. He even went as far as saying that Van might already be more reliable than some pampered noble hiding behind a fancy title and polished name. Van said nothing while they ate. He only watched them in silence and thought back on a lesson he had paid a heavy price to learn in his previous life. Ordinary soldiers were nothing like nobles. Their lives were not the kind of thing you could throw onto the table and gamble away with grand speeches about the nation, the people, or some glorious cause. What they truly wanted was far simpler than all of that. More than anything else, They wanted to survive and return home alive to the families waiting for them. That was their greatest wish, and in the end, it was the only one that truly mattered. That was exactly why Van thought the way he did. He never tried to win men like that over with lofty ideals, noble slogans, or pretty words about honor and duty. The only things that could truly make soldiers like them place their faith in someone were simple and undeniable, real strength, and a genuine promise that they might actually live through what was coming. Back at the forest camp, the soldiers moved quickly through the pale light of morning, pulling down tents as soft sunlight filtered between the trees and spread across the ground. Amelia Rodenwald gave a clear, crisp order for everyone to finish breaking camp and stay on standby until she gave the signal. The men answered immediately in one voice that they understood. A short while later, the troops reported that the entire camp had been dismantled. They informed her that everything was ready and that they could move out at any moment. Van responded with a calm smile that carried quiet approval and told them they had done well. After that, he ordered them to maintain their current positions until further instructions, stay alert, and keep a close watch on everything around them. The men answered sharply and immediately fell in behind him as he moved away. Watching that from a distance, Amelia Rodenwald could not fully hide the surprise on her face. She found herself thinking that in the span of just a single night, he had somehow managed to bring that wild, disorderly bunch of misfit thugs under control. At that moment, Prince Heinz Ferrania approached from behind and quietly remarked that Van truly seemed to have the makings of a commander. Amelia Rodenwald only agreed with that to a point. She said his true worth could not be judged yet, and that it would only become clear once he was tested on a real battlefield. Not long after that, she called for all the squad leaders to gather in front of her and announced that she was about to deliver the operation orders. The officers assembled around a large map spread open across the clearing. As she pointed over it, Amelia explained that the destination waiting beyond the forest was the Lament Wetlands, and she warned them that most of that region was inhabited by gremlings, with swamps scattered throughout the area. She went on to explain that visibility across the wetlands was generally good, and that the land opened up enough for sightlines to carry. Even so, she reminded them that the entire region was still nothing less than a magical wasteland. Because of that, she warned them to assume that even an ordinary-looking patch of grass might be concealing a beast. Only after making that danger absolutely clear did she move on to the actual operation itself. She explained that as the Legion Vanguard, their role in this mission was to confirm the presence of enemies inside the wetlands. Their unit, she said, would advance in a wedge formation and punch straight through the area in one direct push. The moment that order was declared, a visible shock ran through the gathered soldiers. A few of them even blurted out in disbelief that they were being sent directly into enemy territory. Prince Heinz Ferrania calmly observed that this was a forceful reconnaissance operation. Amelia Rodenwald immediately confirmed that his understanding was correct. She then explained exactly what that meant. A forceful reconnaissance, she said, meant deliberately thrusting into enemy territory and measuring the enemy's strength by how fiercely it reacted. She openly admitted that the method was dangerous, but also said it was the fastest way to grasp the enemy's real scale. Fortunately, she added, the ground in the Lament Wetlands was relatively firm, so horses could still move through it, as long as they avoided the scattered marshes and the smaller streams cutting across the terrain. Breaking through the whole area in one sweep would not be especially difficult. Once she finished laying everything out, Amelia Rodenwald slowly looked over the gathered leaders and asked whether anyone had any questions. Van raised his hand, then asked why they had chosen forceful reconnaissance instead of relying on normal scouting methods. Amelia Rodenwald answered immediately, without even the slightest pause. She explained that the wetlands were simply too vast and too full of places where monsters could remain hidden. She said that small, careful scouting teams would never be able to expose the enemy's true numbers under conditions like that. That was why they intended to push forward with full force and compel the enemy to reveal itself. By provoking a reaction, she explained they could gather dependable information without throwing away precious time. That she concluded was the real advantage of forceful reconnaissance. One of the officers immediately stepped forward to praise her judgment, saying the plan was bold yet perfectly rational, exactly what one would expect from the heir of House Rodenwald. The family entrusted with guarding the kingdom's border. Amelia Rodenwald cut him off at once, her expression turning cold. She told them she had no need for praise and instead warned them not to settle for blind obedience, but to show their own thinking as well. She reminded them that this mission was not merely an operation to be carried out. it was also meant to be a training ground for every one of them. After delivering that sharp rebuke, Amelia Rodenwald made it unmistakably clear that no one had any reason to hold back their thoughts. Her words hit the group like a hard strike, and the soldiers around the map stiffened, the whole gathering sinking into a tight, uneasy silence. Then Van stepped out from the line in full view of everyone there and openly challenged the plan right in front of the assembled officers and soldiers. He said that instead of charging straight in with a forceful reconnaissance, they should first send a much smaller scouting party ahead to probe the area. Van repeated the idea so there would be no misunderstanding, saying plainly that rather than depending on forceful reconnaissance from the start, they ought to dispatch only a handful of scouts into the wetlands first. Leaning over the map as he explained himself, Van pointed out that the wetlands were too open and visibility was too clear. If the full unit advanced before they had even located the monsters, then the enemy would most likely spot them long before they ever spotted the enemy. Amelia answered him at once and said he was right about that, but without yielding even a step, she immediately added that this was precisely the reason they had chosen forceful reconnaissance to begin with. Van calmly returned with another warning, saying that if the enemy managed to strike first, there was a real possibility that their entire unit could be crippled or wiped out before it ever had the chance to recover. At those words, Amelia's eyes narrowed sharply. Her pride had clearly been stirred, and with a cutting look, she asked if he truly believed she would lose to nothing more than a band of monsters. Van didn't back down in the slightest. In a level, even tone, he said that because he was responsible for the lives of the men under his command, it was only natural for him to begin by assuming the worst-case scenario. Amelia fell quiet for a brief moment, visibly measuring the weight of what he had said. Then she admitted that even if the chance was very small, she understood why he was concerned, and she asked him what alternative he intended to propose. Van answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. He said that his own unit should move ahead of the others first and be the one to draw out the enemy's initial attack. He went on to explain that if the main force only advanced after that first strike had been confirmed, then the risk of the entire company being caught completely off guard would be greatly reduced. Amelia looked directly at him and said that at the very least, she would praise him for having the courage to speak his mind. She added that this was exactly the kind of attitude expected from someone being trained as a future officer. For the briefest instant, Van found himself wondering whether she might actually accept his proposal after all, but then her voice turned cold. She said that as a tactic, his idea was simply too cowardly, and she explained that with a method like that, the scouting would not even be complete before the Legion's main force arrived on the scene. When Van tried to object, Amelia kept speaking and didn't allow him to interrupt. She warned that if their presence was noticed too early, all they would accomplish was giving the enemy more time to prepare. That kind of hesitation, she said, would not necessarily save them at all. If anything, it could just as easily strangle the entire operation before it properly began. Then she cut one hand through the air like a blade and declared that the most effective tactic was to strike before the enemy had finished making its preparations in the first place. Van knew she was right, at least under normal circumstances, if this were an ordinary operation unfolding the way it should. The problem was that Van already knew this mission was going to fail. So he made one more attempt, pointing out that they were only a temporary training unit and that from the very beginning, their ability to respond to unknown threats was limited. This time, Amelia cut him off and demanded something concrete. She asked exactly what danger he thought he was seeing, enemy numbers, a trap hidden in the terrain, or something else entirely, and ordered him to back up his claim with proof. Van clenched his teeth and said nothing for a moment. Inside, he had to admit that there was very little he truly knew for certain. In his previous life, he had only been a Galda mercenary, and back then, he had been stationed far away on the western border, nowhere near this place at all. What he did remember was this: the information surrounding the monsters that had appeared in the Lament Wetlands had later been sealed by the Kingdom Army and erased from the official records. He suspected that Heinz Ferrania probably knew something about the truth behind it, but in that life, the matter had never directly involved Van himself. Amelia then said that fears without proof were nothing more than cowardice, and that talking like this would only drag down the soldiers' morale for no reason. When Van tried to speak again, she shut him down sharply and told him to stop. She said that she was willing to hear suggestions. But any further objections, she warned, would be treated as outright insubordination. Then, with no room left for argument, she ordered Van Kruger to step back. Van lowered his head and said nothing more. With that, Amelia brought the argument to a complete end and declared that the forceful reconnaissance would begin immediately. She announced that she would personally lead the company from the front and ordered every unit to prepare for instant deployment. Standing around the map, The soldiers answered together in one loud voice, making it clear that they understood the command. After shutting Van down, Amelia turned back toward him and said that if he wanted such an overly cautious battle, then his unit would be assigned to the rear. She added in a cold, cutting tone that it was the safest position they could possibly have. Van clicked his tongue inwardly and realized just how badly things had turned. He reminded himself that even for Magic Academy students, disobedience could be punished severely, the best outcome being expulsion and the worst being imprisonment. The others around him kept their thoughts to themselves, but the mood was easy enough to read from their faces in silence. Some of them quietly felt that a Galdo would naturally be useful in scouting, and they could even understand the point Van had been trying to make. Even so, they also thought he had spoken far too boldly. Now that he had been pushed to the rear, he would probably come back with nothing to show for it and earn no merit at all. Van lowered his eyes and forced himself to think calmly. He told himself there still had to be something he could do. Then a thought flashed through his mind. Being placed in the rear might actually give him a single opportunity, one that only someone in that position could take advantage of. Not long after that, the unit finally advanced into the wetlands. At the very front of the formation, Amelia rode forward with her spear lowered, leading the cavalry as they pushed through the tall grass and cut a path into the marshland. Then, almost immediately after that, a pack of monsters burst out from the front. Van recognized them the instant he saw them. They were Noxfangs, small swamp-dwelling monsters with low combat power, but the fangs jutting from their mouths carried magical poison. One of the soldiers shouted that there was a small monster squad ahead and called out an alarm, asking whether they should fall back. Amelia rejected that suggestion immediately. She said there was no reason to retreat from weak creatures like these and declared that they would simply brush them aside. A blazing magic circle flared to life behind her. She activated her mounted battle magic, and in the same breath, she cried out the name of her attack, Storm Spear Charge. Her spear and spell crashed straight into the Noxfangs in one overwhelming violent sweep. As she tore right through the pack, the soldiers could only stare in amazement, and one of them shouted out that this was House Rodenwald's mounted battle magic. The others instantly followed her lead. Voices rang out as they invoked Flame Arrow and yelled for everyone to follow Lady Amelia, and right after that, a rain of fire arrows poured down and wiped out the scattered beasts. The soldiers broke into excited cheers, shouting that the Magic Academy students were incredible and that this mission was going to be easy after all. Far in the rear, Van watched the distant explosions bloom one after another across the wetlands, and in a quiet voice he said that it had begun. One of Van's soldiers watched the enemy pull farther and farther away, then turned back with frustration written all over his face. His voice came out tight as he asked if they really were just going to let them go, because from where they stood, there was nothing else they could possibly do. Van, however, did not look shaken in the slightest. Without even a hint of panic, he answered in a calm, steady tone and told the man not to worry about it. Rather than explaining himself right away, Van quietly raised one hand and pointed toward a strange plant growing nearby in the marsh. Then, in a firm voice, he ordered the soldiers to pull it up by the roots and gather every bit of it they could. The men could only stare at him for a moment, blinking like they had misheard the command. One of them muttered under his breath in disbelief, while another frowned at the miserable little weed and scoffed that something that pathetic would not even be useful as firewood. Van answered with only a short reply, making it clear that he already knew all of that and would explain the reason later. For now, his voice dropped low and serious as he ordered them to keep quiet, stop questioning him, and gather as much of the plant as they possibly could. Even though none of the soldiers had the faintest idea what Van was planning, they still followed his command. Holding back their confusion, they moved at once to carry out the order. Far ahead on the front line, Amelia Rodenwald cut down another beast in a single clean slash, then immediately lifted her voice and drove the unit onward again. She gave them no chance to slow down, calling for the advance to continue without losing any momentum. Her sharp command rang clearly across the battlefield, slicing through the noise of the swamp as she shouted for everyone to keep moving and not let the charge stall out now. As the cavalry forced its way deeper through the swamp, one of the soldiers suddenly leaned forward in his saddle. He thrust out an arm toward the hazy distance ahead and shouted that there was something there. Amelia reacted instantly, snapping her head toward the direction he was pointing and fixing her eyes on whatever had appeared ahead of them. Another soldier immediately praised the man for spotting it so quickly, sounding impressed by how sharp his eyes were. Then, unable to hide his excitement, he eagerly asked if they should go after it. Before anyone else could respond, a different soldier jumped in with reckless confidence and declared that this time he would be the one to land the first hit. The whole group surged toward the strange purple shape rising through the haze in front of them. But the instant instant they drew near, everything flipped upside down. A violent burst of violet lightning exploded out of the mist, and in the very next moment, the soldiers jerked back in horror as a body dropped straight to the ground. One of the men could only stand there staring blankly at what he had just seen, and then still frozen where he was, he could only ask in a dazed voice what in the world had just happened. Amelia's eyes shot upward at once, her attention locking onto the source above them without hesitation. Out of that churning cloud of purple energy, a gigantic insect-like monster descended right in front of them. Its enormous body crackled savagely with electrical power as it dropped through the storm like something born from the lightning itself. A monstrous thunderbug came dropping through the curtain of violet lightning like a disaster taking shape in midair. The soldiers instinctively recoiled, their faces draining of color as they shouted that they did not even know what kind of monster they were looking at. Other men, their voices trembling with fear, stammered out that the lightning strike from just a moment ago had clearly come from that creature. Prince Heinz recognized it immediately and identified it as a thunderbug. The moment the name left his mouth, the soldiers cried out in disbelief, saying it made no sense at all for a high-level insect demon like that to appear in a swamp like this. They all knew just how terrifying that name really was. The thunderbug was supposed to be a high-ranking insect demon that existed only in the northern mountains, and merely hearing that one had appeared was enough to make people speak of it like a natural disaster. Under normal circumstances, bringing down a monster of that class would require an entire national subjugation force. As the insect's huge body began crackling with power again, one of the soldiers noticed the gathering energy and shouted a warning. The next lightning strike was already coming. Before the soldiers could even steady themselves or recover their footing, another bolt came crashing straight down into the middle of their formation. One man screamed, while several others stumbled backward in panic. Amelia watched the strike land with a grim expression. Then through clenched teeth, she judged just how dangerous it was. The lightning was monstrously powerful, so overwhelming that even magical defenses could not fully block it. The thunderbug loomed over the battlefield like a nightmare given physical form, and little by little fear began creeping through the soldiers' ranks. A soldier swallowed hard, then blurted out that there was no way they could ever defeat something like that. Another soldier desperately called for Amelia Rodenwald to order a retreat at once, while someone else reported an alarm that the troops were already beginning to panic. Then the blonde prince cut right through that spreading disorder with a forceful command, raising his voice and ordering everyone to stay calm. He warned them that if they panicked and ran without orders, they would only expose their backs to the enemy and be struck down from behind before they got anywhere. Without wasting a second, he began issuing precise instructions. He ordered them to spread out, keep low to the ground, disrupt the thunderbug's line of fire as much as possible, and wait patiently for even the smallest opening they could use to counterattack. The soldiers answered together that they understood, and at once they began moving to carry out the prince's orders. Amelia gave him a brief nod of approval, admitting that this was exactly the kind of composure she would expect from the prince, and she thanked him for stabilizing the troops so quickly, but she did not stop there. She immediately asked whether he had any plan for how to bring the monster down next, and Prince Heinz grimly admitted that at this distance, even he had no way to break through the thunderbug shell. The moment she heard that, Amelia made her own judgment. If long-range combat was where that monster held the advantage, then there was only one answer left. They would have to force the fight into close quarters. Without the slightest hesitation, Amelia declared that she would charge in alone and take the creature down with her own hands. Her men immediately protested, warning that the thunderbug's lightning would kill her before she could ever get close enough to strike. Amelia fired back without wavering, telling them not to underestimate her warhorse because it could endure at least one or two of those strikes. Then she gave her next order, telling the soldiers to use whatever opening she created, keep the formation from collapsing no matter what happened, and remain behind to support the prince. When the men answered that they understood, Amelia pressed them harder, telling them to remember exactly who they were and to fight with the pride of the kingdom's soldiers. She tightened her grip, fixed her eyes on the thunderbug, and carefully measured the rhythm of its attacks. Judging from the interval she had just observed, she calculated that the creature seemed to need roughly 4 seconds to recharge its lightning. In her mind, the plan was brutally simple. If she charged at full speed, the monster would only have time to fire once, and if she could survive that single strike, then she would already be inside the range where it no longer held the advantage. Once she made up her mind, Amelia kicked forward and launched herself into a storm spear charge, bursting straight ahead in a line of pure speed. But at that exact instant, something suddenly whipped up from below and wrapped itself around her horse's legs. Amelia looked down in shock and immediately saw what had caught her. It was binding vines, a tribone swamp plant known for trapping animals and prey in the marsh and locking down their movement the moment it latched on. And those vines had already coiled tightly around the warhorse, stopping its charge so abruptly that all of Amelia's forward momentum died on the spot. Almost at the very same moment, Demon Fang beasts burst in from the side and lunged straight at her. Amelia struck back immediately from the saddle, swinging down at the beasts the instant they came in. But the sudden snare had already broken her momentum, and the force behind her charge was gone. Her horse let out a shrill cry and reared violently, threatening to throw everything into chaos in an instant. Amelia cursed under her breath, struggling to control the situation while forcing herself to stay calm in the middle of the confusion. Then the thunderbug attacked. A massive pillar of violet lightning came crashing straight down onto Amelia's exact position. Amelia cried out as the current tore through her body and blasted apart the ground around her. Even as her limbs convulsed under the force of the strike, she still managed to understand what was happening. The Demon Fang beasts were holding her in place even at the cost of their own lives, pinning her down without the slightest hesitation, even though they themselves would be caught in the thunderbug's lightning. Through clenched teeth and trembling breath, Amelia realized that if that was true, then these monsters were not attacking at random at all. In a flash of pure horror, the truth hit her. These monsters were fighting with tactics. The soldiers could do nothing but stare in shock as Amelia collapsed under that layered assault of binding trap, attacking beasts and lightning from above. Some of them cried out in disbelief, shouting that even Amelia Rodenwald could not endure an attack like that. Others broke into panic and demanded to know what they were supposed to do now. And for the briefest moment, even the blonde prince could only stare at the scene in stunned silence. Then, right in the middle of all that chaos, a sharp voice suddenly sliced through the panic. Van shouted that everyone needed to move that way, and without giving anyone time to hesitate, he ordered the men to run straight into the smoke. Not far from there, several soldiers were already crouched low over clumps of smoke grass, igniting the plants one patch after another as dark fumes began to rise. Smoke grass was a plant native to the demon realm, the kind that naturally took root in terrain like this. Deep underground, it absorbed magically infused metal elements, and once the plant was set on fire, it gave off thick black smoke loaded with heavy metal particles. That smoke did not blow away easily, even when the wind pushed against it. Instead, it stayed low, clinging close to the ground as it spread outward into a dense black curtain, thick enough to conceal an entire group inside it. Van explained it quickly and clearly. The thunderbug's lightning was overwhelmingly powerful, but its accuracy dropped when the target was moving. More importantly, if the insect could not see them through the smoke, then it would not be able to aim at them properly in the first place. He immediately raised his voice again and started issuing orders without pause. The wounded were to be carried, and everyone else was to push through the smoke screen at once and make for the forest behind them. The blonde prince backed Van's call without the slightest hesitation. He took over immediately and gave the command in a clear, authoritative voice, ordering every soldier there to follow Van's instructions at once. The men obeyed on the spot. Some quickly lifted the injured onto their backs, while others moved beside them with weapons in hand, guarding the retreat as the whole group pulled back through the thick black smoke. As the withdrawal began in earnest, the prince called out to Van and warned him that Amelia Rodenwald was still trapped back there on the battlefield. Van answered at once, without even the smallest flicker of hesitation, that he would go get her himself. Then he handed responsibility over to the blonde prince and ordered him to take command of the soldiers' retreat. The prince accepted immediately and said he understood. As the battlefield vanished behind wavering walls of smoke and the surviving soldiers fell back toward the forest, Van turned his horse around and rode straight back toward the Thunderbug and Amelia Rodenwald's position. The prince watched him leave while the remaining troops pressed deeper into the trees, carrying the wounded with them. Deeper inside the forest, the survivors finally regrouped in the dim, oppressive gloom, gathering near scattered firelight in heavy silence. And while they huddled there, Van alone rode back into that battlefield, still choked by storm and smoke. Amelia Rodenwald, already wrapped in bandages after somehow being brought back alive, was sitting near the fire when Van returned from scouting and simply announced, in his usual direct way, that he was back. The blonde prince immediately turned toward him and asked how things had gone out there. Van answered grimly that countless monsters were now roaming through the forest, and that at this point they were completely surrounded on all sides. The moment those words sank in, the soldiers visibly paled. Several of them blurted out in shock that there was no way out anymore. Some desperately asked whether they could still force a path through somewhere. Van explained that if they tried leaving the forest, they would just end up exposed in the open swamp with nowhere to hide. And the moment that happened, the Thunderbug's lightning would wipe them out. The prince then pointed out that staying in the forest was not exactly safe either. Van gave a short nod and said that once night fell, beast demons would begin attacking under the cover of darkness. The prince lowered his eyes toward the wounded men lying nearby and said their condition was steadily getting worse, and that they needed to reunite with the main force and find a healer as fast as possible. After personally checking on the injured, Van observed that the ones who had been struck by lightning were somehow still alive. Hines answered that the only reason for that was because Van had shown them the retreat route so quickly when the whole situation collapsed. Van looked back at the wounded again and said, with quiet force, that somehow, no matter what it took, they had to save them. The prince agreed at once and said the only way to do that now was to defeat the Thunderbug. Van agreed as well, adding that the creature was clearly the leader of the monster pack. But halfway through saying it, he suddenly caught himself and wondered why he was speaking to the prince so casually. When the prince gently asked if something was wrong, Van turned his face away and warned himself not to get carried away. For the briefest moment, an old memory surfaced in his mind. He remembered how he once believed Heinz Ferrania was his greatest partner, the one man who could truly stand beside him, and that no matter how desperate the situation became, the two of them would always find some way forward together. Then, he forced himself to remember the truth. Instead, the real Heinz was his worst enemy, the man who had taken everything from him, and at that same moment, Amelia slowly pushed herself up to her feet. Her body was still wrapped in bandages, and the usual arrogance on her face was nowhere to be seen. In that solemn, stripped-down state, she declared that she would defeat the Thunderbug herself. She openly admitted that this disaster had started because of her own mistaken judgment, that she had ignored Van's warning, and that because of that decision, she had placed the entire unit in danger. Then she said that as the commander, she had no excuse for any of it. After saying that, she lowered herself before Van and apologized to him directly. The soldiers fell completely silent at the sight, stunned by what they were seeing, and Van himself could only stare at Amelia in obvious surprise. Amelia then said that she would at least fulfill her final duty as commander. Looking straight at Van, she asked to borrow Van Kruger's horse. Van narrowed his eyes at once and asked her exactly what she was planning to do. Amelia answered in a plain, steady voice that she would ride alone into the encirclement and serve as a decoy while she drew the monsters toward herself. Everyone else was to escape with the wounded. The soldiers immediately cried out in alarm, saying the idea was insane and demanded to know if she was really planning to throw her life away. Amelia replied calmly, without raising her voice at all, that this was the way she intended to take responsibility. She entrusted the soldiers to the prince, then turned back toward Van again. Van answered that he had no issue lending her the horse, but there was no way he was going to accept some lifeless plan where she rode off alone just to die. Amelia stared at him in clear confusion, thrown off by that answer, and asked what exactly he meant by that. Van then declared that every last one of them was going back alive. He said that if they were serious about making that happen, then they would defeat the Thunderbug here and now. And he added that he had just come up with a plan to pull it off. Amelia and the soldiers were visibly shaken by that statement, and more than a few of them could only wonder in disbelief whether it was even possible for everyone to survive and escape from a situation this hopeless. The prince, however, reacted very differently. A clear smile spread across his face, and he said that Van's idea sounded very interesting. Then he asked Van to explain exactly what kind of plan he had come up with. Van called everyone closer, gathered them in around him, and began laying out the operation one step at a time. He told them the plan would begin right after sunset. Just before darkness settled in completely, he explained the monsters would start moving into the forest under cover of night. Amelia immediately questioned that timing, saying it seemed like attacking before sunset would be more favorable for them. Van replied that in daylight, the monsters were still cautious enough to read their intentions too easily. Then he explained that the best moment would be immediately after sunset, because the instant the monsters launched their attack was also the instant their guard would be the weakest. Everyone around him listened in total silence, hanging on every word. Amelia, still seated among them despite her injuries, told him to continue, and Van gave a small nod before moving on to explain the first step of the plan. He said that one person would deliberately serve as a decoy and release a powerful burst of magical energy. That would draw the entire monster swarm's attention and drag all of their focus toward a single point. He continued by saying that if the Thunderbug responded by firing its lightning at that decoy, then the flash would reveal its position and let them pinpoint exactly where it was hiding. And the moment that happened, Amelia would move during the Thunderbug's 5-second recharge window and launch a surprise attack before it had any chance to fire again. Amelia listened to Van's plan from beginning to end without interrupting, but the moment he finished, she immediately pointed out the flaw in it with sharp, unwavering clarity. She reminded him that the route to the Thunderbug would never be open and clean. Between her and the target, there would still be beast-type monsters and those tree monsters clogging the path and blocking her advance. And if she got caught up by them and delayed the same way she had been earlier, then that narrow 5-second window would disappear in an instant, wasted before she ever managed to reach the Thunderbug at all. Van answered her immediately, saying she was absolutely right, and that was exactly why this time she could not fight the same way she had before. He told her that the instant the charge began, she would have to unleash her strongest move, Storm Spear Charge, right from the start. She would blast through the monsters in her way, tear open the shortest path possible, and drive straight toward the Thunderbug without slowing down for even a second. Amelia frowned at once and pushed back. She said Storm Spear Charge was a decisive finishing spell, a technique that condensed an enormous amount of magical power into a single point. If she spent that force on wiping out lesser monsters before even reaching the Thunderbug, then by the time she arrived in front of the real target, the attack would already have lost too much power, and in that weakened state, there was no chance it would pierce the creature's shell. Van replied that once she got inside the Thunderbug's range, he would buy her the time she needed to recover that lost opening. Amelia stared hard at him and asked how exactly he planned to do something like that. Van answered in the calmest, most matter-of-fact tone possible that he would ride on the same horse with her. The soldiers nearby visibly jolted at that answer, their expressions tightening with pure shock the instant those words left his mouth. But Van kept going without the slightest pause and finished explaining the plan. While he held the line and bought her those crucial moments, Amelia would gather her magic again, then finish the Thunderbug with a close-range Storm Spear Charge. He ended by saying that the very moment Amelia brought the Thunderbug down, the rest of the unit would charge straight into the monster swarm and pull the two of them out of the isolated position they would be stranded in. The instant that explanation ended, several soldiers burst out in protest. They shouted that the whole plan was insane, and one of them openly demanded to know how a magicless Galda like Van was supposed to stand against the Thunderbug in the first place. Others piled on right after him, saying the idea was absurd and that it would only get Amelia Rodenwald killed. But before that panic could spread any farther, one of Van's rough, battle-hardened soldiers stepped forward and roared at the rest to shut their mouths, calling them a pack of idiots. That veteran barked that this was the time to listen to their captain, not lose their heads, and ordered them to stop spewing nonsense and straighten themselves out. Another soldier turned toward him in disbelief and asked if he really meant that, if he truly believed in a plan that sounded that crazy. But before the veteran could even answer, the others spoke first. Yes, they said they believed in it because they believed in Captain Van. One reminded the rest that Van had already told them they would not die for nothing, and the veteran answered that if those were his captain's words, then he was ready to stake his life on them. Van lifted his eyes toward them, and for once, the surprise on his face was so clear that he could not hide it at all. Watching that exchange happen right in front of her, Amelia was shaken far more deeply than she expected. In that moment, she realized just how completely Van had earned the loyalty of his men. It was the kind of trust that almost did not feel real. As she kept staring at him, a memory rose vividly in her mind. The fierce, reckless way he had once thrown himself into a one-on-one fight against a powerful enemy. And as that image resurfaced, a thought took shape inside her in a situation like this. This man might actually be capable of pulling off something that should have been impossible. Amelia slowly closed her eyes, drew in a steadying breath, and when she opened them again, she quietly said that she understood. Then, without hesitation and without dressing the words up at all, she told Van that she would entrust her back to him. Van accepted that with a small, calm smile, but Amelia immediately continued and pointed out that there was still one more problem. Someone still had to serve as the decoy and deliberately draw the Thunderbug's lightning onto themselves. She warned them that if the person chosen for that role had weak magical protection, then one direct hit would be enough to leave them unable to fight. And in the worst case, it could kill them on the spot. When she asked whether anyone there would volunteer for that role, a heavy, uneasy silence dropped over the whole group. Then the blonde prince broke that silence himself. After glancing around once and taking in the mood of the room, he calmly said that he understood the situation and declared that he would take that role. The soldiers were horrified. They cried out at once that His Highness could not possibly do such a thing, begged him to think again, and insisted that the risk was far too great. But the prince answered with perfect composure. He said that royalty were meant to stand at the very front of the people and fight in the most dangerous places, then calmly ask them who else was supposed to do it if he would not. Amelia objected immediately. She said this whole crisis had started because of her own failure as commander, and because of that, she could not allow His Highness to carry that burden in her place. The blonde prince turned toward Amelia and told her that her responsibility now was to bring down the Thunderbug with her spear. He added that supporting that strike was his duty as platoon leader, then calmly asked whether he was mistaken about that. Amelia looked up at him with hesitation in her eyes, while the prince returned her gaze without the faintest trace of doubt. Van then asked him directly whether he was truly sure about going through with this. Heinz Ferrania answered without wavering for even a second that he would draw as much of the enemy's attention to himself as possible. Calling Van by name, he ordered him to bring down the Thunderbug together with Amelia Rodenwald. Van answered that he intended to do exactly that, whether anyone told him to or not. Then he turned to the others and explained that once the Thunderbug was dead, they would no longer have to fear attacks raining down on them from behind. After that, with whatever strength they still had left, they would smash through the remaining monsters in the swamp and force their way out alive. Then Van added one final condition to the operation. He declared that their goal was for every single one of them to return alive, and that under no circumstances would they leave anyone behind. His voice rose with absolute force as he repeated it again. No one, absolutely no one, would be abandoned. At those words, the soldiers around him fell utterly silent. Amelia watched the expressions on their faces shift before her eyes, and in that change she realized that hope had returned to them. And even she, after everything that had happened, found herself thinking that this man really might be able to turn the impossible into something real. Once that resolve had settled over the group, Amelia gathered magic around herself, straightened her posture, and called for everyone's attention. She announced that this would be their final operation. Then, in the ringing voice of a commander, she ordered them to pour everything they had into it and fulfill their duty as soldiers of the kingdom. As dusk deepened and the swamp grew darker with every passing moment, the prince quietly stepped away from the others and looked out over the night closing in. Under his breath, he murmured that he could hardly let Van be the only one showing off, and added that he supposed it was time for him to put in some effort too. Then he released his power. In an instant, vast magic circles bloomed around him, and streams of luminous energy spread outward through the dark. The soldiers could do nothing but stare in awe at the overwhelming amount of magic pouring from his body. As that power flared out across the battlefield, the soldiers began noticing movement all through the swamp. From every direction, monsters were starting to rush toward the prince. The prince stood there alone inside that enormous field of light, and high above him, the Thunderbug locked its gaze onto him and began gathering violent energy for the strike that was coming. As the darkness around them grew heavier and deeper, shapes slowly began to emerge from inside it, one after another. Beasts, winged monsters, and all kinds of grotesque silhouettes crowded together in that black void, their numbers swelling as the entire mass crept closer and closer. Then one of the soldiers suddenly screamed that it was coming, his voice slicing through the confusion, in panic like a blade, warning everyone that the enemy had finally arrived. At almost the same moment, other soldiers raised their voices and shouted for everyone to protect the prince, making it absolutely clear that no matter what happened next, keeping him alive was their highest priority. Torches were immediately hurled out into the darkness ahead, while the soldiers yelled that they had to reveal whatever was out there before it managed to get any closer. Those flaming torches spun through the air, end over end, then crashed down onto the road ahead, and the instant they hit, that sudden burst of firelight ripped a hole straight through the darkness. The second the area was lit up, the swarm, hiding in the dark, was finally exposed. Bat-like monsters, wolves, hulking beasts, and countless other creatures came pouring into view all at once, flooding the path in a horrifying wave. And every single one of those monsters was charging straight at the prince. As that monstrous tide rushed toward him, some of the soldiers went rigid for a moment, stunned by just how many enemies were bearing down on them. Staring at that seemingly endless sea of beasts, they blurted out in panic that there were too many, and that there was no way they could possibly stop them all. Their veteran commander instantly roared at them not to panic, his voice snapping through their fear before that hesitation had any chance to spread further. He barked out a harsh order to hold the line until the Thunderbug showed itself, then warned them that if the prince went down before that moment, this entire operation would fail on the spot. The soldiers answered him with fierce battle cries, then threw themselves straight into the advancing swarm without the slightest hesitation. Swinging their blades with desperate force, they cut down beast after beast as the monsters came at them, all while shouting that they would never let the enemy break through. Even with fear written clearly across their faces, they still planted themselves between the prince and the horde closing in on him, bracing their bodies and refusing to yield a single step. Meanwhile, the prince stood there alone before that wall of monsters, his face completely calm, not showing even the faintest trace of hesitation or doubt. Then his gaze caught a purple light descending from above, and the moment he saw it, he immediately announced that it was here. Without wasting even an instant, he poured everything he had into casting his defensive magic. A massive barrier blazed into existence around him. At the exact moment, the Thunderbug dropped a gigantic bolt of lightning straight down onto his position. The sheer impact hurled the prince backward inside the crackling barrier, and a pained groan slipped out of him as the force tore through his body. But even then, he endured it. Far away from the battlefield center, Van caught sight of that sudden flash and immediately shouted that they had found the Thunderbug's location. Amelia answered at once that they had. Just as they were about to move, the prince called out for Van to go, then added that before they did, he would give them a little extra support. He raised one hand and cast Holy Light, ordering it to shine ahead and illuminate the road before them. A brilliant pillar of light burst across the battlefield, slicing cleanly through the darkness and revealing a straight path ahead with perfect clarity. Amelia's eyes widened the second she saw it, and she instantly understood that this guiding light had come from the prince. She said that she could see the route now, then declared firmly that they would break through by taking the shortest path straight ahead. With Van seated behind her on the horse, Amelia lowered her spear and launched them into a full charge. As they thundered forward, Van glanced back once at the prince glowing in the distance, and for a moment he found himself wondering why that kind of self-sacrificing devotion, that way of fighting while wearing yourself down for everyone else, felt so strangely familiar. For the briefest instant, he thought it was exactly like Heinz in the past, but he shoved that thought aside immediately, warning himself not to get distracted by anything unnecessary and to keep his focus locked only on what was in front of him. With only 4 seconds left before the next bolt of lightning would fall, Amelia drove her horse straight through the monsters blocking their way. Then she shouted out the name of her technique and unleashed Storm Spear Charge directly into the path ahead. The violent torrent of force blasted wolves aside and tore open a clear lane through the tightly packed mass of monsters in front of them. The moment Amelia caught sight of the Thunderbug in the distance, she judged at once that from where they were now, she could still reach it before the next strike came down. But with only 3 seconds left, the ground ahead suddenly burst upward without any warning. Amelia cried out in shock as a mud golem rose directly in front of them, blocking their charge head on. The mud golem was a pseudo-life form formed around a crystallized lump of underground magic that served as the core inside its body. Its muddy body itself was fragile, but because it possessed overwhelming viscosity and weight, it could absorb physical attacks and spread their force instead of taking the blow directly. Amelia understood the danger the instant she saw it. She realized this was bad, that the swamp had already been robbing her charge of speed, and that if this kept up, the force behind her attack would be completely killed. For a brief moment, she considered whether trying to go around it might be the better option. Van immediately shouted at her not to slow down, and before Amelia even had time to properly react to that command, Van had already launched himself off the horse. Using every bit of momentum created by Storm Spear Charge, he shot forward like a cannonball fired from a ballista, flying straight at the mud golem. As he rushed toward it, Van analyzed its structure in an instant and realized that a mud golem's core sat lower than the center of gravity in the body surrounding it. He knew that with nothing but his own raw strength, reaching that point would have been difficult, but with this much speed added behind him, it was possible. Then, with a fierce cry, Van struck. He drove straight into the mud golem's body and forced his way toward the hidden core buried deep inside it. With only 1 second left before the next discharge, Van blasted straight through the mud golem and blew its entire body apart in one devastating strike. Amelia could do nothing but stare in disbelief as she realized that he had sent the golem flying apart with a single blow. As Van dropped down out of the shattered mass, he thought to himself that if enough speed was added to a direct strike in a straight line, then even an obstacle like that could be smashed through. Falling back toward Amelia's horse, he complained that he had assumed she was going to catch him. And right as those words left him, the countdown reached 0, Wrapped in crackling purple lightning, the thunderbug rose into the air, and the instant Amelia saw it, she felt that another attack was about to be unleashed. Van answered calmly that he knew. Then he declared that from here on out, it was his turn, and with that, he kicked off from the horse and shot straight toward the giant insect. The creature's killing intent was still fixed on Amelia, but Van hurled himself directly into its line of fire and shouted that he would not let it shoot at her. Amelia cried out Van's name in shock as he closed the distance. Van had never intended to take that attack head on to begin with. What he chose instead was a beast slaying technique, a move that drew power from the largest muscles in his lower body and compressed all of that force into one perfectly straight, fully committed kick. But even as he launched himself into motion, Van was already fully aware of the limits of that attack. He understood immediately that a kick by itself, no matter how cleanly it landed, would never be enough to break through the thunderbug's hardened shell. At that exact same moment, the insect shifted its attention, judged Van to be the more immediate danger, and decided to eliminate him first. Its attacks came lashing toward him with terrifying speed. But even while weaving through those strikes, Van kept his mind cold and clear, and he calmly judged that fast as they still had not reached the level of the ring technique he had once endured from Karina. Using that comparison as a measure, he twisted his body through the air, slipped past the insect's stabbing limbs by the smallest possible margin, and forced his way deeper into its range instead of backing off. Then, with a roar, Van counterattacked at point-blank range, hammering the insect in midair with a rapid, relentless flurry of blows. The barrage knocked the thunderbug backward through the air, but the recoil threw Van away as well, and he came crashing hard down onto the ground. Even so, the insect regained its balance almost instantly, and when it steadied itself, its body was still completely intact. The moment Van saw that, he immediately realized his blows had not connected as cleanly or as deeply as he had hoped. But instead of losing his nerve, he steadied himself and accepted it. If he could not destroy the thing in a single burst, then he would make absolutely sure it never got the chance to recharge undisturbed. The insect's limbs kept stabbing down and sweeping across the ground again and again, tearing through the grass in violent arcs, while Van slipped between them with desperate precision, rolling, ducking, and cutting low through the field as Amelia watched the entire exchange from horseback. Watching him fight like that, Amelia finally understood what battle looked like for someone who had no magic to depend on, and as she stared at him, that sight loosened an old memory buried deep inside her heart. In her mind, her father appeared before her and told her that the great magic nobles possessed existed for one reason alone, to protect those who had none. He told her that if she truly understood the weight of the power she carried, then even if her arm broke, she must never release her spear. He declared that this was the pride of Rodenwald, and he commanded her to rise, Amelia. Back in the present, Amelia tightened her grip around her spear and called out to her father in her heart, asking him to lend her strength one more time. She reflected that throughout her entire life. She had never once doubted those teachings. And yet now, right before her eyes, Van, the very person who by her old standards should have been counted among the powerless, was the one standing between danger and her, protecting her instead. That realization struck her like a direct blow. For the first time in her life, she found herself wondering if she had been wrong from the very beginning. She began to question whether the pride she had clung to all this time had really just been arrogance in disguise. The kind of pride that measured a person's worth only by the amount of magic they possessed. Her expression hardened. In that instant, she understood that Prince Heinz and Van had handed her one final chance. And she swore to herself that with this next strike, she would pierce the insect without fail. With that resolve settling deep inside her chest, Amelia gathered all of her strength and drove forward once more. At that very same moment, Van forced the thunderbug into yet another exchange. He brought down every bit of strength he had into one crushing blow, then lifted his eyes and wondered if that strike had finally done enough. Believing he had at last opened a path, he moved to follow up immediately without giving the insect a moment to recover. Then, in that exact instant, something changed. Van's expression shifted, and before he could complete the follow-up, the thunderbug's tail snapped toward him like a whip. Amelia cried out as blood burst from Van's body, and he was flung backward through the air with a sharp gasp of pain. The segments in the insect's tail moved independently, creating a whip-like motion whose tip struck even faster than Van's reflexes could answer, because he had already grown used to defending against its close-range leg attacks instead. Amelia clenched her teeth and cursed under her breath. But at that same moment, she also realized that her magic charge had finally completed. She tried to rush in at once, thinking she would save Van immediately, but the insect moved before she could act. It snatched Van up in its grasp and pulled him directly in front of its own body, placing him there as a shield. Amelia froze on the spot, staring in disbelief as she instantly understood what had just happened. She thought it was impossible. First, the creature had coordinated its movements with the other monsters. Then, it had drawn Van into adapting to close combat before springing a surprise attack with its tail, and now it was using a human shield. Horror washed over Amelia as she realized this monster was not acting on instinct alone, but was clearly making tactical decisions. She admitted to herself that she had never heard of anything like this before. And as Amelia held her spear ready to strike, another realization hit her just as hard. If the next lightning strike was released, she had no way to endure it. But if she unleashed her spear as things were now, Van would be caught in that attack too. Her grip began to tremble. Then Van spoke and he told her it was fine. Amelia stared at him in shock as Van told her that if she fired right now, they would win with that single strike. Amelia immediately tried to object, blurting out that if she did that, he would die too. Van cut her off without hesitation. He shouted that she must not waver, that there was no time left, and that she had to carry out her duty as a commander. Amelia met his gaze head on, and in that instant, she understood that what she saw in his eyes was not reckless resolve. What Amelia saw in his eyes now was no longer the slightest trace of hesitation. It was unwavering certainty, the kind of absolute confidence that made it feel like the battle was already tipping toward victory. And more than anyone, she knew Van had shattered her idea of what was possible again and again. The instant that realization fully sank in, Amelia finally made up her mind. If that was how it was, then this time she would stop second-guessing him and truly place her faith in Van without reservation. She shouted that she was going in, and the moment the words left her mouth, layers of magic circles flared to life around her in a violent spinning rush. At the same time, she launched another storm spear charge, and the air itself seemed to roar as the spell surged forward. Holding nothing back at all, Amelia drove herself straight toward the Thunderbug, pouring every last bit of strength she had into that single all-or-nothing thrust. As her charge came screaming straight at it, the Thunderbug reacted with a harsh, piercing shriek that cut through the battlefield. Van was still dangerously close to the monster. Close enough to be struck at any moment, and yet he suddenly raised his voice and shouted that now was the time. At that exact instant, Van seized the insect's tail with both hands and threw his entire body into the motion as he twisted. This was his combined trajectory technique. Turn. The Thunderbug's tail was made up of multiple jointed sections, each one able to move independently with a wide, flexible range, but Van forced a spinning load onto the very tip so violently that it pushed the structure beyond what it was built to endure. The very first joint hit its limit almost at once, its range of motion completely maxed out. What happened next was a phenomenon known as gimbal lock. Once several rotational axes overlapped onto the same plane, the tail lost its freedom to move properly, and any fine control over it was effectively gone. With nothing but sheer physical power, Van created a structural defect inside the creature's own body. The Thunderbug let out a strained cry as its whole body was yanked out of alignment. Still hanging desperately onto the tail, Van shouted at Amelia to drive her spear straight through the opening he had forced into place. Amelia shouted back in response, and with every ounce of strength she still had left in her body, she rammed her spear into the exact opening Van had created. Her charge crashed head-on into the Thunderbug, and in the very next heartbeat, a violent eruption of magic and lightning burst outward, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding explosion. By the time the explosion finally subsided, the swamp itself had been torn open, and the surrounding land was left gouged and ripped apart by the sheer force of the impact. Amelia fell to the ground and gasped for breath, but almost immediately she snapped her head back up and began searching around in alarm. Panic flooded her voice as she called for him, shouting Van Kruger's full name while frantically scanning the wreckage all around her. Then her eyes went wide when she finally found him. Van was still standing in the middle of the devastation, one hand pressed hard against the blood-soaked wound in his chest. A short distance away from him, part of the Thunderbug's severed tail lay on the ground, still twitching faintly as weak purple sparks crackled across it and slowly died away. Amelia ran straight to him, crying out that he had to stay with her and that he was absolutely not allowed to die, and she managed to catch him just as the strength finally drained from his body and he collapsed. Van gave a weak, breathless little laugh and told her she had made it look spectacular. Then, almost casually, he admitted that for a moment back there, he had honestly thought he was going to die. Still visibly rattled, Amelia demanded to know what had really happened. She told him there was no way her spear alone should have had enough force to cause an explosion that huge. Van turned his eyes toward what was left of the Thunderbug and started to explain from the beginning. While he had been striking it again and again, he had not been attacking at random. He had been searching for a weakness the whole time. He said he had been using Crushing Strike with its power intentionally reduced, while at the same time increasing the rotational force behind the blows so that each impact would send vibrations through the creature's shell and let him read the way those vibrations bounced back. Using that, he had identified one point beneath the twin wing veins on its back, an area where the vibrations were being absorbed in a way that felt unnatural. That was what led him to conclude that the insect's monocore had to be there, and once Amelia began her charge, he directed the tip of her spear toward that exact spot. The moment her spear pierced the core, the lightning magic stored inside the creature ran out of control, and that sudden loss of balance was what triggered the massive detonation. Amelia could only stare at him in stunned disbelief as she asked whether he had really figured all of that out in the middle of a single clash. Van answered that even then, it had still been a gamble. The second those words left his mouth, Amelia instantly snapped back at him. She outright called him an idiot and scolded him for waiting until everything was over to mention that any of this had been a gamble in the first place. She complained that he had practically shaved years off her life, and Van shot back that he had not exactly been in a position to explain anything more in the middle of the fight. Then, wearing a faint smile despite everything, he quietly added that besides, he had trusted her to pull it off. That one answer stopped Amelia cold and left her speechless for a moment. Then all she could do was give a helpless, disbelieving little smile and mutter that he was saying that again. In the end, she had to admit it herself, Van really was on another level. A moment later, Van grimaced, pressed down on the wound in his chest again, and reminded her that this was no time for either of them to be sitting still. Amelia immediately agreed and stated the obvious situation. They were still surrounded in the middle of a monster horde. Her magic power was exhausted, and Van was already badly injured. Because of that, she said they needed to regroup with Prince Hines and the others as quickly as possible. She suggested they circle around to the west, but Van rejected that idea the moment he heard it. Lowering his gaze to the Thunderbug's broken corpse, Van said there was something seriously wrong about all of this. He pointed out that Thunderbugs were only supposed to exist in the north, which meant there should have been no reason whatsoever for one to show up in this swamp. And even if it really had ended up there by pure chance, the way it had coordinated its movements with the other monsters had been far too deliberate and organized to simply brush aside. As he examined the corpse more closely, Van found a crimson crystal embedded inside it. The moment he saw it, his eyes fixed on it, and he said there was no longer any doubt. It was a magic crystal. Magic crystals were formed when natural magical energy slowly gathered together and crystallized over an extremely long span of years. Even a single one could dramatically enhance magical tools and secret techniques, which was exactly why one crystal alone was worth more than its weight in gold. Van said he had never heard of a magic crystal naturally growing inside a monster's body, not even once. To him, that could only mean one thing. Someone had deliberately planted that crystal inside the Thunderbug for a specific purpose. From that moment on, his expression sharpened and his thoughts turned completely focused. He said they could no longer brush this off as some random irregular accident. Someone had intentionally set a powerful monster loose on the Magic Academy unit. And when Van followed that conclusion to its most likely end, he stated that the true target was probably Heinz Ferrania. Amelia quickly called out to him and reminded him that they had already decided on their escape route. She explained that while the prince and the others pulled the enemy's attention toward themselves and created an opening, the two of them needed to break through the surrounding encirclement by force and rejoin the rest of the group somehow. Van agreed immediately and told her they had to move fast. In his mind, he knew any report about what had happened here could wait until later. Because for now, surviving came before anything else. But before either of them could even take a single step, another voice rose quietly from the darkness. A hooded figure emerged out of the swamp, wrapped in a wavering purple aura, and with cold amusement, the stranger remarked that it was impressive for two mere students to have brought down the figure's beloved magic thunderbug. Van's eyes narrowed at once, and his gaze locked onto the emblem displayed on the person's chest. The instant he saw it, he knew exactly what that symbol was. Amelia stepped forward and blurted out that the figure was one of the surviving remnants of the Purification sect. The hooded figure answered immediately in an offended tone and said that calling them remnants was an insult. The stranger continued, saying that the kingdom had merely managed to catch the tail of a lizard, yet foolishly convinced itself that it had already crushed the head. Then, with unmistakable pride, the figure declared that they belonged to the true central faction, the very ones who stood as guardians of the great pureblood. At that moment, Van felt something that sent an icy chill straight through him, something even more dreadful and colder than magic itself. It was a warning beyond logic, beyond thought, and beyond even magical perception, the kind of instinctive alarm a living creature feels when it suddenly realizes genuine death is standing right in front of it. Some people had a name for that sensation. They called it the smell of death. Van's mind flashed back to his previous life, and he realized that the only times he had ever felt anything like this were when he stood before demons or monsters that existed on the same level as them. Then he fixed his eyes on the hooded figure once again, and what he realized made his blood turn even colder. The presence coming from this person felt even worse than that.